morning, everybody. Before we get started, as always, I want to give a shout out to the lovely music we've been listening to during pre-stream here. This is Dreamer by Declan DP. You can find their information in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. Thank you to Declan and everybody like them. He makes either free-to-use or low-cost assets for us streamers, so we can have better streams. Thank you so much. But yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever it is in your part of the world. I am DeusCain, your variety-type streamer for the night. And tonight, we are sitting down with Rad Mahou again. We're going to be talking a lot about Final Fantasy 16. So, spoiler warnings here. We are going to be spilling some tea. Spilling some tea. Let me get us switched over so y'all can hear Rad.
Hello.
Hello. There you are.
How's it going?
Why do you show up there, chat?
I just saw that on your stream. Hello, test posts.
Yeah, it's my test posts. Good old test posts. Went away now. Goodbye. But yes, hi YouTube.
Hi Twitch. Everybody's having a good day, evening, night, whenever you're watching this. So we both just played through FF16. This has a nice clean overlay, rather. Mine's very messy. Very professionally thrown together in about 2 minutes. And I don't even know where to start. I want to, because I think we were kind of avoiding talking about anything in detail, like pre-screen. I want to say two things, and then you kind of have a list of like what to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. First, I need to apologize in advance. You're going to hear a lot of. Okay, so in Final Fantasy 14.
Oh yeah. I figured that.
Yeah. Okay.
Out of the two of us, you are the one who's played 14, and I'm the one who hasn't touched a Final Fantasy game since 12. And I put that one down because I didn't like it.
Ooh, okay.
So yeah, my last Final Fantasies that I finished were 10 and 10-2. So I'm much more of the older classic ones. I played a little bit of 14. Actually,
yeah.
Following all of your comments because I was watching your VODs, I actually went. I'm like, oh what? I should pick up Final Fantasy 14. I mean, they've got a free trial that takes you up to level 60 and includes the first expansion, Heavensward, so I might as well do that.
The critically acclaimed first expansion.
Critically acclaimed, and I'm not fucking eligible for it. My
because you've played it already?
And I've played it already, so I can't get the free trial. Which is dumb and stupid.
You could probably just use a different email. Like, create a whole new... I'll grant you, one of the worst things about that game is, like, going through the mod station and getting an account created and downloading the correct version. It sucks.
Yeah.
But you could probably just use a different email.
Probably could, or I could also just like pay the money too.
You could also pay the money. It's
$10 a month. It's not much.
It is a subscription thing, but it's pretty good. Before we even get to 16, and I ask my second thing, how far did you get into 14?
Oh, like level 20, not far.
Oh, okay, not far at all.
No, very, very, very early.
So you went through like a dungeon, maybe.
I don't even think I did that much.
Okay.
I think I did the thing where someone's fighting something evil and like a dragoon shows up and kicks its ass for you, and then you talk with them and they walk off, and then you can go to the other cities. Like, literally,
okay.
I have not gotten very far.
Okay.
I don't know plot. I know plot from watching other people play the game.
Okay. Yeah, that game is a little rough. Up until like level 50, 51. And that's when the writers for Heavensward start, and those are mostly the same writers on 16.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to know for reference. Shit, that game's pretty good.
So I hear.
We could maybe talk about that later on if you pick it up again. And then we could both like go back and forth about Star Rail and 14. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the other thing I wanted to ask is having finished the game, and I played through on action, you played through on story. There's actually very little difference in between the two. What do you think you would rate this game like out of 10?
Okay, that was actually one of my questions.
Sure.
And I thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
I really gave it some thought, and I was oscillating between two numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, I'm gonna split the difference and go in the middle. 6.5.
I'm not surprised.
Okay.
I'm not surprised, because I was also kind of oscillating between two numbers like while playing it, and those numbers were like, damn, 9.5, maybe a 10, or like 5, 6-ish.
Hey, Spicy.
What's up, Spicy?
So yeah, you're somewhere between 5 and 10. Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably like overall give it like an 8 or 8.5, because a lot of the bad shit you can just ignore. They like what would we consider the bad shit about the game? What brings that score down for you a whole bunch?
That ties in with a bunch of my questions here. So I'm actually going to lead in with one of my next questions, because it's going to explaining why I say this is going to basically explain why I pulled the score down.
Sure, absolutely.
What is your biggest hot take on the game? Like something that if you put online, you're going to get a lot of shit. You're going to get a lot of hate.
Biggest hot take on the game? I don't think I have too many hot takes on the game, because I've seen like a bunch of people have basically very similar praise and complaints to what I have. I think maybe my biggest hot take on the game is like, y'all Benedicta Sims are nuts. She sucks.
What? Valid. We'll get to that later in mine.
Okay.
Because I was one of them.
Okay, sure.
My biggest hot take, I think the game peaked with the Garuda fight.
Oh, that's
you
trash.
see why I called it a hot take?
That's trash. I like that.
But my reasoning is up to that point, you have a very strong linear story that you have some side quests you go off and do, but like you keep this constant forward momentum. And after Garuda, you go back to your base, you get Jill. Sid goes off and does his own shit for a while, and you and Jill enter what I'm going to call the MMO phase of the game, where you're going to a place, but you're fucking around, and you're doing a lot of like, okay, you're gonna go here, but you gotta fix the bridge first, and you gotta do these other quests, because why not do the other quests? And then you get to Eastpool, and you sit down and have tea with Lady Hannah, which I don't even mind that session, that's good. But then you go to leave, and there's literally an old guy. Yeah, Lady Hannah's great. She deserves better than she got. So did a lot of people in this game.
Yeah.
But then you go to leave Eastpool, and there's a guy who walks up like, "Oh, you're Clyde Rossborn." You're like, "No, I'm not." It's like, "No, you totally did. You totally are. You're the spitting image of your
recognize your
father."
huge man tits and your father's clothing.
Yeah. Also, the one lady in the town has been saving that specific outfit for you for years. So it has to be you. He's like, fine, yes I am. Would you go talk to this old man by the well? Sure, I'll go talk to the old man by the well. You go to the well. He's not there.
Yeah.
You talk to somebody nearby. Where's the old man at the well? Oh, I don't know. Talk to another person. Oh, I don't know. Wait, he usually lives at the Chocobo place. Go talk to the Chocobo place. Where's the old man? Oh, I don't know. And it's just like, motherfucker, just let me through this door. I want to get to the Phoenix Gate. I want to find out what happened, and I want plot. I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time fucking around finding an old man who should be sitting at the well.
Yeah.
I don't mind the interaction with him. The whole like, oh,
once you finally get to him,
back.
You
Yeah,
have like this good little small short side story of like, damn, this dude is broken. What can we do for him? Can we even help? I guess, sort of.
Yeah, we really can't. But like that whole methodology of quest design.
Yeah, I could have told you that's the way the entire game was going to flow from the very beginning.
Yeah, but that specific idea, I can tell that's one of the things I'm like, this was designed by an MMO. This was designed by a team that is used to making people fuck around and waste time.
Oh yeah.
And they don't mind sending you all over the place to do dumb quests because they're just trying to fill time.
Sort of.
And that's like the whole point of an MMO is to keep you playing the game. For a single player game, and usually a single player Final Fantasy, like you want it to be good, you want it to be engaging, but you're not trying to waste people's time. And running around Eastpool to find this old man who's sitting by the fucking well is wasting time. And they keep doing that. And I keep seeing stuff like that pop up.
Yeah.
Like when you change the hideout. The first hideout is great. The second one is terrible. I hate the second one. It's a terrible hub.
I love the second hideout.
It looks great. And the view is fantastic at it because you get that nice like seaside view. But you have those series of quests that take you back to the garden in the back of the hideout. You have to run through the whole thing to go talk to one guy to start a quest, or turn in a quest, or do something. And then you can teleport out. And then you come back and you have to... I played too much Monster Hunter World where they had a similar bad hub design where things were spread out way too far apart.
Yeah.
And it just bothered me. It really did, because it's very much like there's like a circuit in here, and if your quest isn't the next spot in the circuit, you have to go all the way around.
Yeah, I think that's
annoyed me.
Fair. But so a couple of things. I share that same complaint in Monster Hunter World, and I don't really share it here. So you want a nice tight hub for sure, and the first one is more tight than the second one. But even in that first one, like the little gardening quests you do are off in the back and not really close to anything else. They're definitely further away in the second.
They're further away than everything else in that area, but they're not nearly as far away as they are in the second one.
Right, you've got a lot more stairs to go through. It's a lot more winding. And then you go back through those if you don't automatically fast travel away from the hub. Yeah. Which, half of the time, why would you? Because why would you get one quest and go do it and come back when you can pick up all 3 or 4 quests and then go do them and come back?
That's it.
And the way this team handles side quests is, I feel a little bit different than how you've described it. Especially more so in 14. Well, I mean, pretty much more so in both of these. First off, I didn't mind a lot of the side quests. Some of them are like precisely what drags down my score of this game, though. Though not as much as some other stuff we'll get to later.
They definitely dump a lot of them on you all at once, because I know
they do.
My second last stream was 4 hours, and it was nothing but side quests. It was end of the game side quests, and that makes a bit of sense.
And those were pretty good.
But it was 4 hours of side quests.
Yeah.
And
so
that was rough. And then I even did like the equivalent of a stream. I did 3 hours offline doing just side quests between missions. So the next time I popped in the game, I could just go back to main quest. So
I only did one side quest off stream, and I wish I did it on stream.
Which one was that?
The one with I think the one with Wade up in East Pool, and you have the big fights, and there's like actual speeches, and they're rallying against the bears and all of that. So
I remember.
Like the second, the next to final wave of side quests or something like that. Like you get a lot of side quests right after you do Bahamut, and then you get a lot of side quests right after you do Odin Ultima stuff, and then there's the end.
Yeah, there's a bunch after. I think the Bahamut ones were around when I did, because I think I was going to do the post Bahamut ones off stream, and then I realized I couldn't leave the hub because I hadn't progressed main story far enough to be able to travel outside of it again.
Oh yeah.
Talking to people to unlock it,
and you definitely want to get that story stuff on stream.
Yeah, and I think the next one I had the opportunity, I made sure on stream to open up travel out of it before I stopped, and then you definitely get a bunch of other side quests like after you deal with Odin, and then a bunch of ones after you deal with the last crystal. Those were both like big chunks of time.
They were large, yeah. So the way this team handles side quests, you really don't do in Final Fantasy XIV. you really don't do side quests. Like, there's a bunch of them, and you never ever touch them for like experience or progression. They are 100% there for like extra world building and small character plot development, which is very much how a lot of these were, outside of like some blacksmith gear stuff and some side quests that would like open hunts, which are also not a thing you have to do, but a very cool part of the game.
Hunts were a good thing.
Right. A lot of the side quests are very much about like expanding side character story and how regular people in the world are dealing with the bullshit that all the nations and Ultima and you are causing, right?
Oh yeah, we are a force of destruction in the world, and I feel
we did very little good for that island nation up until like the end.
Well, we kept breaking shit. We kept making it worse. Like because again, like I think we talked about this at some point previously. Like you have that moment with Sid where he sits you down and is like, "Oh, the mother crystals, they're leeching the ether," and you're like, "What are the mother crystals actually using it for?" He goes, "Fuck if I know, but I know they're evil, so we're gonna break them all." And I'm like, should probably figure out what they're doing first. Like they're gathering ether for something that's clearly going to be important, and they just hand wave it until literally the final confrontation, where Ultima tells you what they were using all that energy for.
Yeah. So
and it's like,
so a lot of that
characters they never ever think like, well, what if we're helping the bad guy by doing this? And they just don't fucking consider it, and it bothers me.
Yeah. A lot of it is you have this dichotomy of like, and this is another thing the team really likes, because the FF14 team, Creative Business Unit 2, they love old Final Fantasy, like 1 through 6 and Tactics and kind of 12. And they really like political intrigue in between nation states and leaders. And I think that comes through pretty strong.
That's good plot. Yeah, I think that's good plot. Because they definitely had those sections of the game, and those were fun and interesting.
Right. Like the very obvious Game of Thrones references and settings and dynamics fit like a glove into their writing style.
Yeah, it fit really well into the world they made too.
Yeah. So they have themes of like, well, we know the order of everything is bad, right? Because we're going to spend the first 20 to 30% of this game and various other side quests throughout the game being like slavery bad, bigotry bad.
Showing you all the horrible things in this world just to kind of get you invested in overthrowing it, which I was even hitting a point of exhaustion with that, where I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, I'm already on board for overthrowing the Empire. Stop showing me the Empire being
it's not just
bigoted slavers. I'm already on board. You don't need to sell it to me anymore.
It's not just the Empire, though, right? It's the use of magic at all. It's having crystals, the blight coming in, bearers being a thing that people recognize and enslave, and that's every single nation. Rosaria treated their bearers better than anyone else, but they were still slaves. They were still workhorses,
and it was still a recent thing too. It was your father.
It was basically Elwyn, maybe his dad too.
Yeah, so it's pretty recent, and they still marked them.
Yeah, they still marked them.
You still had bears with marks on their face.
Welcome back, Spicy.
Hope your internet behaves itself.
Yeah, it's never fun.
So definitely a big part of my issue was the amount of side quests, how many of them there were. The kind of compulsion to do all of that, it felt very MMO-y in what traditionally for me has been single player games, and I did not like that.
That's fair.
Speaking of
I think those quests are built to be skipped through pretty quickly.
Hopefully. But speaking of things that are like an MMO that didn't work, crafting mats.
Oh yeah, they had no idea what they were doing there.
Yeah, that I look at that now, in retrospect, I'm like, this is what they would do in an MMO, because you always need crafting mats in an MMO. But here they're like, you run up to a chest in the field and you kick it open. It's like 10 bloody hides. I'm like,
Yeah.
great. I can read the same batch of text talking about how they soak these things in a brine of chocobo brains.
I want to keep talking about side quests for just a moment, but then like that's a good topic to move on to for sure.
Yeah. I'm still answering your what were my criticisms and what is my hot take. We're still in the meta question of that still. But okay. Side quests. Going back to side quests.
I really liked a lot of the side quests, but there were definitely several that dragged on. Like, I think we can both agree Balkland felt like filler the entire way through, even if like that brother-sister dynamic had pretty good.
That one. Yeah, the brother-sister dynamic. Yeah, that place. Yeah, that was not a thing I wanted to fucking deal with.
Yeah. So I think the reason I say I think a lot of those side quests are literally built to just be skipped through. And I have like a kind of positive and negative thing here. A lot of the voice acting in most of those side quests is people will say like a word or four at the beginning of their sentences, and then the rest is not voiced. And some sentences don't get any voicing at all. So like they're literally made for you to just mash X, and they'll say a couple of words, and then they'll say another couple of words, and then you're through.
Also,
my criticism of that real quick is like, still doing it that way, it takes longer to mash through all of that than it does in 14 in the MMO version. Even though like there's less incentive to touch the MMO side quests. What's up, Teddy? There's less incentive to touch the MMO side quests and less reward for them than there is in the single player game. So there definitely is a lot of padding there. But that being said, I liked Lubor's stuff. I liked the Dame's stuff. I liked Martha's stuff. And Wade is really cool. He looks like he's dressed in fucking Final Fantasy 14 armor, without the plate on it. But a lot of like everything in Balkland and a lot of the stuff outside of those main characters in kind of other regions, I had a hard time caring about Quentin. Even though his town was kind of good at first, it felt
Quentin was a little bit interesting, but yeah, there's a degree of like, why do we care about him? And then you find out his deal, and actually that was one of the ones I liked.
Yeah, I like his deal. I think it's mostly just his delivery that I don't care for. And I remember like the later parts of his side quests, I'm like, this seems like a bad idea, actually. You seemed smarter than this before.
He should ask us to go kill that guy instead of going to do it himself. But speaking of delivery, I love the fact that both you and I took one look at how they were doing some of the delivery stuff, and we're like, oh, this is like The Witcher. We both had that reaction. I'm just...
Yeah, there's obvious Witcher influence going on.
Funny thing is, I've never played The Witcher.
Oh, yeah?
I've just seen videos on YouTube of people talking about The Witcher, and the way they film it is so similar that just from like YouTube videos, I was able to pick up like, oh, this is like The Witcher.
Oh,
and that is comical to me.
I don't even remember any of like the Witcher TV show. I think I've watched the first season, but I've played those games.
Yeah, the Witcher games is what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's. I mean, the most obvious influences outside of Final Fantasy itself are like Devil May Cry and Kingdom Hearts, and then like Dragon's Dogma and The Witcher. And it's kind of those two tiers. You have your action game. Well, they're all action games. But you have your DMC and Kingdom Hearts, and it's not really like either of those. It's more like DMC, but not quite. Little bit like Kingdom Hearts, but not really. And then all of the like structure and interaction with people and how they built the world is a lot like Witcher and Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah, but just we were talking about like the delivery of stuff and how definitely like how deadpan it was, and I remember. I think it was one of your streams. You're like, you can see the money disappear the moment you starting to deal with anybody outside of a main quest.
Oh yeah, that's another 14 thing. Like I can tell you the structure. Like we were talking about structure and delivery, right? So the way 14 goes and the way this game goes, although it begins a little bit different because they throw like a bunch of money in the beginning. This game has a very strong intro. Like onboarding.
Yeah, thing. like I said, the beginning and the intro, like the demo up through the Garuda fight, you see the money and it looks great and it gives you an expectation of what you're going to be playing the rest of the time, and then it falls off a fucking cliff.
I mean,
and then it comes back up a few times. It has its high points, but it it never is as consistently good as those first couple hours. And that is so disappointing because I did all of that in like one stream and I had like 5 or 6 hours of like, this game is going to be amazing because it's going to be like this all the time. And then it wasn't.
I don't know. Like when you first meet Ultima, it's pretty great. And like every single cutscene is pretty good. All of Dion's stuff is mwah. Odin, we can talk about.
We'll get to Dion.
We'll get to character specific, scene specific stuff later on. But the structure of how they do this, typically speaking, is you have your kind of like random setup bullshit, and then you have your kind of like side questy world building bullshit. But there might be something kind of big in there, which is kind of like the stuff that's more for what we were just talking about, like up to Garuda. That's kind of like you and Sid palling around. There's a lot of good quips. You get to see some action with that first little dragon boss fight, mini boss fight. And then there's some more setup bullshit. And then there's the money, which is where like the 2 Garuda fights happen and that entire Kaer Norvent section happen.
Yeah, if Freet and all that stuff, like, oh, it's so good.
Right. And so this game starts with like money, money, money. You get a big battle scene, the flashback, which is kind of like some setup stuff, but then you do the like cool swamp section with the Morrible. Hey, that's neat. And then there's more setup, all your people talking back at base, and money happens with like Phoenix, Ifrit, everybody being betrayed. And then end of flashback. There's just like money throughout in the first like
they
2-3
leave a
hours.
very good first impression.
Yeah.
And entertainingly enough, Steam lets you
so everything
games.
follows that formula of like setup, it's kind of cool, setup, money, repeat.
One thing I do want to comment: the game's quality only declines well after the point where you would be able to return the game on like Steam or PlayStation Store or something like that.
Sure, I don't think that's intentional. And honestly,
either, but it is funny to point it out.
No, yeah, and honestly, like you get to see the money turn off, like long before you get to Garuda. The first hideout is cool looking, but in comparison to almost everything before that, people had like really good lip syncing. Their models were looking good, but then you first get that hideout and you're talking with like Karen, who's great, and Blackthorn, who's great, but you don't really know him yet. His character kind of comes out progressively over the story, whereas Karen is just good up front. Where you're talking with anybody for the very first time in that first hub.
They're very deadpan,
Yeah, you can see them just kind of standing around and not moving too much. They do the thing where like if someone needs to hand something to another one, their hands are just barely off screen, so we don't have to like put an item in their hand, animate them placing something down, or actually like one character handing an item to another character.
Yeah.
You can see the money disappear as soon as you get to that first hideout for the very first time. And then it comes back in Kaer Norvent with like a little bit in between with Sid and everybody else. Or Sid in like the forest and the Fafnir fight.
Well, also like the first what were the like little mini harpies? Like the first like mini harpy boss was a good one too. Where there's some good stuff there, and Benedict's assassins and
it was either that's a thing I actually want to ask you about. Those were Suparna and Sharada, which is another 14 reference. If you do Garuda hard, extreme, I forget which one. There's like the regular Garuda fight in 14, and then there's progressively harder ones that you never actually have to do, but can for challenge. And in one of them, you have to fight Suparna and Sharada before you can even touch Garuda. So that's where they come from. But yeah, they're basically like not even mini boss enemies. Although when you fight the one and then the two of them, they're like presented like mini bosses. What was just aside of all of this, what was your favorite normal enemy?
I don't know, they're all kind of bland after a while because there wasn't a lot of enemy variety because it's always like there's some kind of canine, there's some kind of flying creature, usually like a wasp or something.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's people, but usually not. There's like usually just like a bug or a crab. Like they just kind of reused a lot of the patterns. Like, and
That's
it was clear like whatever money they had, they didn't spend it on enemy designs. They spent it on the big showy cutscene fights, which were amazing. But
yeah, they're really
like,
good.
They really needed better like enemy design, or at least
I think
a couple more like enemy
this is
types.
immediately getting into like a completely different topic that I want to talk about more.
Okay, we'll put a pin in this and come back.
Yeah,
'cause we're but yeah, for just generally regular enemies fighting them, think honestly, once I got that chocobo, I stopped dealing with regular enemies as much as possible.
Oh yeah, same.
So yeah, I didn't really have them. Like maybe the fallen robot people. They were kind of neat to look at.
Okay, I think my favorite enemies were probably the liches, but those ninjas were pretty cool too.
Ultima's minions and the ninjas. Yeah, those were good.
Yeah. That's not like my favorite design, just my favorite regular enemy to fight. And that's clearly like half a step above regular enemies, right?
Yeah.
But we'll get to enemies in combat later.
Yeah. So yeah, my hot take, game Pete Garuda, because like I said, right afterwards you have this kind of like very MMO-y section where there's these long drawn up bits. There's a whole bunch of just shit that you don't need to do that doesn't help the story and kind of feels like it's wasting a lot of my time.
See, I still liked a lot of the side quests around there.
You can like them. You can like them.
The Racistville side quests are amazing.
I didn't like those.
I like those so much.
I didn't like those because like I'm just like by that point I was starting to get very tired. Like they're really beating a dead horse with this. And then you get to the first guy. He's like, "Slave, come here. Go help my son from this wolf. I hired you, didn't I?" And like, even Clive's like, "Wait a minute. Why did you hire somebody to go save your son from a wolf? That doesn't make any sense."
Right?
Fine, I'll do it. And the kid's like, you weren't supposed to win. You were supposed to die.
Stop talking back. You're not supposed to be able to speak."
Yeah, and they just kind of annoyed me. I'm like, that's it. We're just gonna turn a freak and just burn down this entire farmland. And we can't. And and
that's completely outside Clive's character and what you're setting out to do from the very beginning, anyway. Like you don't want to kill all of the natives. You want to change the order of things.
Clive doesn't want to kill all the natives. At that point, I did. I'm like,
I mean, okay,
fuck this shit.
For everything around more. For everything around more, that's pretty fair.
Yeah, because you get to the second one, and there's like, my Betty's gone missing. Would you help me find her?
Yeah.
And my Chloe's gone missing. And I walked away from the little girl going, there's a 50-50 chance this is a person versus a dog.
Oh, there's a 100% chance that that's a person and not a dog, because they did all of the language was like my pet ran away, except they never said dog, they never said cat.
Yeah, there are signs, and I was holding out hope. And then you get to the second verse, like, so she's looking for Chloe.
No.
Oh, that filthy thing, she was over by the windmill. And I'm like, okay, there's 100% chance it's a person now.
Right,
like,
yeah.
It was no longer a mystery. It's just another instance where they're just like, we're just going to beat you over the head with how awful these people are. And I don't want that kind of game. I didn't enjoy that. That wasn't fun to me.
That is precisely what they were going for.
Yeah, like I said, by that point, I was already on point with like, we're going to turn over this world order. We're going to burn this empire down to the ground. We will fuck up these people's lives because it is the right thing to do. And let's do it. Why are you making me watch more of this? I'm already agreeing with you. Stop it.
Well, so the 14 team, like, where the 14 team gets some criticism, in 14, one of the big things, and there's a few, but one of the big things that keeps popping back up is like, can we please not have like rehabilitation of our terrible genocidal villains over and over again? Like, and they love doing that, but more than that, they love focusing on like, well, all of these people are still human. All of these people are still people. You can't dehumanize them just because they're evil genocidal maniacs or they're Imperials. And Final Fantasy has always had a thing of like, Okay, industrialization, mistreatment of nature, probably not great. Empire, bad.
Mm-hmm.
And so they constantly drive that home. It's not as well. It's usually not as graphic in 14 as it is in 16, but like they were going for that mature rating, and so
they were.
And so like you gotta have a lot of sections of people mistreating their slaves, especially when you come from Rosaria, which doesn't really mistreat their slaves in comparison to comparison to everyone else.
Your father was killed 15 years earlier, and
right.
Or 13 years earlier, and then your mother was in control, and then they 100% went back to mistreating their slaves.
Oh my God, the mom. We'll talk about her.
We'll get to mom.
We'll get to fucking Annabelle.
We'll get to Clive's. Yeah, Jesus. So to go back on my answer to your several questions ago.
Mm-hmm.
So there was the MMO stuff and just how prevalent I felt it was, and how I didn't really like it. The side quests that kind of dragged on.
There are a lot of side quests.
And the shit all over the place. Like, I was finding things near the end of the game where it's like, oh, there's a shiny on the field. I'm going to run up to it. And it's like, 2 gil. I'm like, man, fuck you.
Yeah.
And it's such a waste of time. And I would run up to a chest and kick it open. It's like, 200 gil. I'm like, that's a potion. I'm dealing in hundreds of thousands of gil. Don't waste my time. I
really didn't have like a ton of gil until the end, but also the only thing you can really spend it on is like the orchestration rolls and some accessories that you may or may not want to use.
Interestingly enough, I noticed different merchants throughout the world actually had different orchestral soundtrack pieces as well as different accessories.
Yeah, as well as unique accessories. So it's like it's a reason to go back to them.
Yeah. And I did spend a bunch of mine. So yeah, the most consistent thing you'll use it for is potions, which I didn't have to use as much because I was on story mode.
You also like find a couple of potions and a high potion or two before every single difficult fight.
Yeah.
Like it has boss fountains.
Yeah.
The game will replenish you before you go into a boss fight.
Yeah. So but it had all of those things, all of that kind of pulled that down, and then you got to a bunch of story stuff near the end and it just fell flat. That Odin fight is so disappointing to me. Like the Odin fight alone is disappointing just because you have this kind of like it's one like it ties into like my overall opinion about the game, which is it's good, but it could have been so good.
It could have been a lot better.
That's how I feel about it. Like it could have been better because you've been conditioned by the point you get to Odin, where like you're gonna have these really good fights for these icons.
Yeah,
you have Benedicta, then you have Semi-Prime Benedicta, then you have Garuda, and it's amazing every step of the way. For Kupka, you just go straight to Semi-Prime. That's a good fight.
That's a really good fight.
That's a better fight.
Just that Titan fight's so hype. I love it. That's the fight that Platinum made.
Nice. You have Bahamut.
Before that, you have the Typhon fight, which is hype.
You also have the Typhon fight, which is good. And there's an interesting thing that they did with that too. And one thing I like with it, which we'll get to. We'll get to. Let me make a note here. Do
you have these notes in like a Google Doc or something?
Yeah, just a Word doc.
Oh, okay.
But you have all of those. So you have like because like Benedicta is a very much Garuda is very just knockdown, drag out slugfest. Like you are punching her in the face and dragging her face across the ground.
And part of that is because of like how limited your moveset is at the time. You don't have your limit break. You don't only have Phoenix skills.
No, I'm not talking specifically icon fights.
Oh, okay.
But let me make my point. Like for her, you have this knockdown drag out fight. You have this giant spectacle for Titan. Then you have the space kaiju Gurren Lagann fight against Bahamut.
Yeah, that fight's so good. Holy shit.
You get so by the time you get to Odin, you're like, this Odin fight is going to be amazing, and it's not. It's really only the Semi-Prime
fight
compared to the rest of them. Like on its own,
compared to the rest of them, I really liked the Odin fight.
I didn't. because
It's so good.
it's kind of weird where like
Odin himself, one of the like probably the weakest villain in the game, but that Odin fight is really good.
I didn't. No, it did not sell me because I used to write as a hobby and I still do a little bit. So story structure matters a lot for me. He has the classic third act breakdown, and it's just they didn't sell it to me.
I don't
They
know
didn't.
what that has to do with the fight. The character, yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, I mean, the character's the one you're having a fight with. He's the one whose ass I'm trying to kick.
Sure,
So,
but you have like the conversation with him before and kind of in the middle and at the end, and I agree with you there. The fight itself, where you are physically playing the game, great.
I still disagree because that was another thing where like up against some of the other bosses, like they'll give you quick time events that mean something. Odin, you have almost no quick time events, and even one of them, like you do the quick time event, you land the hit right, he still throws you against a tower, knocks you down, stabs you in the chest, and breaks your free form, and you proceed to the next phase of the fight. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's cool.
No, like I feel like if you're pressing the buttons right, it should reward you. And it didn't.
Wait. You're talking about pressing buttons right in a quick time event.
Yes.
The part where you press the buttons right is outside of the quick time event.
You do it in both situations.
I mean, you press a button in quick time events. You press all the buttons outside of the quick time event.
But no, just like as the fight progressed and as Odin started to break down, as Barnabas started to lose his shit and like laugh maniacally, like I'm just like, man, you're losing your absolute mind over the fact that we just won't fucking agree with you and say that your god's a really awesome god. Like that's your whole problem with us by this point.
But at the same time, he's kind of loving that you're better than him.
He is reveling in the challenge.
Which is exactly what,
and he says that.
Which is exactly what he wanted. Like that's his goal is to give you the Odin power.
Yeah, that is the funny thing. Like you get to the end of the fight and he's very much like, I still win. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then he grabs you by the leg and feeds you Odin, and it's just like, it's like, oh shit.
He's absolutely maniacal. His philosophy is super bunk. When you examine his character, he's kind of just like simping for his mom, but also just a broken person who doesn't believe in anything anymore, except for this like deific being that's giving him purpose, which is very, very antithetical to like everything Clive and the rest of the cast stand for.
Oh yeah, he's diametrically opposed. And I even said in one of your streams, he reminds me of like a crypto bro who heard all of these great buzzwords and is parroting them back to you.
Yeah,
but none of them fucking mean anything.
Yeah,
he's just
he has wholly bought in to this ideology that he doesn't actually understand.
Yeah, because at least for Ultima, it's just like, oh, it's alien. It's speaking from a different perspective, but he is fully human. He should understand you from at least some capacity, and he's a human trying to act like Ultima, and he just kind of comes off as a douchebag.
Yeah,
who's menacing as fuck. Those first two fights against him, like the cutscene event where he just kicks your ass, and then the fight at the bottom of the sea, both of those are good, and they do a great job of establishing his menace as a character.
Yeah, I like those a lot too, for sure.
And then you get to the fight where you're actually supposed to fight him, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna do the semi-prime fight, and then I don't even know what the icon fight's gonna be, because we did the physical martial fight, we did the fighting the thing that was bigger than me, we did the space fight. I don't know. Maybe he's gonna cut a hole through time, or we're gonna go tumbling through space and time.
Yeah, I'll agree that I
him on a horse.
I'll agree that I totally wanted an icon fight out of that, but he goes icon for a phase or two in that fight. It's not the same thing because you don't get to play as Ifrit versus Odin. But you get kind of both in one. And so I agree that it definitely would have benefited from having a full-on icon fight.
I think that's a place where they cut the money. And they're just like,
we want to spend where they were running out of money.
Yeah, I think they wanted to spend their money elsewhere, and they didn't want to spend it on that. And we had every reason to have high expectations for an Odin fight, because they've shown us that in every previous instance. They've shown us that over and over again. That, when you fight another dominant, you're gonna have a big badass fight.
Yeah, And definitely before that, they were
didn't have that.
Definitely before that too. They like progressed in such a good way. Like you were talking about, the Garuda fight is such a great, like, we're both big hulking kaiju, slow knockdown drag out type of thing. And then you get to Typhon, and you're like, oh shit, I'm fast as Ifrit now. And the Soken stops doing the author, the music author, stops doing, or the composer rather, stops doing the like, here's our traditional fantasy music that references a bunch of old Final Fantasy music, and here's Soken. Here's an EDM battle piece. And it rules. And you finally get like, oh, I basically have Clive's full regular moveset as Ifrit. You can dash in the air, you can dodge in the air, you move real quick, you can do your stinger, you can do air combos, you get your magic burst, and then Ifrit slowly gains his own skills. Granted, outside of Typhon. But, well, I guess you get like the dash.
Yeah.
And it keeps building from there. And you don't get that with Odin.
Yeah, you get nothing with Odin. Odin is a fight that it feels like they cut.
But you
Odin.
also have,
and you get like not a consultation, what's the right word for it?
consolation.
Consolation. It's like a consolation fight. Like, we'll put in,
I don't know. I really like that fight.
What is essentially a better version of the second fight, but instead of actually fighting Odin, you're just fighting Barnabas, and he's just talking at you a lot. And then he'll turn into Odin for a sec, swing a sword to the stage, and you're dodging around. And it just, I had such higher expectations.
He fills that screen with damage multiple times, and he has multiple moveset or multiple attacks that like he's one of the few enemies that will hit you for like 90% of your health if you let him.
Yeah, he's dangerous as fuck.
He's dangerous. It's good. And you get to fight Big Odin Icon on foot, which is different and cool, but it would have been better if they had like the actual full Icon fight. Totally agree.
Yeah, I'm upset by that. So like, again, like why I'm 6.5 out of 7, like, especially when I hit that point, I'm just like, I'm getting tired of Ultima spouting this whole bullshit about consciousness and Barnabas just parroting him like a fucking idiot.
Well, he was a zealot.
You used a 4-letter word that I was reading a bit. Apparently, Twitch doesn't like when we use that word. The S word, we shall refer to it as.
Okay.
Yeah.
Twitch
apparently does not like that word.
I know there was some drama around that a while back. I think you're okay now, as long as you're not using it like a lot and being angry about it. But yeah, sure, we can avoid it.
I'm going to avoid calling him that, but I will agree. He 100% is one. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rad is correct with what he typed into his chat. That's the word I'm avoiding using.
Yeah.
But yeah, 100% he's that.
Yeah. I would call him that, and he's a zealot. And that's another thing.
Yeah, he's a dark paladin, which is actually a very interesting character.
Well, he's a dark knight.
Well, yeah.
Which is
a dark knight, yeah.
A very Final Fantasy and especially 14 thing. But taken to like an extreme. The player character Dark Knight in 14 is very different. But I would call him that 4-letter word we don't want to say on Twitch. Yep. And he's also a zealot, which is another thing that the FF series, like as a whole, but especially 14 and like a few in like tactics and this game are really down upon. Like the arc that Jill gets over in the Iron Island is like, there's nothing redeemable about these zealots. These priests.
That's a little side thing I kind of want to take a note on.
Sure, we're going back and forth in between like story structure and combat, and I would separate the two.
Yeah, but yeah, generally my things I didn't like. There was a lot of things about it that left bad taste in my mouth, especially the ending, which we will talk at length later about that. But generally speaking, my score for this initially was a 5, and I'm like, but it's very pretty. And that pushed it up to a 6. And the music's very good. I'm like, oh, do I want to give it the 7?
The music's so good.
So that's why I'm 6.5. The game is a 5 with fantastic graphics and combat and very good music. And that is why it's 6.5 for me.
I have issues with the combat as someone who likes action stuff, but we can talk about combat later.
Yeah, but as somebody who is not an action player, I like the combat. I think the combat is one of the better.
Yeah, it feels really good, right?
The best parts of the game. Yeah.
It feels super good.
So, one thing I want to put this on now.
Yeah, sure. Anything else that like kind of dragged it down for you? We can keep that as the focus for now.
I mean, you just be listening to me bitch about a lot of things.
That's fine. We can go back and forth about stuff you didn't like.
Let's actually change this around. Let me switch to another question. And what's one thing you didn't like when you first encountered it in the game, but then after you got past it, as you went back to think about it more, you actually liked it. It grew on you. What was something that did that?
That's a good question, because I feel like I really liked most of the game and then like discovered more and more negatives as I went on. And none of it ever dragged it down to being like horrible or even like really bad, except for like a very important half of the combat. But so
okay,
I didn't encounter anything that was like, damn, I don't like that, and then it gets a little better. I don't think.
Okay, I actually had one because I have answers to all of my questions.
Sure, yeah.
For me, as much as I bitch about the third Barnabas fight, the second Barnabas fight, the one at the bottom of the ocean, at the time I hated it because I'm like, I started fighting him and I'm like, oh, there's no way I'm going to be able to break him. It's not going to be possible. They just juiced up his numbers. This is bullshit. Let me actually fight him, game. Come on. You really have to give me a scripted loss. But
it's the only Joker fight in the game.
Yeah, and then it is essentially scripted. It is a scripted loss.
Yeah.
But what's interesting and what I didn't realize at the time, not only is that part of a 3-act thing for Barnabas in general, because you fight him 3 times. You fight him in the cinematic scene where he kicks your ass. You fight him at the bottom of the sea where he kicks your ass. And you fight him at the end where you win. And even in that final fight, has 3 distinct arcs. Like you go to 3 different platforms in that fight. So there's 3 acts in that fight, which is very good. And from a structural standpoint,
yeah, that's part of why I really liked that fight. Like it has, that fight with Barnabas has more to it than your fight with Garuda or your fight with Kupka.
Yeah, there's a lot in it and a lot built up because
completely excluding the icon fights.
The Barnabas fight really starts with that cutscene following Sleipnir.
Yeah, I don't consider that a fight, but it's definitely like an encounter. Your cast is meeting with him, and you fail hard.
Yeah, they don't even let you try.
Right.
But that second fight, the one at the bottom of the ocean,
that was pretty cool.
The more I think back on it, the more I'm like, this is training you for the time you're actually going to be fighting him.
Yeah.
This is showing you his moveset before you're going to be put in a position where you actually... Because if you fuck up and die here, you fuck up and die here. It is what it is. But, like...
Yeah, you can lose that fight, but then you make it to the end phase, and that's scripted.
Yeah, you get to see him charge his ability. You get to see that, oh no, he can move while he's charging. He fully can do that. You get to see, what happens when he finishes charging the super move? He one-shots you.
You die because he's Odin. That's what Odin does.
Odin technically doesn't do it to other bosses and stuff, but
your traditionally you call in Odin and he either one-shots people or he does a fuckload of damage.
But it is not only escalating the menace of the character, it is a fight that is a training ground for you, the player, on when it's going to matter, when you actually need to take this guy out. This is the fight that's giving you a preview of what that later fight's going to be like. Yeah. And the further I got on and the more I thought back to that second fight, the more I'm like, I actually like that. I like that. And it got me thinking about other fights and other things that they did that way. And that ties me into something I wrote down here. Something we touched on a little bit earlier. Ifrit. Where the first fight is just all physical. It's a slow kaiju fight.
It's big, it's slow, it's heavy.
Yeah, you get big and slow and heavy. And then you get to Typhon, and you're moving faster, and you're running around.
Yeah.
You're much more agile.
Yeah.
And then you get to Titan, And
it's the biggest, coolest cinematic thing in the whole shit until Bahamut. And even then, there's like more going on in the Titan fight.
Well, Titan is not only much faster and more mobile, but also you get an ability. It's your first skill for a Freet. And then you get to Bahamut, and not only do you get your second skill, and you now need to like pay attention to keep your cooldowns up and make sure they're available for your burn phases and stuff. You also get to experience that aerial combat in space.
Right, you have like a 3D field now. You're flying around, which is training for Ultima.
Exactly, and that is a thing that once I got to Ultima at the end of the game and I fought him, I'm like, all of those were incrementally training me and teaching me how I should be ready to fight Ultima, so they don't just drop me into Ultima's fight with all these new abilities that I don't know how to use.
So
and that's very good progression. I liked that too.
So you've noticed something that is a staple of a lot of action game combat: the rival fight. And that's something that this game actually doesn't do as well as a lot of other games, because you essentially have a rival fight with Ultima, but you only ever fight him like twice. You fight him like right after Odin, and then you fight him at the end. In like, what's a really good example? In DMC 3, you have a couple of in a couple of different action games, you'll have a rival, a character that has a moveset that is very similar to yours, and you're both constantly getting stronger throughout the game, and then you have like a couple of fights along the way, and then you finally have a fight, and like usually they win, and then you have a fight at the end when you're both at your strongest, and you barely win, you eke it out, you overcome that challenge. In this, you don't get to have fights with Ultima throughout the game, but all of the stuff you do is training for Ultima, which is very thematic, because he wanted you to get like up to his level so he could have his ultimate vessel.
But then he's also dumb enough to like, I'm going to give a vessel the power of a god and then take it over. What do you mean the vessel's not cooperating?
Well, yeah, that's the hubris of a god, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like Barnabas and Odin was kind of trying to be a bit of that rival fight too, and didn't pull that off either.
Yeah, it's weird, because all of the different icons...
There's not a true rival fight, but it is trying to do that in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, all of the like dominant and icon fights are kind of like that. They just have different characters instead of having one that is like powering up with you throughout the game. But they're all teaching you new stuff. They're all giving you new abilities, and then it culminates in the very big cool fight where you get to use all of it. Just all of it.
Yeah. So that was a thing, like I said, that like at the time, that Barnabas fight, the one at the bottom of the sea, just upset, because I'm like, okay, you didn't let me fight him the first time and he won. The second time you did let me fight him, but you fucked with his numbers and there was no way I could have won. Because like in terms of like level and equipment, you don't get significantly stronger between the undersea fight and actually fighting him in the tower.
Well, you get Shiva, which...
You get Shiva as an icon, but that is not numbers on the board for you. Like, level-wise, I did not gain many levels.
It's not stats.
Equipment-wise, yeah. And coming from a game that I'm like...
moves. And all...
I never
start talking about combat? I didn't use her too much because she's too good. Shiva's... I have things to say about the combat, and Shiva's part of it.
Okay.
I guess to kind of answer your question, I kind of felt that way about Barnabas's character, and that there was just nothing going on with Odin, and that was a little disappointing. And then there's nothing going on with Odin, or he's like mysterious man that doesn't give you anything as much as any of the other enemy characters in the game. And then you get to him, and like his speeches and his philosophy are not really satisfying, but at least he has more, and you ultimately see like what's driving him. Especially you get that scene with him in Ultima, and then you get all of the stuff he's saying during his fight, and like that's a kind of classic broken non-redeemable villain, which I was happy to see. He's still not very satisfying, but like you can understand where Benedicta and Kupka are coming from. You can understand
a bit,
where like Dion and the rulers of nations are coming from. Odin, you don't get any of that until he starts espousing, like basically just doing the kind of crypto bro Ultima philosophy stuff, which is not.
You're just like, dude, he's just full of shit.
He's just full of shit. He loves the smell of his own farts. Yeah. Like there's very little going on there actually, and it's won him this entire part of the nation and lasted him so long, and like the religion that's going on in this area feeds into it, but he's completely antithetical to everything that our party stands for, which is cool and good. But it's like, oh god, you never played Mass Effect.
Very little, but yeah.
In Mass Effect, spoilers for 1, 2, and 3, mostly 2 and 3, there's this character that's kind of the rival of like not only your character, but like the organizations and human organizations and governments that you're working for, called the Elusive Man. And he constantly has a plan, and he's causing trouble for you and getting in the way, but he constantly tells you he's doing it for the good of humanity. And so for like dozens and dozens and dozens of hours, he's clearly talking about how he believes like, well, but these sacrifices are worth it, actually. My ends justify the means type of thing. And when you get to like the ultimate confrontation with him right before the end of the third game, he kind of starts talking about justifying his philosophy, and then you can ask him any question, one of which is basically just like, but what if you're wrong though? And he completely fucking falls apart. And there's no satisfaction to any of his explanations. And it's kind of the same with Odin.
Yeah.
Like, you're just full of shit, actually.
Mm-hmm.
There's no... Odin has convinced himself that evil is good.
Yeah, he really has.
And he's less for it. It makes sense. It's nice to not have... It's nice that they didn't even try to, like, redeem and humanize that. Odin has dehumanized himself from the very beginning.
It's hard to humanize a guy who's just like, no, we should turn everybody into zombies because my god says so.
Even if you do have the, like, kind of interesting plot point of, like, wait, was all humanity like that in the beginning? Maybe. We don't know.
Maybe, we don't know.
But no one's been like that for thousands of years, so fuck you.
Yeah, you're still effectively killing people in the name of a god. The fact that they're still sort of pseudo alive, like there's no way to turn them back. Like once they go Akashic, the person they were before is just gone.
No, interestingly enough, that is a thing that gets dealt with in 14. But they did not have the time or budget or story reasons to do that here.
Yeah, because I remember seeing somebody do like a one for Endwalker where people were like going nuts because those things were doing stuff, and they were kind of turning some of them back around. But then also there was the stuff at the very end of 14 with the bird lady whose name I don't remember.
Well, so those are two very different things, actually.
Yeah, those are two very different processes of being turned into something else.
Yeah,
but they were definitely like, we're stripping the humanity away from this thing.
Yeah,
away from whoever you used to be, and turning you into something else. And maybe we can fix, maybe we can't.
Yeah, I guess real quick. This is not really important to 16 at all, but real quickly in 14. So there are these two different processes, and one of them you've been dealing with for basically the entire game. Up until you kind of sort of find a solution in Walker. And that is you have your primals, which are the equivalent of the icons in 16. And they're kind of it really depends on which one we're talking about. They're kind of sort of gods. Some of them exist as like an idea out in the live stream aether. Some of them are just like literal manifestations of faith. All of them are actually literal manifestations of faith and like a lot of aether being focused on. And the primal, when summoned, and why summoning is a problem, will like take on the aspects of the faith of the people who summoned them. So some of them, for example, like Rama in 14, kind of just wants to protect the forest that all of his sylphs and trance live in, and doesn't like people coming in, but he'll like have a conversation with you. Whereas like Ifrit and Leviathan are kind of just warlike expansionist style of gods. And so they all can do this thing called tempering, where they manipulate the aether that you're made out of and essentially mind control you. And so for the longest time in the game, it was this thing where like, oh god, tempering is really fucking bad because we can't do anything about it. Like if someone gets tempered, they just got to die. And that's the solution every single nation state has, is like, these gods are a problem. The people summoning them are problems. Kill them all. That's the only thing we can do about them. And then you find a way to like reverse them if they're not so far gone, because if they're like, depending on how far gone they are, how much of their original selves they still have left, you can kind of redo it. But you'll see like Leviathan also just horribly warp people into like Lovecraftian fish monsters, and there's no coming back from that. Whereas the Bird Lady, so both 14 and 16 kind of have this underlying thing of aether, which is basically the energy that all matter is made out of in the universe, if you want to like be reductionist about it.
Oh, actually, entertainingly, let's do a reductionist thing, because it's a reference from
Sure.
Horizon Forbidden West.
Okay.
Aether is one of the things you're looking for in that. It's actually one of the subroutines of Gaia, because you play the first one, right? You know about Gaia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like they talk specifically like Hades and Apollo are big ones to reference as subroutines of Gaia from the first one, because Hades is the thing that's causing all the problems, and Apollo should have taught humanity all about the world and then was lost.
Right.
And that's
right.
But in the second one, you start looking for other subroutines, and one of them is specifically called Aether. And they're all ancient, the names of ancient gods, and Aether is specifically a god of the air. So it's the magic in the air. It's ambient magic in the world.
Yeah.
But also it's part of yourself too, because you're breathing in. It goes through you. So yeah.
Yeah. In 14 and kind of 16, but more so a lot in 14, Aether is like the quanta that make up the subatomic particles that make up everything else. And so an eidolon, an icon, being able to like force shift people into their own aether alignment and mind control them, soul control them that way, has obvious very bad side effects. The Bird Lady in Endwalker, the End Singer, what was her actual name? I forget.
Whatever the End Singer was.
Her deal was, instead of using aether, she was using dynamis, which is, as opposed to being aether being like the material reality base form.
Dynamis was like emotionally charged.
Yeah, dynamis was the emotional.
Which that was another instance where like, talking about like Ultima, the hubris of a god, Ultima made his own destroyer, whereas, Endwalker spoilers, I guess. The guys that made that dynamis person, it's like, okay, so we made something that's powered, its magic is powered by emotions, and we also made it really empathetic, and we also made a bunch of them and connected them all to a hive mind.
Yeah, they have like a quantum connection thing. They can talk to each other instantaneously through any distance.
Yeah, like what would happen if if a bunch of them got really fucked up?
Yeah, and then we
poisoned the hive mind, and what would that do to all of them? Oh, it would completely fuck it up. It's like, you should have known better. You stupid gods, you made your own destroyer.
The person who made them was also emo, and then he sent them out into space to find other civilizations, because they didn't know if there were any other civilizations. and they found
And
a
he
bunch of dead
accidentally-
ones. Whoops.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Or
Oh, also they were
Dead-
all children
yeah,
at the
dead or
time.
dying ones. Yeah, that too.
Well, yeah, dead or dying ones. ENVtuber is great.
It is, but
Shadowbringers
it's
and
also,
ENVtuber are great. That guy had problems, clearly.
Yeah, but it's one of those things because Horizon, both Zero Dawn and Forbidden West, definitely have these times where somebody's like, "Yeah, I made my own destroyer," and it's like, why do that? Why you should be smarter than this. Don't do this. And that's just it's an aside there.
I feel like it's pretty well written and explored in ENVtuber.
I saw people like talking about it a lot, but it's still there is a part of me that's like, you should be smarter than this. Like
part of the dynamic that's going on there, which is I feel smarter than Ultima and 16, is like there was a bunch of very slow, very like lightly sprinkled in bits about how like there maybe used to be this ancient civilization, and that's literally there was, because of course there was, it's Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
And so you have the ancients, and there's a lot of like, damn, they were so perfect, they had magics beyond our imagination and they did nothing but good with them. What fucking happened? How did they die? And so part of ENVtuber is like literally time traveling back to there and seeing, okay, all of that is kind of true, but at the same time, they're just people. They still have regular people problems. And the dude who made Insinger had good intentions, but he was a little emo, and so was his creation, and things rapidly spiraled out of control because they're basically all godlike beings. Though,
and even
radically different from Ultima.
Yeah, very true. They're just like very detached and they just kind of don't get it. But I remember like watching a bit of ENVtuber where
Ultima
like the guy
is.
like literally, yeah, Ultima is. Where that guy even like literally like uses a spell to distort the memories of the people who found out he had done this thing and he was going to break the rules. Like, no, I need to have the answer. Time to wipe all your memories so you can't stop us. It's like, no,
Yeah.
no, you were wrong and you're a dumbass and you should not do this. You should know better. You're like one of the leaders of your people and you did a dumb, stupid fucking thing like this. Knock it off.
He was like a head researcher. He wasn't one of the council.
I thought he was. I thought he had a position on it.
No, he was being considered for a position on it to replace somebody, but he wasn't one of their like, I think it was like 12 or it wasn't one of their 13.
I thought because it was Fan Daniel, right? The original Fan Daniel.
Yes.
I thought Fan Daniel was the rank. Like he was the Fan Daniel as opposed to his name specifically.
I'm trying to remember. I might be thinking of it wrong. But you know what? I'm not going to look it up. He was definitely super high up, in charge of like a bunch of research and development stuff, magical research and development stuff.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things like you give some guy an unlimited research budget and the ability to do whatever the fuck he wants, and he builds a destroyer of worlds. Like what?
Yeah. Well, he wanted to build an empathetic creature based off of some energy source that they didn't quite understand.
But he's still like
he
still
did
something
end
like,
up building their end for sure.
Yeah. Well, and something that probably has killed God knows how many people throughout the universe in that time.
Oh yeah,
Like,
there's implications that like the end times that happened to the ancients that Heidelin staved off, and then the rest of the fucking like 30,000 years of Final Fantasy XIV happened. Were just kind of happening to planets all over the universe.
Yeah, because this one guy is like, I wonder if there's life outside other than us. Let's find out in the worst way possible.
It was not very smart.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be like
he had an emotional intelligence, right? Like he had his book smarts. Being a
he
researcher.
had book smarts, and he had no pragmatism. He was all STEM education, no humanities.
Yes, but that doesn't stop his character from being more emotionally driven than like cold logically driven.
it still comes down to me just being like they wondered so hard about how they could do it. Never stopped to question whether or not they should.
Right. Like it's yes. And it's definitely a point where like he's going out of his way to hide aspects of his research and projects from everybody else, including people of his rank and above.
Yeah, which, that's
not the smartest thing to do. Like people were constantly warning him to not do it.
And he ignored them. So
yeah. He felt it was more important to like pursue the emotional whims.
Yeah. We have gone way far afield though.
Told you I was going to talk about 14.
I figured you were going to, like, because you have a lot more experience with 14, and you definitely see more of it in this game than I do, because I just don't see much of it at all because I didn't play much.
All over the place. But I can put that off for a while.
So I've asked you a couple questions in a row. Did you have any other questions for me? I still have some more.
No, here's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the combat, and if you want me to go off about 14 stuff, I can be like, this fucking enemy, this place, this song. There's so much minutia of 14 spread throughout. Like half of the elemental swords you get from killing bosses are just FF14 swords.
Oh god, they just reuse the model. That's so cheap.
It's the Titan sword is like almost directly taken exactly from FF14. A couple of swords are like Dark Knight swords. I honestly am kind of suspicious whether or not a lot of the NPC models are just like hyper upscaled FF14 models.
That would be a way to save money. They spent all their money on those couple of really big icon fights, and everything in between was just padding.
Yeah, there's definitely padding in the game. That's not even a question.
Yeah, I agree.
Whatever you have left, go off with that.
I have one that's related to combat, so I'll leave that till we're done talking about combat, because we can bring that up then.
Yeah,
but
I have things to say.
Yeah, and I have things to say too about the combat, because I actually liked it. But as I say, aside from the ending of the game and the Odin fight, which were two things I did not like, and we'll get into the ending later. We already got into Odin. What were things you thought were going to turn out differently at certain points of the game?
There were a couple of things I thought were going to turn out differently. I thought we were going to find out more about the Fallen. I thought that our second home base was going to actually turn into a flying airship at one point.
Yeah, I was really hoping for an airship too.
Like early on, it was like 200%. They called it the Invincible.
Yeah.
That's the ship from FF9 and like several others.
Yeah, and the Enterprise was
the Enterprise is from 4, and it's also like Sid's own small personal airship in 14. Yep. I thought they were going to do that, but then Mid has the side quest where you're like, I want to build like a model airship. She wants to build like a model airship to like have a proof of concept. And then she's like, it didn't work. Well, it's probably for the better actually, because they'd be huge engines of war, and she's not wrong.
Yeah, she in the process of trying to make her proof of concept, she's just like, I shouldn't do this. This will make the world a worse place. I'm going to stop now. And you're sad that you're not getting airships, but at the same time you're like, holy shit. Mid had a moment. Mid had a great character moment, and she's fucking right.
She's totally right.
Love her for it.
She's totally right. You can, if you have previous Final Fantasy knowledge, you can be like, yeah. Almost Final like Fantasy half of the airships in these games have been engines of war. Some of them bomb.
Starts off with them being bombing ships.
Yeah, exactly. FF4 starts off with and has multiple points in the game where like a fleet of airships just bomb things into oblivion. If you're not familiar with any other Final Fantasy games, part of some of the lore you can read in this one talks about how the Fallen civilization were like all in airships, which is why you don't find cities anywhere. They have like a couple of ruins underground, but there's just airships littering the landscape because those were their cities.
Yeah.
And they clearly were using them for war against Ultima, and they fucking failed.
Yep.
So yeah, I like Mid a lot. I can't believe Sid named his daughter Mid, but whatever.
Well, he named her something else, and she abbreviated it to
It's
Mid.
Midola,
Yeah.
which I think is like an FF3 reference.
I'm not sure about that one. I don't know where they're pulling it from.
It's been a
but I
really
do think
long
it's
time
funny.
since I've played 3 or 5, and it's one of those two. But I remember more about 5, so I want to say it's 3. For the longest time, I was like, the only mid I can think of is like Melia Duel, which is not even a mid. That's just tactics.
See, what's funny? I remember watching that part in one of your streams, and you're just like, "Who is she? Is she this character? Is she that?" And I remember my response to her was to bring up the thing like, "Who the fuck is this mid person? Why do we seem so familiar?" Telemon. Wait, wasn't Sid's last name? This is Sid's daughter that we got him a letter for. Oh,
yeah,
we got to meet her. This is so cool. Then she fucking sends you off on a whole bunch of quests. I'm like, man, this fucking bitch.
Yeah, those quests were like a little bit too long, but I love Mid as a character.
Yeah, but
she's incredibly well acted and written. She gets like a very small pirate arc.
Mm-hmm.
She's great.
Interestingly enough, her pirate arc, specifically the point at the end when she crashes the ship and gets you out after the last crystal, when she shouts, "Great Grieger's gash!" I'm like, wait, where did that come from? It was either that or shortly thereafter when I realized that the Grieger they've been referencing this whole time was a female god.
Yeah.
Which is entertaining. So she's just like, "God's vagina, we gotta get out of here." And I'm like,
yep.
Mid.
Yeah. No, she goes full pirate. Mid is swarthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another interesting thing because they never really go too much into Grieger, except for like a couple of times they talk about like.
I don't even think they're in the book. I don't even think Tome says info on Grieger. I could be wrong, but
I think there's an entry on it, but it says very, very little. The only time it's ever important, I think, is at one point Josh is talking about, I think I know where to probably find like a full version of the mural. And it's over in Ash because Ash never had like the turn of religion that Storm had. So a lot of the old religion is still going on, or at least documented, over in Ash. And that was clearly more about Ultima. And then whatever change happened is when Grigor came about, and they're like, God's probably better, actually. They're all right. They're not going to result in the end times, which is clearly what the old religion over in Ash was talking about.
Grigor was probably one of the fallen who Ultima killed.
Yeah, it was maybe they were like a fallen leader, and that became the change of religion over in Storm. Maybe it's just myth, and people wanted something happier to believe in. I don't think it's ever spelled out. But the 14 part is in 14. Everybody prays to fucking Hydaelyn, who is real and a matron deity, and also an ancient that staved off the end times and is kind of responsible for wiping out the ancients in the current state of the world.
Yeah.
But so there's history of Final Fantasy having like matriarchal religion.
But was there anything else that you wish it turned out differently, other than, like I said, the ending and in my instance the Odin fight?
I liked the ending.
We'll get into that more later. We'll deal with that after combat.
Yeah, we can like continue progressing through the story if you want, and then combat.
Well, no,
or
we'll
like
combat
characters.
We'll do combat next because this is my last question outside of a combat one.
Okay.
The one thing I thought would be different, I thought Benedicta was going to join the team at one point. I thought she was going to be as fucked up as she was.
What?
Yeah, give me a minute for this one.
Go off. Cook.
I thought she was going to join the team for the very early interactions you have with her. In part because of Sid and her relationship with him, and then also because when she's talking with Josh and Yote, she very clearly is aware of Mythos. Like she's talking to him in a way like, you have power beyond compare. Like it's very much like, it seems like she's trying to, and thinks that he's Mythos.
Yeah.
So
because she has dealings with Odin.
I could see her switching. yeah, I could see her switching sides, basically leaving Odin for Sid, and also she has a history because they show in one flashback and then one present thing where she's getting buddy with a dominant in kind of like a power makes me safe kind of way, and I thought she would kind of do that and not
she
necessarily
uses
be a
her
good,
talents.
yeah. And not necessarily that she would be a good person or even really an ally per se, but I thought she would join the party in a way that like served her own ends. And in the end, she just dies. But for a very brief time at the beginning, I was like, maybe she'll join our party and we'll have all the dominance on our side for some reason, or we'll have that. And
she was very much all about serving her own ends. That's for sure.
I just thought. I thought that just there would be some kind of interconnection there before she really just goes way too far.
She loses it.
Yeah.
Or is mind control triggered by
take...
Ultima? It's up for debate.
I don't think she was so much.
So the reason it's possible is because of Dion's scenes, right? So when Dion, which like real quick, gay Bahamut, best Bahamut.
Yeah, I agree. Dion's a fantastic character.
So
I didn't really get the love for him when he first showed up. I'm like, all right, he's kind of okay. Yeah, and then the more he was around, the more I was like, man, this guy needs to fucking live. This guy's amazing. This guy, I'll be so mad if they kill him off at the end.
Yeah,
we'll get to that.
You see him first, or the first time you see him, and you're like, okay, he's cool. He's Bahamut. He's like leader of the Dragoons. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, he's a prince person who's in the military, whatever.
And then you get like little bits with him and Josh, and okay, you get a little bit more with like him and Josh, cool. You get stuff with him and his dad and Annabelle and the child.
And the child. We'll get to Annabelle and the child. But then you get the scene with him and what is it, Terrence? Remember the name right?
Yeah, Terrence.
Yeah, and you're just like, oh,
cool.
Oh, we're going there.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, why not? Do it.
We're going there and we're being chill about it. Guard, what's that noise? And then Josh walks in. Excuse me, your grace. I'd like to have a moment of your time. I know you. And then just fades away. And it's like,
yeah. He's smart too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you get right after you get Bahamut powers, you get the flashback of Dion confronting his father, and with Annabelle and the child.
You get to see Ultima like basically wind him up and spin him loose, essentially.
Right. And so I've seen people be like, okay, but even after all of this, why was Bahamut just thrashing the place? Why didn't he turn then and there immediately after he killed his dad because his dad stepped in front of his lance when he was trying to kill the child? Which, by the way, Dion, before he even knows the child is Ultima, just goes straight for child murder. And that's a point in his favor.
Well, also, like, not only is the entire situation just wildly fucked.
Yes.
And at that point, he's just very much calling out, like, Father, you said for every citizen that dies, another can be bred. For every home that's destroyed, another can be built.
He throws his dad's words back in his face hard.
Yeah, and the kid's just like, so what's the point? That's their job. And Dion's like, fuck no! And just tries to kill this kid because he knows that kid's going to be a problem. And if he's 6 years old or however young that kid is, and he's already like, the people
kill the child.
For us. Kill the kid.
Take your spear and drive it through his skull. It doesn't matter how young he is, kill the child. Dion did nothing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But
he did one thing wrong towards the end. We'll get to that. He did a thing I didn't. He did some things I didn't agree with.
Yeah,
but for the most part,
okay.
For the most part, I agree with you.
He was perhaps too noble.
Too noble too pure for the world. I agree.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. It had been a while since the game killed off a main character.
Yeah.
But so the reason why I say maybe Ultima had a hand in driving Benedicta berserk is in that scene with Dion when Ultima as the child walks up to him, eyes start glowing, and he tells him to go. Dion's eyes turn yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And so the reason why, I'm pretty sure, but it's not specifically stated and spelled out, the reason why Bahamut was just berserk and you don't have them talking back and forth at all during that entire fight was
Mhm.
because Ultima was just triggered him. He mind controlled him and was like, "You go now. You become Bahamut. You do the destroy thing." And you see Benedicta's eyes turn the exact same way right before she primes into full Garuda.
Did they turn yellow? Or did they turn? Well, see that's
They turn
the thing.
yellow.
I interpret the coloration change to them priming rather than to the mind control.
But that doesn't happen to Sid, and that doesn't happen to Clive, and I'm not sure if you
I don't
see
think we
it
ever see it happen to Jill.
It doesn't happen to Jill. It definitely doesn't happen to Jill, and I'm not sure if you see it happen to Kupka or not.
Kupka would be the one I would expect it to happen to because he is actively being fucked with by Ultima.
He is losing it, and yeah,
well,
he has Ultima
specifically
illusions
puts
going
Benedicta
on
in front of him and shows Ifrit biting her neck, and then it transforms into Clive, and that's the thing
who
that
just grins at him.
Triggers him into Prime.
Right. Yeah, 100% he is being fucked with by Ultima. Whether or not he's being mind controlled there, I don't know. I didn't see his eyes, but the eyes thing it happens with Dion and it happens with Benedicta. So that may have been Ultima's doing.
She was pretty far from a crystal for that to happen, though.
Right. I've seen people talk about that. Like Bahamut and Titan go crazy strong because they eat mother crystals. But Bahamut was ravaging the town before he absorbed mother crystal energy. And Garuda wasn't near one at all.
Yeah. Well, even one of the first things that Bahamut tries to do is he tries to hit the mother crystal, doesn't he? And then it like feeds back into him and like interacts with him in a way.
Yeah. He like
he tries to hit the town first, or if he goes for the crystal first. But he definitely does interact with the crystal, and the crystal does.
It looks like he's trying to destroy it, and then it like shoves energy into him. But even before that, he was just mega flaring the town.
Yeah. Okay. So that was before.
Yeah.
It is possible. Like we don't even know. Like to touch briefly upon Annabelle, because we're not quite there yet. We'll talk at length about Annabelle. Like presumably some aspect of her was mind controlled by Ultima, but like how much of her actions can we blame on him? Like,
right.
I don't think he was driving her to betray your father. I think that was all her.
I think that was all her. The game goes out of its way from the very first time you see her to be like, this lady a bitch.
Yeah, and she just gets worse and worse as the game progresses.
Right.
So
but demo there definitely has her being hyper evil like twice.
Yeah, more than that. Yeah. But she it's possible it was there influencing her at some points, because honestly, like, it's possible the reason why she spares Clive is because Ultima, like, she says kill him, and then a second later she's just like, on second thought,
yeah,
and then like, that could have been it, kind of like leaning in very gently to turn her around. But it's hard to say how much she was being affected, because at that point Ultima definitely knew about you, knew exactly where you were.
Yeah, he did. I read that as her like being like, kill him. Wait, I could be more sadistic if I made him a slave of the Empire. And the story has, heavy slavery themes.
Yeah. But yeah, no. To finish addressing my original question of like things I thought differently, I definitely thought Benedicta would join the party, and there would be some more interaction with her rather than just her dying immediately. Like, she's not a good person, but not everybody that joins your party is in every game. Well, I guess it is Final Fantasy. Actually, they tend to be pretty.
They tend to be pretty good. Definitely not always. I
thought that she would, with the mature rating, that they would try and like have an anti-hero on your team that was just like they were awful for their own reasons, and
they do give her like in a very short scene, they give her a incredibly sympathetic, very human backstory to kind of explain partially why she is the way she is.
Yeah.
She's just broken.
Yeah. But in general, I thought you were going to be accumulating more party members. And I was thinking earlier today, even, you never have a party bigger than Clive, two other people, and Torval.
Yeah.
It's only a 4-person party. That's the biggest you ever have.
God, we haven't talked about Torgal.
Best Talk about best side character. Move aside, Dion. There's the dog, and he's our best friend.
Yeah, that's tough for me because they're both so good.
You know
Torgal
what?
is like the best.
Dion
Torgal's like the best dog.
Dion is sharply dressed, dashing, a gentleman. Torgal jumped up, bit a woman around the throat, spun around her, and used the centrifugal force to throw her ass to the ground. Best dog.
Still,
best side character.
Still, maybe my favorite animation in the entire game.
Agreed. That is so good. And again, happens during the best part of the game. The best part, which is at the beginning.
I struggle to call that the best part, but
in my opinion,
I do love that fight.
Well, just like I said, like my belief of like the game is so good up through the Garuda fight. It happens during that part at the beginning. That's really good.
Yeah, it's very strong.
But yeah, like that was really the one thing I genuinely thought Benedict was going to join the party, and for whatever reason, and it never happened. So
yeah, I never thought that. I was like, I did kind of hope that Dion would actually be in the party like as a side character in combat, but they would have to build that out more for him to be available.
It would be easier to add Benedict because she's at least a sword fighter. Dion's a full-on dragoon. They have the dragoon bosses.
They have dragoon moveset stuff, and like everybody who's in your party, they don't do anywhere near as much as Clive. Like, I'll talk about this more when we start talking about combat, but like the game does not do a good job acknowledging how much of a walking nuclear warhead Clive is. And it emphasizes it. There are multiple scenes of like, oh my god, Ifrit destruction, holy shit. But walking around like with some Lubor stuff or whatever, like just throw us at the bandits. Please, whatever your squabbles are, just let us go slaughter all of them. It will take 2 minutes.
Yeah.
People walk up to Clive kind of sort of knowing who he is. He's a dominant or he's a bearer. That should be kind of scary. But like the crazy power level of Clive Rossfield is never really acknowledged. Even except for like Ultima, who only acknowledges it with denial.
Jill acknowledges it a little bit because she's just like, I'll still be at your side no matter what you become. Like that like beach scene with Jill.
Yeah, and that's a really good scene.
It is a very good scene. I did laugh because I went back. I think I mentioned to you at one point, and I went back and checked my VOD for it. Like, she gives him Shiva, and she just kind of like faints from it. She's leaning against him. They're both on the beach. They're naked. It's this very tender scene.
Well, then they had sex.
Let me get to that point.
Okay.
You know, this very tender scene is just like, I look forward to the day when I can be here with you again, and we can watch the moon together. I'm like, her fine ass titties are right in front of you, and you look up at the fucking moon. Clive Rossfield, god damn it, there is a limit to my patience. And then he kisses it. I'm like, fucking finally.
Fucking finally. I had the exact same reaction. In his defense, his fine ass titties are also in full display, and they're bigger. Clive's titties are on full display for like the whole fucking game. They're almost falling out of that shirt when you get his dad's costume and he just becomes a Dracula. That's such a low V cut. He's got such big pecs. Goddamn, Clive.
Yeah.
Calm down a little bit.
The armor is adding a little bit of that because I do notice he is small.
What has the red that like spreads out as it goes
armor
up? So it emphasizes it. Whoops.
It is. Yeah. Yeah. But
I just wanted to talk about how big Clive's titties are because goddamn, they're out and proud the whole game. But that was a very good scene between the two of them. I agree. Let's see. Do we want to talk more about side characters before we get into combat or like the ending, bits of the story that we did or didn't like?
There is one thing I kind of want to talk about.
Okay.
And it popped into my mind as we were going here. And it's one of the things I didn't like about the game. And it's a little bit of like what I addressed with Odin. The writing at times, for as good as it is, every now and again, the writing just kind of goes to in a weird direction or goes to shit in a way I didn't like it. And the Kupka fight, and this is what reminded me, you mentioned Kupka.
I'll agree.
The Kupka fight has a moment in the lead up beforehand where I'm just like, wait, what? And that's when because Kupka, we the player have the entire story. Kupka gets the box. He keeps mentioning about heads in boxes. It's clearly Benedicta's head in a box.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's so upset at us. And he's just like, Clive goes into the room for the confrontation with Kupka. He's like, Kupka destroyed their base and killed a bunch of their friends. He invaded Clive's home country.
Yeah.
He kidnapped Jill and was about to execute her. And Clive's just done with this guy. But he's still like, and Kupka's like playing up his own hero arc of trying to menace somebody that is being a villain to him.
Right. Or at the very least, like justifying his lust for revenge.
Yeah. And he says a bunch of things that we the players have the dramatic irony of like, what do you want? Like Sid's head in a box, but since I can't have that, I'll take yours. And we're like, oh, we know what that's for.
But Clive doesn't.
He has a thing. And Clive doesn't. And this is where it kind of hits me, where because Kupka talks around it a whole bunch, and finally he just outright says, your master or Sid killed Benedicta and defiled her body. That is the line he uses. Yeah. And Clive's response to that was very much no, he didn't do that. I did it, Kupka. It was me. And you're so fucking villainous in that scene. Just in part because Clive is just so fed up with Kupka and the talking and the bullshit. And he's just
I love that line. Him.
I hated it because that's the line where I would have absolutely loved the scene more if Clive had been like, wait, what? What the fuck do you mean defiled her body?
Well, but like you were just saying,
wait, let me finish my reread of this.
Okay.
You know, what the fuck do you mean defiled her body? First of all, Sid didn't kill her, I killed her. And second of all, I know who Sid was as a person, and he would not defile that woman's body and have Kupka hear the one sentence that backs up his point of view, ignore the rest, and start the fight. But instead, Clive leans into this very villainous response, and it's just like, Clive, why the fuck are you being an asshole in this scene?
I don't even see that as villainous, though.
There's a very easy lead of like asking Kupka what the fuck he means about defiling the body, and you don't go for it because at that point Kupka wouldn't have listened anyways. Like there was no turning him around. There was no turning him off. Yeah. And I very much think that if Clive had said something like, I don't know anything about defiling her body, but Sid didn't kill her, I did. What the hell are you on about? There's more going on here. And Kupka would have heard, I killed her, not Sid, and ignored everything else. And the fight still would have happened.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think the writing on it would have been better, but that was
I don't know.
Things like that. In my opinion, I would have liked the writing better.
I definitely do have problems with the writing in some parts. Right here, I think I disagree, because like this, I'm going to call back to a thing that I think I've mentioned before. One streamer that I really like is a big fan of like, why don't we just talk no jutsu this? And in that scene between Clive and Kupka, like you were just saying, Clive was fed up with Kupka. Mm-hmm. They were both rearing to fight. The scene does a really cool thing of like, when they're done talking, they both scream something like, I'll kill you at the exact same time.
Now die. Yeah.
Now
good.
Die. Yeah. That's how they both emphatically end the conversation, by screaming that at the exact same time, like in sync. And even if the head in a box thing makes very little sense to Clive, I don't think he's thinking about that, because he's, like you said, he's very done with Kupka, and he just went through a scene where Kupka tried to behead Jill in front of him for joy. So like they're not trying to have a conversation. They're trying to skip the conversation to get to the fight, because they both want each other dead. Kupka gets to revel in the revelation that like, oh, you're the one that killed her? Cool, great, good, let's go.
Yeah.
And then we as the player get to be like, we know that shit didn't happen. Like, we know we killed her, and somebody else shipped her head in a box to Kupka, which
We
was
never really get an answer
probably Odin. Maybe it was
Odin or
Annabelle, but there's
I figured
no
Odin or
answer.
Sleipnir. Yeah.
Yeah, literally, I
couldn't.
think it was Sleipnir. But since Sleipnir is just like a what's the right word?
He's
An
Odin's
EG.
Chiruta.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I thought that was a great
14
scene when
you
he
call them
walks in.
EGs.
Yeah, when he walks in, you're just like, I thought we killed you, and Joshua's like, oh shit, I was worried about that. He's a part of Odin.
Oh
And
yeah,
then,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
and
When
then
you're
like another one walks in, and then
when you're
another
getting the
one
boat
walks
ready.
in, you're like, oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then
no.
there's like 12 of them, and then they keep showing up in the fight, but they're like barely harder than normal enemies.
Yeah, they're super easy mode. I thought it was funny, at least in a menacing way. But yeah, definitely when
was
they
a
weren't
cool-
when they weren't all like fused into one.
Yeah.
They were definitely weaker because like your uncle just comes and shoulder tackles one.
Yeah,
Like,
Byron fucking rules. Yeah, it was cool and menacing when Sleipnir, the one of them, walked through the door, and you're like, why aren't you fucking dead? And then Josh has the revelation, and then a dozen more happen, and you're like, it takes a little bit of the cool out of it for me, honestly.
a little bit.
It would have been neat to see the whole party fight one of him.
But yeah, like talking about the Kupka fight, like that was a scene where the writing just really kind of fell flat for me. And you liked it, which
I really liked it. I loved that Clive was just so fucking done with this guy. He's like, I'm gonna kill him anyway. He thinks Sid killed his girlfriend? Nah, it was me. Direct your anger at me. Let's fucking go. I'm going to kill you right here, right now. We both have this exact same feeling. Let me piss you off even more. It felt right. I don't even see that as villainous, just like human. They're both real angry at each other. Kupka destroyed the previous hideout and is like one of the nation state leaders fucking over the world. The whole reason that Clive and everybody is the whole stuff that Clive and everybody is trying to change. And he just tried to kill Jill and almost did it.
Yeah, almost did.
There are several parts where I feel like the writing is a little weak though. And some of it is like frequently the story just kind of jumps. You'll have like a little bit of a setup, and then the very next scene, things have happened, or we're already in the middle of the stuff we were just kind of talking about, but didn't have a full plan for. And outside of that paradigm, I think the thing that stands out the most to me is you get this like brotherly scene between Josh and Clive really late in the game when you finally go back to Ash.
I loved that scene.
I'm like of mixed feelings about that scene because I like it, but at the same time, why is Joshua even mad? He knows what Clive is and what they're doing, and Clive is not he's not actually trying to take it on all on his own. Fucking Gav and Josh are right there with him. They don't even go into Origin at the very end of the game alone. It's Clive and Josh and Dion. So like he seems, I feel like, I don't know. The writing for Joshua at that point was just like, we want to have a dramatic brotherly scene, and so this is what it's going to be, even though that's a thing that they probably could have talked about in a calm manner, in like a more, they both, like Joshua would be angry, but he just jumps to fucking punching him because that's dramatic.
So the way
and I feel it's a little
is,
bit more out of character for Josh to do it there than it is for Clive to be like, no, I killed her, Kupka, let's go.
Fair enough, because
I still like
that is
that
very
scene.
out of character for Josh. That is very out of character with what he did. My interpretation of why he did that, I honestly think at one point he probably had a crush on Jill.
I never saw that once in the entire game.
I never really did, but like you see them at the beginning, like they're hanging around together. They're both looking up to Clive. Clearly, they both look up to Big Brother Clive, and yeah, it's just At the very least, she's a childhood friend, and Clive did
Oh,
something
yeah.
that hurt her, or at least Joshua interprets it that way.
Yeah, this is very much like a Japanese thing of like they're all brother sister, but like sister's not related by blood. So hey, that's the main love interest.
Mhm.
But I never got that between Josh and Jill.
I think in a lot of ways, if there was anything there, he was very aware that Jill liked Clive, and he's just like, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna.
Yeah,
This
I
is
was
my big brother who's big and he's strong, and I look up to him and I care about him. But that was the one scene where he's just like, you hurt her, didn't I? Yeah, I did. And just walks up and punches him because he just had to have that one moment of like,
but he
I'm
didn't
not
even
okay
hurt
with
her.
you doing this.
He didn't even hurt her. Like she was the one that was like, "Hey, you should take Shiva and
We
do this
know
thing."
that Josh does not.
Right, but this is Josh assuming that he hurt her for like poorly written reasons, in my opinion. Kind of outside of his character reasons. Of the three of them, Josh is far more of a thinker.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting for him to have.
Interesting that is one of those things that kind of just blindsides us as a player because it is a very emotional scene.
Yeah, there's a lot more emotional scenes. I feel. I think that one's dramatic for the sake of being dramatic. I was waiting for him to have like any romantic interest at all with Yote. And I get that she's like a follower of that order. She's basically just doing like her devoted duty.
Yeah, there's a power dynamic to that I don't think either of them would have. I don't think it would have been appropriate for either.
Right, it would have been kind of odd. But like, if she was the one to come on to him, I think it could have worked.
Actually,
but it doesn't really suffer from that lacking.
Yeah, here's an entertaining thing. One thing I noticed watching your playthrough, during the quests for mid, when you have to go off and either go with Gab or Otto or Jill or Taya, we both picked the opposite of each other.
I'm not surprised. Gav is almost certainly to be like the more popular choice right there.
Well, you chose Otto and Jill, and I chose Gab and Taya.
Yeah. I chose Jill because I chose Otto.
Interesting.
And I was like, didn't really get anything out of it. Guess we'll go with Jill. She's cooler.
I went with well, first of all, the Gab was just like, it's been a while since we sat and talked like this, and kind of like you have kind of a moment with Gab where you just kind of are there and present, and it was just interesting. Taya was interesting because she was also like, in all these years, I don't think we've ever talked.
Yeah,
and I was shipping a little bit there. I knew nothing was ever gonna happen, but
of course not.
Yeah, by that point, it's very established that like there's definitely some relationship between Clive and Jill, and
it's the most obvious.
Yeah,
you can call that from the beginning of the game in the flashback.
Yeah,
you
can call that from the fact that he kills off his entire former squad rather than hurt her.
Yeah, but like even before that, them just like being on the balcony praying to the moon. Okay, here's our childhood love interest.
Yeah.
And it is pure.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because he goes to like put his hand on her and he stops.
Yeah, he hover hands her. He totally hover hands her. He like has feelings for her then, but doesn't act on it. Yeah, I literally chose Otto because I was like the only thing we see. Gav's great. Gav's fantastic. I love Gav. Like I love every single one of his lines and how they're delivered. I love his voice actor. He's a great written character. He's a great kind of like comedic foil. He's surprisingly good in combat. So I just chose Otto because I was like, Otto, you don't get any screen time. We talk to you in base when we're setting stuff up, and that's it.
Yeah.
He's been there since the very beginning. Like
because flashbacks we definitely saw it, and I remember people mentioning Otto at the beginning, but I didn't have any like face to really pin it to, and he's much more of a presence you interact with after the destruction of the first hideout.
Yeah, you interact with him a whole lot more during your time in the second hideout, but he's there as someone who works with Sid in the first hideout.
Yeah.
He just doesn't
But,
get introduced like Tarya or Gav.
Yeah. You also call her Taria the whole time, and I always pronounced it Taya, because that's how I heard them say it.
Oh, I heard them say Tarya.
No, I hear like Taya.
There's an R there.
Mm.
Am I crazy? There's an R there, right?
I almost hear you pronounce it like almost
yeah,
like
there's an R there.
Aria, like a Mia. But
yeah, I'm not trying to say that.
Yeah, like Taria is how I'm hearing you say it, and I always heard them pronounce it as Taya, almost like the R is silent.
I always heard them pronounce it Tarya, like the J is a Y, like Norse stuff or Hispanic stuff.
Wow, we played the game and heard an entirely different name, which actually is a funny thing. Little thing at the ending.
Mm-hmm.
I think in my first playthrough, the baby at the end, Edda's baby, I thought it was a boy. And then I was watching your playthrough. It's like, it's a girl. I'm like, wait, shit. Does it give you a different baby depending on things you do? And I went back and looked at mine, like, no, it's a girl in both. Okay, no, there's no difference. Because
I don't even remember that. Like, I remember the scene where she has the baby and Gav is getting emotional, and then Jill realizes what has happened.
Yeah, we'll get to the ending later. We'll get to the ending later. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting that we both, in a moment we had choices, we both chose the complete opposite one another.
Mm-hmm.
Was eat. I think we've danced around enough. Combat. You had wanted to.
You want to talk about combat?
The only other thing I've got is a combat related question. So.
Okay.
We'll let you talk more first.
Well, what's your question? Because I can spin off from there.
It was about builds, like what we liked as builds.
Oh, okay.
That'll be more relevant once you talk about.
Okay, sure. Well, then, so combat in this game, I feel, is kind of a mixed bag, and where the game could have been a lot better is if the combat were better. And what I mean by that is the game feels fantastic to play. It's very smooth. You can dodge out of not all but most of your animations. You get so, like, I would have liked to be able to assign a third icon, or a fourth icon rather, just to have more buttons.
Yeah.
But you're already so broken powerful that, like, even if you aren't skipping a bunch of regular encounters with your chocobo, you can just choose to open up with, like, Judgment Bolt, Titan ult, and delete every single normal enemy in the game.
Yeah. I did that with a couple of the waves of enemies. I would just slot Titan ult and then just blow that and just nuke them.
Yeah. You get a lot of, you can fucking tell that the DMC 5-person worked on this, because Clive gets your dash attack, right? You hit jump and attack at the same time, and you lunge at an enemy. And in Devil May Cry, that's your stinger. Or I think for Nero, it's like round trip or something. I forget what his name is, but
then you also get the grab from Garuda. Yeah. Well,
so you get that lunge attack, and normally you do like a lunge and you stab at people. But if you're in your limit break, you do the sweep. And so that's the difference between Dante and Nero with their dash attacks. Dante lunges and does a powerful stinger. He stabs straight forward, and Nero dashes forward and does a big sweep. And so you get both of those. And then, you get the Garuda claw, which was like the key difference between Dante and Nero in Devil May Cry, like 1 and 3, and then Nero comes in 4. You get the Garuda grab, which brings enemies to you. Dante goes towards people, so you have Stinger and Phoenix Shift, and Nero brings people to him, which lets you do all sorts of other crazy different combos. And I've seen so many people, like, post combo videos of going into training mode and setting the little goblin to have infinite health and just juggling the thing for like a minute and a half to do like literally 1 million damage. Oh, here's this other combo that does like 1.2 million. Here's this other combo that does 900,000 damage. which is really cool and feels great, but you're never, ever, 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 ever going to do that in actual combat because nothing has that much health. Yeah, nothing has that much health, or it has a stagger bar and you can't juggle it. They don't get popped up. You can't air juggle them, which is fine.
Or there's cutscenes interrupting the fight, and you can't do that then either. Yeah.
Right. Or you just did Giga Flare and everything died. Which
also, small side note here on combat and stagger bars. It pissed me off to no end when you were fighting something and you would go and open up, and all of a sudden its health bar stopped moving. You're like, son of a bitch, it's a cutscene. And some things just would not die until they got to do their next fucking cutscene thing. That's what killed me to Behemoth. The first time I fought Behemoth, I died.
I didn't notice that too much.
Because you get Behemoth down to 0, and then it is allowed one extra turn to drop a bunch of comets and then the Ecliptic Meteor, which at that point I'm like, this thing's already dead. What's going on? Whatever, Ecliptic Meteor's dropping. I've had the entire game teach me, I'm going to get a quick time thing and I can just dodge out of this. And it didn't. It just one-shot me. And I had to do the second half of the Behemoth fight again because I'm like, their fucking stupid item that should dodge everything didn't allow me to dodge.
Don't you just have to mash square there?
No, this was the very end. You need to dodge out of the space Ecliptic Meteor's coming down.
Oh, okay.
Which actually, honestly, I really wish they had switched the cinematic scene with Josh and Clive, where you dodge the first one, and the second one's coming down, and that's when you brotherly love,
Yeah, it would have made more sense.
Push the meteor back of the Behemoth and blow its face up. That would have been better.
Yeah, I don't know. It fits both ways to me. That's a difficult choice. Because,
as a person who opened up with Bahamut Giga Flare on Behemoth and fully did more than its HP, having the game stop me from killing a thing to give me not a cutscene in which I died in was annoying.
Wow, things really have to have a lot less health, or significantly less health in story mode.
I don't even know they have that much less, but definitely
I don't think it was too much of a difference really.
It was already low, and I got it to the point where I could not, my attacks were going to push it over the edge and kill it.
And you definitely have that thing. You definitely have that thing with Giga Flare where if you're doing damage, shit fucking stops. You can kill a thing and it still sits there taking damage until Giga Flare's animation is done.
No, this was it did not die when it hit 0.
Right.
It did.
You can do that to normal enemies though. You can get a goblin and hit Giga Flare, and it will sit there in the beam taking damage long after it dies until the animation ends and then it disappears.
No, this was different. This was like
Well, I know. I'm saying you can do that to normal enemies. This had a trigger at the end.
Yeah. I noticed that also it happened during the Sleipnir fight where I got him super low and I was just doing a ton of damage. I'm like, he's not losing any health. Oh, this is when he pulls Gungnir. Because I saw your stream of him beforehand. And yes, sure enough, that stagger ends, he jumps away, has this little thing pulling at Gungnir, and then you can continue the fight.
Yeah. So this is another MMO FF14 thing. This team is very used to building 300 different bosses that all have different phases. And some of them you can be so strong and overpowered that you completely skip certain phases. Because it has a system where you can go back and do level 50 or level 60 things, even though you're in your level 70, 80, 90 gear. And wait, I forget what the max level is. I think it's 90, but whatever. I could be wrong.
Yeah, whatever.
You can go back and do stuff that's way under level, but the game kind of squishes you so that everybody is effectively kind of at level 50, and you only have your level 50 skills, and the stats you get from your gear.
Oh, I hate that gameplay style.
No, it's so good because everything's balanced. I
don't want balance in a Final Fantasy game. I want to out-level my content with my stats and then kill it.
But having higher levels and having better gear still makes you have much better stats than you would have if you were going through with the stats you would have at level. If you were actually level 50 and had level 50 gear, you're not going to be doing as much damage as the level 70 or 80 person who is being squished down. And it makes it so you don't just steamroll everything. Granted, that game is already easy enough to mostly steamroll everything. Unless you want to do like Savage or Ultimate rating. But so some bosses have phases that you cannot skip because they're big cinematic things. Like I don't know if this is a good example or not, but there's an Alexander fight where at one point Alexander will start just counting down to his ultimate, and if you don't have one of your tanks pop their limit break and make everybody take like 70% less damage for the next 5 or 6 seconds, you all die. And there's nothing you can do about it. And it's a big, cool cinematic thing. And that's how the fight's built. So that's definitely a thing that like that's a way this team builds bosses sometimes, for sure.
Yeah.
It's like, what was it? This is completely different but kind of similar. There was, I think, a bit in one of the Gears of War games where you're going through a cave system, and some level designer spent like a ridiculous amount of time making this hyper detailed, incredibly gorgeous looking like mushroom crystal cave that you don't even walk through. It's just kind of off in the distance. And when they were playtesting the level, they found that most people just walked past it and didn't even see it because it was like off to the side. So instead, they remade the level to have you kind of go forward, and then there's a turn, but right at that turn, right in front of that, is the big, cool mushroom vista thing. So like you fucking have to see it before you can turn your camera and move on. And so that's a thing where like, if they spent a lot of money and dev time building a thing, you are going to see it. Which I feel makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, it can definitely be weird if you like hard delete a boss and then it gets one thing and then it dies.
Yeah.
I really liked that fight. The King Behemoth fight is one of my favorite fights in the game, I think.
Yeah, the fights, those fights against Behemoth were good. And actually, honestly, that was one of the healthiest monsters I had. Because I think I opened up on that thing. Like, I really unloaded on it. And I chunked it from maybe a third. And I'm like, ooh, this thing's chunky. I like it.
Yeah.
I like
it. Right?
It actually was tanky.
Right. That feels good, doesn't it?
A little, but also I wonder if a lot of the game isn't balanced around like a good example is the end. After the Behemoth fight, you get to the door for the last crystal, and Goats has that defender sword, and you're like, oh, this. Why is this here? I've had this Ragnarok for a while now.
Right.
And
Defender has like 5 more damage.
I think it's 5 less. It's 5 less.
Was it 5 less? Yeah, no, you're right. Because did we both buy it just to be like, what does that look like? And then you put the Ragnarok back on?
Yeah, exactly. We did.
Yeah,
both do
okay.
that.
Yeah.
So I think the game is designed around you not having done the side quests that give you these really, really good weapons, because otherwise you would just you would get stuck. You couldn't leave. You would.
I feel like the game is designed around a 3-year-old being able to beat it.
I mean,
considering.
Actually, that's a good thing to segue off of, because to talk about story mode.
I want to keep talking about combat, but yeah, whatever you want to say.
No, I'm going to talk about combat with regards to story mode.
Okay.
Because you played it on
the regular action.
You played it on action mode. Story mode, the accessories they give you, which I think are equipped by default.
Yeah,
when you start your character.
That's the main difference, as I understand it. They give you those accessories like they're in your inventory before you even start the game. They're automatically equipped. That might be the only difference.
One of them is definitely the ring. Well, there's a couple of them, because one of them is the ring of.
I think there's 4.
I think you're right. There's one that you auto dodge everything. It's not a chance. You will
Right.
auto dodge everything if you're not locked in a different action at the time.
Right. If you're not doing an animation you can't dodge out of.
Yeah. Then another one, you auto do your combos, and I got rid of that one because I would go to use my Phoenix Wing move at the beginning of the game, and like, wait, why is this not available? Oh, because I did it earlier when I was doing this, and that's annoying. Let me actually use my techs.
Yeah.
I think there's one for Torgal.
Yep, there's one for
well.
Torgal.
And then there's one that was the only one I was using, which is essentially you get like a quick time event trigger when there's anything to dodge.
I thought there was also one for auto healing, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe there's one for that.
I think
but the
so.
one,
Maybe
the one I was
5.
definitely using was like the Ring of Timely Strikes or something like that. I think is what the name was, and it was essentially if something came your way and you could dodge it, you can press R1 to get out of the way, or you could really press anything. You could press a button wrong, which was what made icons like Titan so fun for me, or those counter moves, because I realized like no, I can use the counter move. I can just use the counter move now instead. Or I can use Titan and have him shield block and then counter with that.
You can use like Garuda's counter. That reminds me of a thing I want to point out. You can use like Garuda's counter, or you can use either 2 of Titan's parries instead of dodging things.
Or it also made Bahamut extremely easy to level because it let me know when I could dodge, and I just tapped the button and I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah, I have more fun trying to do that myself than getting the like cinematic thing that gives you like 2.5 full seconds to try and dodge something. I don't know what the actual time on it is, but it seems like a big wide window.
I would say like a second or two is fairly accurate.
It is at least 1 full second, if not 1.5 full seconds. 2 might be stretching it, but it's like 60 frames or more.
Yeah, it's enough that I was definitely like, whoa. Like it gave me a little bit of pressure to go and press the button. But especially after I started using that Berserker ring, it was so laughably different. Because I actually liked it more before the Berserker ring. Because the Berserker ring was very cinematic, and it did do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But also just like Clive jumping away and then like teleporting back in for that swipe. That was a good feeling. I liked that stage of the game.
Yeah, but, I think the Berserker ring's cool. I did a stream 2 days ago, I think, where I went in and just finished all the trials. And so the way those work actually is you go and find all of them in the world, and then you can come back and do them at home base. But the ones you do at home base are slightly harder in that they set your level. So no matter what level you are, you're going in at like level 35 or 40 or whatever it is. And they set your equipment. So you have like no accessories and only the sword and armor they give you. In addition to only having the skills that they give you per stage. And having that Berserker ring off, the Berserker ring is so fucking strong.
Yeah.
Having it off was more of a challenge, and that felt good. And that's the main thing that was lacking from the game, in my opinion. Like, I feel like with those accessories that automate some stuff for you, a 3-year-old could probably beat this game. A 3-year-old shouldn't be playing this game, but they could probably beat it. So like, and especially with Bahamut, it becomes really, really apparent that you can go into like a combat with 6 or 8 or 10 enemies, and they'll like run up on you and then take like 5, 6, 7 seconds for one of them to even try to swing at you.
Yeah, that did bother me because I would trigger Bahamut.
It does,
I would just
right?
stand there, and it's just like, come on.
Right. So I think,
now.
like, in order to fix this game's combat, I don't think I would even make things do more damage or have more health. I would just make the enemies more aggressive.
I agree. That would have been good.
Right?
Like, at least the regular enemies.
At least the regular enemies.
Yeah, the bosses I feel are fairly aggressive. Because they're
I would
like
probably tune up most of them too.
Probably
Like,
could use a tuning, but they're decent. At least there's been some tuning
like,
on the bosses. There's been no tuning on the trash mobs.
Right, yeah. And like, especially if it's true that there is no difference between story and action mode, except they give you those accessories at the beginning and automatically equip them, then like, there's not actually a difficulty setting in the game. right?
Yeah.
It's just easy mode. You unlock Final Fantasy mode after you beat it, and you can start over, and max level goes from 50 to 100, and enemy groups sometimes get kind of reworked, and you get new enemies. You get like later game enemies earlier in the game, and more of some of them, and that's cool, but I don't think it actually changes the AI or the scaling beyond level. And so you still run into that scenario of like, I'm surrounded by enemies and none of them are attacking.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, because going back to what I was talking about with like DMC stuff, not only do you get Dante moves and Nero moves, not only can you parry shit with a normal attack, or much easier with a charged attack because it has more active frames, where it's like the amount of time it's actually doing damage and can hit something, which increases your parry window. All of the shit you get in this game is crazy strong.
Yeah.
Like Phoenix is pretty okay, except Heatwave, which rules, and Phoenix Shift, which is just like the best version of trick of Dante's teleport to enemy that you've ever seen. You can immediately teleport into the face of an aerial enemy, into the face of an enemy that you just knocked back, and they're down on their back, and you get to do like a little grounded finisher attack. You can...
Interestingly enough, that leap, if you try to use it to dodge with easy mode, it fails. You do not actually iframe through the damage, because I tried to do that a little while, and I'm like, it's my teleport warpy thing. Why is it not letting me just...
Oh yeah, no, that doesn't have iframes. Yeah,
it doesn't have any.
Yeah, you can get hit by stuff while you're doing it. It's not a dodge. It's an engage.
Yeah.
You get up in enemies' faces with it. You don't dodge anything with it. You can't.
Yeah,
you can't use it to like dodge to the. You can't use it to like teleport to the side or backwards. If you could, then it probably should have iframes, but it would also be more broken. But it doesn't. Yeah. You don't need that ever. Garuda's grab is fantastic. You can do crazy aerial shit, and then do your basic like 3-hit combo where you knock them down to the ground, and then you hit grab and bring them back up to you while you're still in the air and keep going.
Yep.
Titan gets 2 parries, and both of them have like large, generous parry windows. It's really easy to parry shit in this game with Titan stuff, not with the melee stuff. That's still kind of tight.
Yeah.
And it has this weird dynamic of like the magic burst stuff and doing perfect dog combos actually has pretty tight timing. It's not Nero Exceed, which is like a staple thing, and like a thing other games have taken a cue from. Nero in DMC 4 and 5, he has a sword that basically has like a motorcycle rev engine mechanic on it.
Oh yeah.
So you can like, when you're not swinging, you can rev it and rev it and rev it and rev it and rev it, and then it gets like one hit that does a lot more damage. And every single time you rev it, it increases damage. Or you can swing and rev it on like the frame or within a 3-frame window of exactly when you hit the enemy, and it automatically goes to max rev. And so if you get real good with that timing, you can just like hit rev, hit rev, hit rev, hit rev, and get way more damage out of your normal hits. But it's a very hard and very skill-based thing to do. And so the magic bursts and perfect dog combos have much bigger windows in order to execute them than that. But it's basically still the same idea, and it's not actually like a huge window. They're very, very easy to drop and not perform, right?
Yeah, I actually had a lot of problems getting the burst combo to work. I basically stopped trying to do it after a certain point of the game. So I'm like, it's easier to just punch them a bunch. It's just easier to do other things.
Yeah.
And also, you're strong enough, you don't need to.
You don't need to, but it feels good, is the thing.
Yeah, it does.
It feels pretty cool. And so, yeah, I dropped it all the time, but I was still trying to do it like every single time.
No, when I said dropped it, I mean I stopped trying to do it. That's what I mean by drop.
Oh, yeah. Fighting game terminology, like, if you drop a thing, you were trying to do a thing, but it didn't work. It doesn't connect.
I stopped trying to do the thing not long into the game. Because I'm just like, I feel like I'm close. I feel like I should be hitting it. I'm not. Fuck it. Don't care.
Yeah. And the game, you can go into training mode and turn on a little indicator that will flash red for the exact timing for when you're supposed to press it. So like
nice.
it has a fighting game lab that you can go into and test out all your different bullshit, but it also tells you the precise timing of magic burst combos and dog combos, which is great. Cool. You get Bahamut, and it's so easy to just juggle everything. You throw down that Ramu lightning rod crystal that bursts whenever you hit it or enemies hit it. And you get cool tech where like you can taunt people into it, or like you can place it in front of an enemy that's about to charge, and then they hit it, and maybe that breaks them and it stops their charge, and that's really cool. You can do it right after you stagger somebody, and then however many attacks that you can toss on that just do constant damage. Like you can toss out Shiva's Rhyme or Garuda's giant tornado, or the Titan Fist that when you perfectly time it hits multiple times in a row really quickly, or like Mega Flare and Impulse and Satellites all hit it repeatedly. You can toss it out and have every single Odin Sword Slash that doesn't really do much damage because you're building up Zensetsu gear or Zensetsu meter do way more damage because the Rama crystals going off. Like there's a lot of tech here, and it's all real cool and strong. Fucking Shiva's dodge is crazy. In Bayonetta, you get this thing called Witch Time, where if you perfectly dodge an enemy's attack, for like, I forget how long it is, but for like 2 or 4 seconds, you enter Witch Time, where every enemy is slowed by like 90 or 95%. They're almost not moving, and you get to just style on them for a short amount of time. Shiva's, you can like dash and then hit the button and a little crystal will go off and somebody will freeze for like a second or two. Or if you get a perfect dodge with Shiva's attack, every enemy on the field, including most or maybe all bosses, get frozen in place for like 10 seconds.
Oh, jeez.
It's the strongest it's ever been in any action game. It feels really cool, and all of it's really neat. What are you going to use that against?
Everything, apparently.
No, there's nothing there that requires it. It's like, that's my problem with the combat. It feels super good. You have amazing skills. There's a lot of thought and engineering put into the tech. The training mode is great. Nothing requires it. Not one fight requires any of this skill execution that you totally can build. It's all there and really great. But like, with regular enemies and bosses and everything else being what they are, you don't need any of it.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. See, this is what's interesting to me is a lot of my gripes with the game and the things that I pull it down on are story-based. And a lot of the stuff you're pulling it down on are combat-based, and we have very different backgrounds. Like, I am much more of the RPG story-style thing, and those are my complaints. And you are much more fighting and action gamed, and those are your complaints.
Yeah,
so both of us are seeing the things we liked in this game that could have been done better.
Yeah.
Just underperforming.
I've played like basically every single Final Fantasy game ever made. But I do also play a lot of action games and fighting games and stuff that like require skill and timing, and like I love a challenge coming my way. Like I love the feeling of a boss fucking flattening me and then learning how to overcome it. Like I love all of the FromSoft Souls Bloodborne games.
Yeah, I don't think there were many bosses that challenged me. I think the only 2 times I died were Svarog the dragon, which we both died against.
Yeah. Well, because he has like 2 hits that insta-kill you.
I have a whole beef against dragons in general. Mostly that the targeting picks their head, which your normal swings cannot hit. And it's so dumb. Like,
oh, you can switch targets to like their claws or their body. It does automatically pick the head when you try to lock on.
Yeah, and I found that annoying. Actually, one of the things I liked about the Behemoth is it was low enough that the auto target section.
It's small and boxy enough. That problem just doesn't exist.
You can just it isn't that problem.
Yeah.
But Svarog got me once, and I had him pretty low, but he still got me, and that's even with the ring of dodging bullshit that I had.
Yeah, I think he got me, and I was like, yeah, finally.
and then you got him a couple tries later. I think it was.
I think I got him my
2 or
second
3.
try.
No,
but-
you didn't get him second. I know I saw you.
Okay.
I know I went looking for Svarog, and I know you died at least twice because
I believe
you
it.
did go down more than me, but it was either third or fourth you got.
I believe it. I was still doing my like Phoenix Garuda Titan only stuff at that point. I ended up using I think Rama, Bahamut, and Garuda, which is just because like I like the way Garuda plays a lot.
Yeah, actually, that's a good time to address like what was your favorite combat book? Because you're saying, so I think at one point I saw you'd actually because you kept Garuda the whole time.
I think so. Yeah.
I know you started using Titan for a while, but towards the end you had, I thought you had Bahamut in and then Ramu. You had like Garuda, Ramu, Bahamut.
I think that's what I was using for the end of the game. Yeah.
Okay.
Because Ramu's lightning rod crystal is nutty. Like I basically ended up using like I kept Garuda around because I like how this feels. You've got the dodge. I was really iffy about taking off Titan because you get 2 parries with it, and they're both so generous and they feel great.
And also that punch. You both you and I love that Titan punch.
Yeah, the huge Titan punch is awesome. You get his iconic skill that gives you a parry, and then his other one that gives you like the JoJo punches if you parry it.
Yeah.
Titan, they all feel really good is the thing. Bahamut is like weirdly passive, but you can kind of use it for setups. So what I ended up doing was I'd use Garuda to like break down Stagger Meter, and then once I finally got them broken, Garuda stuff would be close to being off of cooldown, and you place down like the Ramu crystal, and Impulse from Bahamut is already going, and then I use whatever else I have to do more damage on top of the Rama crystal while they're staggered, and then you Giga Flare because it just does all the damage.
Yeah.
And you stack all of that and it does crazy numbers. You can do more if you do like Shiva and Odin especially. But they take a lot of build up. And since I was already using like Bahamut Mega Flare, that's like all the build up I needed. I didn't really want any more.
Yeah. So my build I used towards the end. I actually dropped Garuda. A lot of my builds focused around like the circle ability because that was the one thing you couldn't change.
Yeah. Real quick,
Phoenix.
I really, really wish that you could do R2 circle and that would be the ult, and then you still get 2 other skills.
I agree. Yeah,
that would have been better.
There should have been more. There should have been more skill buttons for each of them.
Yeah,
not just 2, and there should have been more icons equipable at a time.
Yeah,
give us more.
If they did that, I mean, the thing is, like, you already have so much, and especially if you had that ult on circle, like the rest of your shit's just going to be off cooldown as you rotate through it.
Yeah.
So I'm a huge advocate for more buttons because I play FF14 in fighting games, and buttons are fun, but you don't need it. The combat's not hard.
Yeah. But no, I had Phoenix because I loved the gap closer, and a lot of my combat style was like get in their face, stay in their face. I did not put any distance between me and stuff. I tried to keep right up in on.
So cool.
I never used it.
It's the best. It's the best. You get to counter and cancel up projectiles. It's the only skill in the game that does that. I
kept the Phoenix wing up. Basically just as a quick and easy, like quick and dirty damage thing. The cooldown is really light.
Sure.
And then I usually use the second Phoenix slot for something utility. I used Rama's pile driver, the AoE a lot of time, and then whenever I would switch away Bahamut to put like Odin or somebody in, I would use the second slot on Phoenix for Impulse.
A lot of for sure.
Or,
Impulse is great.
Near the end of the game, I did
Impulse and Satellite are both really strong.
Yeah, I did. I think I put Judgment Bolt on Phoenix too, and I fiddled around with a lot of stuff, like trying to figure out like what a good build was, because I was trying to use like Phoenix and to a lesser degree like Titan's JoJo punches as my breaking skills, and then everything else was damage.
Yeah.
But then Titan, especially with the ring I had, those blocks were ludicrously easy to hit.
Oh yeah.
They weren't hard. Though towards the end, there was stuff that I could not block, and just wouldn't let me press the button. I'm like, well, fuck. Because by the time I try and press, I'm like, oh, that didn't work. The hit went through.
Weird. There's stuff you have to get out of the way from, but even a lot of the big AoE stuff, I feel like you can perfect dodge it. Maybe the ring was
I'm not
just
talking dodging. I'm talking block.
Oh, yeah. You can't block a lot of big hits, but you can still parry them with the right timing.
But I was trying to use the ring to like parry, or not parry, but like block counter.
That's a parry.
Like Ultima. Let's not use parry because parry is a specific thing in this.
Yeah. It's a specific thing in a lot of things. You hit a button to stop their attack and do your own, as opposed to like putting up a guard.
But in this game, they specifically call parry. You hit them, it pushes them back, and time slows down. So
they do call like your regular melee or charged melee hitting their attack as doing a parry.
That is the parry.
Okay.
So like the counters for Titan, there were a few even against like Ultima where it was very much a physical hit, and I would go to press the button, it would do nothing, and I would have to take the hit because by the time I noticed it didn't work, and then I'm trying to reach for another button, I just wasn't getting there in time.
Yeah, for sure.
But generally speaking, I had Phoenix for mobility. I had Titan for both the damage of the punch as well as guarding and breaking. And then I had something else for DPS. For a while, it was Ramu. Then I was using Bahamut once I got him. And then I tried Odin a few times. I would switch out that last one. But Shiva, I did not like her dodge compared to Phoenix. Phoenix went a lot further. And if it was an aerial monster...
Yeah,
I couldn't jump up to them, and I was very comfortable at that point using Phoenix to like get up and knock something to the ground.
Yeah, that's fair. I was constantly using like Garuda Grab to do that, but honestly, you can also just like tell Torgal to Ravage, and he knocks them down out of the air.
Or you can use a charge shot; it does the same.
You can do a charge shot, and it does the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Just with me and my preference on fighting, I preferred Phoenix Shift to.
It is cool to just teleport in the face of something that's flying above you.
Yeah, and also like when you do that and use your magic, you just fire blast and knock it to the ground. It's great. It feels so good.
Yeah, the combat feels fantastic. It's incredibly well made, except for the enemies, which is a big part of it.
Yeah. Here's a good question then. It wasn't on my list, but related to combat. What are some of your favorite enemy designs?
Just like visually or in combat?
We'll say visually because actually you can answer both for yours, like however you'd like. Up to you.
I think I'm kind of in the same realm as you. I really like the look of a lot of the fallen enemies. That's pretty cool. Hilariously, one of them is just like literally a reskinned FF14 enemy. The big spheres are in like in 14 they're called Allagan nodes, and in this one I think they're called fallen nodes.
Yeah,
it's they
and
didn't
one
even
boss
fucking try.
And a couple bosses is just big versions of those. Yeah,
and those were good. They had even more lasers. Yeah, I think, I don't know, design-wise, I'm always a sucker for Dragoons. They looked pretty cool.
The Dragoons were nice.
The Dragoons who could use Mirage Dive were my favorite. I like the design of the fallen enemies. I really like Ultima's look, like throughout the entire game.
Entertainingly enough, he's just one of my complaints. We'll get to that in a minute, though.
I really like his visual design the entire time. I really like his fight too.
His fights are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nothing else really super stood out. The ninja movement is pretty cool.
For the couple of ninja characters they have.
Yeah, for like ninja mini boss, slightly bigger normal enemy. Yeah. I like them a lot. And then like the behemoths look pretty cool. I was very excited to fight a behemoth finally.
It was nice to finally get to one. I wish there were more of them and they showed up as like regular enemies after a certain point, because there was really just those. Yeah. It was 3 combats. It was normal behemoth, and the Kuza beast, and then the behemoth king. Which, entertainingly enough, we both had a moment with the the Behemoth King, where I was specifically looking for that fight for you because I wanted to see like how you reacted to it, and you're wandering around looking for it, and it took you a minute to find it.
Yeah, it took me a while.
I at that point I didn't care anymore. I was already looking up like, okay, where do I go to do this thing? So I teleport in to the closest crystal, and I'm pivoting the camera. I'm like, okay, so it should be out here. Where is it? I don't want to miss it. I don't want to have it to be like right under my face. And
it's kind of hard to miss when you get to the right spot.
As soon as I say that, I turn the camera just a bit to my right, and I'm staring right at it. I'm like, God damn it!
Fucking thing is huge.
I spun the camera past it like 2 or 3 times before. I hadn't moved anywhere, but I'm like, where would this thing be? Where? Oh God, it's right in front of me. Damn it!
It's like bigger than a city bus.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge and it's bright yellow. Like it's like, oh fuck, there it is.
Yeah, it stands out. It's in an area that doesn't have much color. Like it's the most colorful area in Ash, and it still doesn't have much color.
Yeah.
Behemoth King is large. It's a fucking heckin' chonker right there.
Yeah. But I also like the Marlboro. I kind of like that they give you that early. As
I do like that they give you that early. Yeah.
They give you that early, and it is a very. It feels like a very good fight. They did a good job with that. And I even like that later on they give you a fight against the Akashic version.
Yeah,
that was kind of nice too.
Exactly. I liked the fight against the Akashic version. Carrot is just the same as the Akashic Marlboro, but like a little bit more pissed in its moveset.
I don't even think that one was Akashic. It was normal, but it had the Akashic moveset. Yeah.
Yeah. It was normal. It wasn't Akashic. It was also a Final Fantasy 12 reference. Carrot, and they use the little tomato thing for like the hunt board icon sometimes, and that is also that's the first hunt you fight in 12.
And I don't think they ever made Malboros a regular enemy either. Some of the bosses they would turn into regular enemies, but they never did that with the Malboros.
Yeah,
or Morbles as they called them.
They've been calling them Morbles recently. I wonder if they finally got into trouble with that, like legally, because the original name for them is Marlboro, like the fucking cigarette.
Yep.
Also, how hilarious is like they've always had bad breath for a while, and then you get to the Akashic one, and it casts worse breath. Like fucking Koji, their head translator, that they then retranslate everything around, loves his puns. And they can't stop doing it. There are so many chapter titles and achievements that are just like sections of Final Fantasy XIV. Or direct quotes. Or, of course,
I missed
puns.
all of them. I missed them all.
That's fine. Again, like, one of the good things about both this game and like the Final Fantasy series as a whole is you totally don't need to play any other Final Fantasy to play any single one of them.
The only exceptions being the few sequels that they do, like 10-2.
Yeah,
it really helps to play 10-2.
Yeah, like the 10 and 13 sequels.
Yeah, how many 13 sequels are there? Are there 2?
I think there's like 4.
Oh God.
Because I think
all those sequels were a game that none of the people really didn't like that much.
Yeah, because there's 13, and I think just a straight up 13-2, where you're running
like
around.
Lightning Returns.
And then I think there's something else in Lightning Returns, or Lightning Returns, and then one after that. And those 2 games are more action-y. In fact, they're basically action games, I think, by the end of it. But then 13 and 13-2 are kind of their own thing. And I really liked the combat in those games, but everything else was kind of bad.
Yeah. I just heard that in 13, like, it's like a 20-hour tutorial, and I'm like, oh, I'm done. Nope.
It's like a 35 to 40-hour hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they decided that, well, all of our games are really linear, so we'll just put in, like, a hallway, and then a fight, and then a hallway, and then a cutscene, and repeat that until we're out of story. Like, I don't know what was actually going on there, but it's like 35 or 40 hours of hallway, fight, hallway, boss, hallway, cutscene, hallway, and it doesn't stop. And then it kind of gives you like an open area that's actually pretty cool near the end of the game. But 13 and 15 both had the exact same problem of like being remade too many times during development, and so they came out like obviously unfinished, and it's worse in 15. So I feel like with a lot of the rushing and like kind of quickly skipping through some story stuff and then some side quest padding later on that we see in 16 is kind of a reaction to those two games. They were like, we really, really, really do not want to remake this game multiple times and have it come out unfinished. Nobody liked that. It was real bad for the company. It was real bad for sales. It was real bad for marketing, like everything. People hated it. So we have to avoid that. And they did. They definitely did avoid that. But yeah, the marbles were pretty cool. Agreed.
Other than that, like, there were a lot of enemies that like the bosses stuck out more than a lot of others. What was it? Was it Liquid Flame?
Yeah, Liquid Flame. Good old Living Flame.
Yeah, Liquid Flame was interesting. I was kind of hoping we would get more of those.
Good old Pepsi Man.
But we really only got the one.
Yeah, you only get the one. He's a boss. That's an FF3 reference.
I think it's also in 4 as well.
Is it?
I think it's like something you like find in a chest. Like you go to like get a piece of gear, because 4 I've replayed a lot, and I think there is like Living Flame in a chest.
4 is great.
You kill it and get like the firebrand or something.
I remember. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it looks very similar.
You get like the dog version of it. You don't get like the one that actually shifts and transforms quite.
Yeah. The one in 3, and then in like most of its other references, it could like transform into just like a tornado or a hand. And there's a couple versions of that in 14. And so in 16 they do that again, and it gets to transform into like a bunch of different creatures. That was a really cool fight. Like, it was pretty good, and then it did the thing where it just like split into like 6 or 7 different things at once.
Yeah, that was neat. That was definitely a panic move. Like, oh shit. Wait,
yeah,
I can just dodge all this. I can just dodge all this.
That was super great. It does this thing where it like goes to the outside of the arena and then rushes in at you, and that's exactly what Ifrit does in 14. One of his big moves is he just like jumps up and fucking leaves the arena, and then like 5 Ifrits drop down around, and they all rush at the same time. And so there's only like little bits of safe space.
Well, you mentioned about liking Ultima's design, and for the most part, I liked it too. The thing with me and a lot of it was again a little bit of like that weird, like looking at it from a story perspective, looking at it from like a critical analysis. Individually, I agree. Every form of Ultima is great. Looking at it from like the narrative perspective, one of these things that bother me, and a lot of my problems with the game, a lot of my gripes aren't big things, but they're like stones at the bottom of my shoe. They just chafe and annoy me. And the reason why with Ultima is his base form, his normal self, has 2 legs and 4 arms. All of his battle forms have 2 legs, 2 arms, and 2 wings.
Yeah.
He deliberately loses limbs. And that's weird to me, because in every instance I've seen like something powering up, it's usually, oh, here's more limbs, here's extra limbs.
I mean,
and it seems so weird that is
a very Final Fantasy thing to do.
It is, and I don't even disagree. I think he looks great with all those forms. But it's a weird thing of like, why is he specifically and deliberately cutting the number of arms he has in half?
That's fair.
To do this. It's very odd. But like his like, what would you even call the fight? I think you called it Diablos when you were fighting him on the crystal. Like the base.
Oh yeah,
base
He reminded me a lot of like FF8, FF14 Diablos. They have incredibly similar designs.
Yeah, and like in narrative, it's probably him semi-priming essentially.
Yeah.
And that is a fantastic fight. And then you get to fight like actual Ultima at the end with all of his powers fused into one, and then he also,
it's super good.
You fight him as normal, and then you fight him as a free, and then he comes back and he fucking primes in that fight, and then he limit breaks in that fight, and that's a good progression.
Yeah, and then you do the Bahamut stuff, and then even after that, you like after everything, you go back down to on foot, and he starts doing like, well, I'm gonna throw Garuda shit at you, and you're like, I've got that too. and you just keep going back and back through like all of them.
That was neat through the individual like elements when he did that, but I'm just talking about like the individual forms. Like you see him as Ultima, and then you have primed Ultima, and then you have like ascended Ultima, then you have ascended Ifrit, then you have ascended Ultima semi-prime, and then you have ascended Ultima semi-prime limit break. And it's very neat to see that progression. But again, why does he go from 4 arms to 2? Like, I'm just like, it's not a big deal, but again, it's a stone at the bottom of my shoe.
I wouldn't even call it that big of a thing, but I totally agree. They could have done more cool shit if he had more arms. And like, goddamn, does this team have a history of designing bosses with multiple arms? There are like a lot in 14.
Yeah.
So they definitely could have done. They could have just kept the 4 arms, even with the wings.
Or why give him 4 to begin with if you're just going to give him wings later? Like, that would have made more sense to me. Like, just make him a 2-armed person who made humans in kind of a semblance of his image.
Yeah, I think it fits.
And then
with his aesthetic of being alien, right?
Yeah,
and he's not even actually alien. Like, he's clearly from this planet.
Yeah,
and
he just predates humanity by hundreds of years. Thousands of years. Yeah. Do we want to skip to talking about Ultima? I liked his design, but I totally get your complaints. I think those are incredibly valid. Do we want to talk about Ultima and get into the ending? You want to say anything about? I was gonna say let's talk
any
about
other characters first.
I'm content to go to the ending. Were there other characters that you wanted to talk about?
I don't know. Looking at my screen over here,
because a lot of the things I feel about certain characters tie in with Ultima or tie in with the ending. Like,
yeah,
it's hard to talk about Annabelle without also talking about Ultima. It's hard to talk about Dion without talking about Ultima in the ending of the game. You know, things like that. Like, he's so tied in with everything that it's hard to just have a conversation about them without talking about Ultima too.
I guess the only shit I would say is like, fucking I love Sid's voice actor.
Sid is so good.
Sid's so good.
There are so many men out there in the world that for the next several years they're gonna talk to somebody in an accent that's close to Sid, and some geek girl's just gonna be like, "Oh, hey, can I have your number?" And it's gonna happen.
His voice is so good. That being said, I think Clive's voice actor is actually the one killing it throughout the entire game. Like, I think he has the better voice actor. Sid's voice actor has the better voice. Clive's voice actor is nailing it.
Yeah, which is fantastic that the main character had a voice actor who had such good delivery and did so good and has a range too. Like,
he's got a great range.
He goes from because it wasn't even the voice for like for Child Clive too. They just like pitch it or change it or he
no, they didn't pitch it at all. That was just him.
I mean like him pitching it.
Yeah, that's just him. There were no extra effects.
Yeah, so like he sounds like a kid and he plays it like an innocent kid, but he's also dealing with guilt Clive. He's dealing with suicidal Clive.
Yeah,
he's dealing with that fucking like scene at the end with Joshua dying.
Yeah,
and he's there weeping and he has to do this.
He does such a good job.
Yeah, he goes ham and he brings it home.
Do you want to know a like depressing real life thing that the actor said helped him out a whole lot during this process?
I don't need to, but I'm slightly curious.
So, the actor has talked, like, people have praised him for doing an incredibly good job, and he's mentioned, I don't even know if this was like in interviews or on Twitter, but he's mentioned that one of the things that helped him really give that emotion to this character was he lost his dad while he was doing this job, while he was doing this voice acting job. So like,
that's something to channel.
Yeah. That's something to put in here. And like, you lose Elwyn and then your real life dad dies. And yeah, he said he was like going through a lot and he just kind of let that pour out.
Yeah.
And you can tell. He does such an amazing job during like some really emotional scenes.
Yeah, exactly. But to do the big spoilers on the ending, to talk about the mechanics of what the ending is, before we talk about like our analysis of it and our preferences. End of the game, you break all the crystals. Ultima's like, well done. You've done what I needed you to do all along. Because what is he like when you fight him at the last crystal? Doesn't he say like, "Oh, finally, it is time"? And you're just like, "Wait, what?" Like you win the fight, and he's just like, he sounds happy, and then the last crystal disappears, and then he raises this city into the sky and forms a new mother crystal around it.
Yeah, it's a really well, okay, yeah, that's just the happenings. I was gonna say like an analysis that was immediately apparent to me, like on playing the game without even needing to really analyze anything. But yeah, that's what happens. He was using the mother crystals to gather some energy, to gather all the remaining aether that he could, and also driving Clive to become the most perfect vessel that he could, because Ultima has like kind of an ethereal form. He's more put together by magic.
But anyway, so there's this giant fuck off crystal in the sky. You're trying to figure out how to get to it, and Dion volunteers to turn into Bahamut again and carry you there. And he does without going berserk, which was a concern at one point.
Which was immediately a concern because everybody else that Clive had taken icon powers from went berserk the next time they primed.
Yeah.
Jill never tried to do it again. Titan and Kupka and Benedicta both went crazy.
Yeah. But it works for Dion. You fly off to the crystal on Bahamut. You have a cutscene fight outside where he blows a hole through the outer layer, gets you inside, and then you fight Dark Ifrit there. It really kicks your ass and just shrugs off a lot of what you're doing. Clive gets knocked into the platform. Phoenix goes after him, and Dion gets between you and Dark Ifrit to try and keep it off of you for a little while Josh goes to get Clive.
It's a very noble sacrifice type of thing.
Yeah, and then he dies. He basically has a Dragon Ball Z energy beam fight against Ifrit, and at the very end, he does defeat Ifrit. He fires off his Mega Flare right before the end, and it comes around and hits Ifrit while he's focused on channeling energy. So he kind of trades with Ifrit.
Yeah, exactly.
But he does die, and you get into the inner sanctum. You have this hallway scene where you're walking slowly with Joshua. You get to the inner sanctum. Ultima, finally reveals his master plan. Finally reveals what the crystals were doing all along and why they were doing what they were doing. And also, he's not the only Ultima. That's why he keeps using we all the time, because there are others. There were Ultimas in the crystals. They were the heart of the crystals.
Fucking spoiled, by the way. You can totally find out in the like active lore stuff that Ultima is of a civilization. There are multiple of them before ever going off to Origin.
So I didn't really notice that.
Yeah,
and it didn't really occur to me.
Yeah. Real quick, the fucking lore system is pretty cool. This is also like one of the games that needs it the least because it's very easy to follow.
Yeah, I feel like they should have done more show us rather than tell us in the lore books. Like,
or even just have like characters and side quests and other world building shit being like, oh, this stuff over here, this is the thing that is instead described only in the lore book.
Didn't you say you get confirmation of what actually, like, I know I saw the answer for like what happened at Zemeckis is in the lore books. No one tells you.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a thing that they absolutely should have said.
Yeah.
Like,
no one tells you.
There's nothing that should have stopped Ultima in either the two places you fight from being like, making a Zemeckis comment about like, that's why I destroyed the crystal at Zemeckis to stop the arrogance of humans.
You could have done a thing for tomes where you go find a book that's like, oh, this is what happened.
Yeah, or that, or
anything.
Give Tomes a
little.
quest that actually gives you the answers. That would have been great.
Yeah. Anything little.
Instead, no, you don't get anything, which sucks.
The lore system is cool and neat. And
it's neat in theory, and it's bad in practice. Yeah.
Yeah, like the game basically doesn't need it because it's very easy to follow, and the very few things that are only stated in the lore book probably should have been in the world in gameplay somewhere.
Yeah. But to get back to the mechanics of the ending. Ultima's there. He starts summoning other Ultimas, including the one that Joshua sealed with inside of himself. which is why even though Joshua sealed Ultima
Right.
away, Ultima's still fucking around. It's not that Ultima was slipping the bonds. There's
Right.
just more than one.
Right. Joshua
And
didn't fail. That first one you encounter is still sealed in his chest the entire time. There's just multiple of them.
And that one eventually rips itself out of Joshua, kills him in the process, and Joshua makes the heroic sacrifice of giving Clive the Phoenix power at the end and dies in Clive's arms, and Clive is distraught.
Mm-hmm.
Ultima ascends to a newer, more perfect form, and then it's just like there's only
They
one
all
thing left to
combine
do.
just like Typhon.
Yeah. Not yet. Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right. They do.
Very
They teleport
very
in.
shortly after that, yeah.
It is exactly Titan. It is exactly the Typhon thing. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he's just like, I have one thing left to do. Empty the vessel. He goes inside your head, and you fight him in this mental space where
and
you fight him a bit.
he can't just take over you because you have that really beautiful scene of like, no, your bonds with everybody are still there because Clive's a real fucking person. And his bond with Joshua is still there even after he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
And Final Fantasy is all about that, like, that human factor.
Yeah. Which also, speaking of scenes, as Joshua's dying, or maybe after the fight, when you have those flashbacks of Joshua.
Oh God, yeah.
Like,
they didn't need to go that hard, but they did.
They didn't actually. Saw somebody do fan art of the baby scene, and it's
Sure,
really
okay.
fucking good. That is a very good artist. But they've done a bunch of fan art for this game. I actually found, speaking of fan art, I actually found one that gender swapped Clive and Joshua, and it's not bad. It's a good look for them.
I believe it. Again, Clive has huge tits. People are gonna do that.
Huge tits and a low cut shirt. It goes well.
It really does.
But even Femme Joshua's actually pretty cute. But anyway,
I believe it. Joshua is like the traditional Final Fantasy hot boy.
Yeah.
Like Clive is dark and gritty, but still really sexy. Joshua could be the main character of like Final Fantasy 10 through 15.
Side note, I also love that the first time Joshua meets Mid, he tries to go all like noble, like kiss her hand, and she's like, "What the fuck are you on about?"
Yeah. Mid's so
she's
good.
having none of it. She's having fucking none of it with him.
Mid's so good. Like, what are you doing? Why? Don't touch me. Why are you?
Yeah.
What the fuck is?
Why are you being weird? And he's just like, "Oh, sorry."
Be a normal person. Mid's so
but
good.
But to go back to it, empty the vessel. You fight Ultima in his base form. He's a tough son of a bitch. You get him. I don't even know if you hit zero, if you just get him low. But he transforms into a Freet, and it's like Seraphim Efreet. It's got like 6 glowing blue wings of fire, and then you basically have like a mind space fight with your Efreet versus his Efreet.
Yeah, these people are obsessed with making like evil angels.
I mean, they're good.
Ever since
I like
Kefka.
the design aesthetic.
Ever since
I like
Kefka and Sephiroth.
Yeah, it's a good look. So you beat the evil Efreet. The fight's over, and Ultima finally starts losing his shit. He pulls out the Ultima clones again from, I guess, inside of him or something.
Sure.
You called it out as like the Evangelion tree.
He does the big Evangelion. That's actually like just a reference to Judaism.
Yeah, it's I forget what it's called. It's like the tree of Sephiroth, I think.
It's the tree of life and knowledge, I believe, but I don't know what the like old term for it is. Yeah, I think it's the tree of knowledge. But
no, it is the tree of Sephiroth. I am right. Sephiroth. Sepirot.
Right. No H.
Yep.
He does that big transformation. He does
that, and he basically like semi-primes in his final form.
Yeah.
You fight him again. He full on has a phase where he says, "I'm doing limit break."
Yeah.
And you keep going at him. He comes at you with each of the elements he has. You counter them with your own elements.
Yeah.
And your own.
That's probably my favorite part of that fight.
Yeah, that is very good. That's super fantastic.
The like space fight that mimics the Bahamut fight, also really fucking cool. all of that fight really pretty cool, but that bit there at the end where you're just like trading in the elements.
Yeah, and those are a great example of good cinematics in a fight. Where
God, I mean the game is
really
full
good
of those, but yes,
those are some of the best.
You can tell that there were parts that they saved their money for the ending.
They probably did the ending first.
They probably did.
But at the end of it, Clive wins. He fights Ultima using fire and just literally throws his sword through Ultima's energy beam, blows a hole in his chest. Ultima dies.
You want to talk about that final line in that fight? Do you remember how like fucking hammering you on the nose punny it was?
Ultima makes like some kind of joke about like this is just a dream, this isn't real. And
Ultima
Clive says like this is your final fantasy or something like that.
Yeah, no, Ultima says like the world you pine for is just a fantasy. And Clive's response is the only person living is something along the lines of the only person living in a fantasy here is you. I will be your final witness. Okay.
Yeah. They use final
the name of the game, Final
sentences.
Fantasy. Yeah. That's one. That's a big one. Everyone's gonna get that one.
Yeah.
Final witness is like a huge 14 thing. So
talk about the 14th thing while I go get some more water. I'm still listening.
Okay. So this won't take too long, but neither will you getting water. God, that I was I could not believe that final line. In FF14, and we're far enough beyond this now that it's not too much of a spoiler. It's still kind of a spoiler if you're just starting to play or something. There is a title that now is called like The Final Witness or A Hero's Final Witness, something like that. But when it first came out, near the end of Stormbringer, you had a character who had been like a main side character the entire time, and he and Papalimo is the guy I'm talking about. He and what was Lisa's name before she's like, actually, I'm Lisa and not my sister. Papalimo does like a huge, big, heroic sacrifice at the end. And when you complete this story dungeon, you get the title Papalimo's Final Witness. And so people were fucking running around with the title Papalimo's Final Witness like a day or two after the expansion came out. And everybody who hadn't completed it yet was like, what do you mean Papalimo's Final Witness? That's like a huge fucking spoiler. What happens?
Yeah.
And so they had to go back and change it. And so this became like a thing in the 14 community. But so they fucking put that into the end of the Ultima fight on top of the, do you remember you're playing a Final Fantasy game? This game is called Final Fantasy. We're going to reference the game Final Fantasy. They cannot resist throwing in puns or like overt obvious references or multi-layering their language like that.
I mean, that's Japanese in general. They pack a lot of meaning into a single
sentence.
Yeah,
it's sometimes. Like it's almost Kojima level. Like there's not a lot of that going on throughout the game. There's not a MacGuffin called the Final Fantasy, so it's not really Kojima level, but like it's
no. There is a Final Fantasy MacGuffin at the very end. It's okay. Not relevant for the plot.
Wait, yeah, after the Ultima fight and everything else.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, there's the line there. You beat Ultima, and Clive absorbs him like he does the rest of the icons. With Ultima basically kind of trying to have the last laugh with Clive, the final word, like, fine, you beat me. You're all alone in a dead world now. Have fun. Fuck you. And you eat him anyways. And you walk over to Joshua, you take off your glove, you heal the wound on his chest. I'm going to take this
time to pee. Keep going. I'll be right back.
You heal the wound on Joshua's chest, and you look down at your hand, and I've seen the scene a couple of times. Clive basically sees his hand, and he's just like, oh, I guess Ultima didn't have a strong enough vessel. I've still got the curse that every other bearer and every other dominant has, that I'm going to die from my power. But rather than go home to my girlfriend, I'm going to save the world through a heroic sacrifice, and he destroys the center of the crystal, destroys the mother crystal, destroys the place he's in, and then washes up on a beach, looking up at the sky, looks up at his hand, and his hand is like half petrified, like somebody that has the curse that all bears deal with, and he dies alone on the beach. And then following that, it cuts back to the hideout. Gab's pacing outside the door. A baby starts crying, meaning Etta had her baby. He runs in. Everybody's kind of excited. Jill kind of gets a weird vibe, goes over to the window where Torgal is. She looks up to the sky and sees the red star next to the moon that they've kept referencing over and over again throughout the story, and she sees it wink out and disappear. And that's how she knows Clive has died. And she runs out of the room. Torgal follows her, and she goes to the edge of the dock, or to somewhere further away from the room, and she just starts weeping and just like sobbing her eyes out. And Torgal lets out like a mournful howl, and that's when the credits start. And the credits go and they go and they go, and at that point I'm just sitting there watching the credits like I don't know how to emotionally process this. This is a lot.
Yep.
And then it gets to a scene at the very end where there's some like real kids. There's some kids there like running with some sticks, and one of them like is asked by his mother to light the fire, and he's having a hard time.
It's kind of important to note.
I wish I had.
It's kind of important to note too that at that point, everything is lush and green. They're in like a normal looking world, and all nature's all healthy.
Yeah, they're alive, they're thriving. He goes to try and light the fire, and he says, "This would be easier if I had the powers of an icon." And his mother's like, "Are you reading that silly story again?" And she sends him out to play with his brother. They talk about doing the same play that Clive and his uncle did, and they don't want to do that, so instead they do the Battle of the Icons, and each kid picks a different one, and it cuts back into the cabin to a book, Final Fantasy by Joshua Ross.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that ending, I almost feel like I should deduct a point all on that ending all on its own.
Nah, fuck it, it's great.
It is one of those things. It's very good, but it is not what I wanted, and it makes the game and the story overall a very like Of Mice and Men kind of story, a Great Gatsby story. It's well done. People are going to like it. People are going to love it. People are going to remember it.
I feel like
nobody reads
Great Gatsby, but that's a different speech.
Fair enough, yeah. But nobody reads To Kill a Mockingbird to have a good time. They're just like, watch this poignant description of humanity as people are killed and mistreated and abused, and it is. I did not like it. I wanted Clive to live, even if he wasn't going to live forever. Like give him the curse, have him go home to Jill, and let them spend 6 months just on like a honeymoon phase before he eventually dies from pushing himself too far. Give them that.
I wanted that too.
The last scene is Jill dry heaving on a dock from sobbing her eyes out, and Joshua dies. But Joshua was with death flagging since the beginning. Like I was not surprised Joshua died. I'm
surprised he made it as long as he did.
They were going to kill him in an interesting way, and they did.
Right.
I am upset at Bahamut. Dion deserves so much better than they gave him, and I am upset that one of the most interesting side characters, if not the most interesting side character, they just like, we need to kill him off. Let's give him a guilt complex over something he did while mind controlled and make him a martyr. And it's like, no, I want gay Bahamut to live off somewhere with his boyfriend.
Yeah, I did too. I was really sad that he didn't get another scene with Terrence after that last scene he got with him.
It was one of those things where like the last scene they have together where Dion gives Terrence like a letter and money, and it's just like, there's a girl here, go give her the money, take care of her, I need to see my debts are paid. And Terrence at that point, he knows Dion is not coming back from whatever he's doing, and Dion was death playing it hard for a while after that. I'm so pissed that such a good character and such a decent human being was just like, I fucked up real bad one time. I need to die to make amends. And it's so it pisses me off. That martyr complex pisses me off. I did not like that at all. I can understand it. I can respect it. It's a good death and it's poignant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't break my heart over gay Bahamut. Make me happy over gay Bahamut.
I think that's a sign of a good story, though. Like I would also have been happy with everything you just described. It's worth noting that once or twice throughout the story, they note that Clive is just he's not paying for his crazy obscene magic use like every other bearer or even like every other dominant.
There's also a couple times where they call him up for just being like self-destructive and just driving himself past the breaking point. They call that out a couple times too.
But like Sid and Jill both have slight petrification going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so the game highlights that like the dominants suffer the same crystal curse as all of the other bearers. They just have like way more magic they can go through before that actually happens.
Yeah, their tolerance is higher.
Right. Or their aether pool or whatever. It's not explained. They can do more.
Yeah.
And Clive, on the other hand, is not going through with any of it. He doesn't have any ramifications for using obscene amounts of magical power
until the very end. Which at that point, I can agree and appreciate it, because at that point he's channeled all of the icons. He's fought and killed a god, and he did whatever he did with Joshua. Which I don't. Again, and you had stepped away there. Did you see any petrification on his hand at the time? I just saw like fire through his hand, and then I only saw the petrification when he was at the beach. But
no, I only saw No, that's a good point. I only saw the petrification when he was on the beach, and I think what that's supposed to be, but again, this is not highlighted or said anywhere, is even way back when Sid was still alive, they noted that like killing off these mother crystals is probably just going to like eradicate anyone's ability to use magic. Its bearers will stop being born, dominants will stop being born. No more crystals, magic will go away, which will achieve their goal of radically changing how society is organized.
Yeah.
And so I think what was going on is whatever shit Ultima set up, probably thousands or tens of thousands of years ago when they created humans so that he could eventually have some perfect vessel.
And a free, yeah.
Yeah. Is like that vessel would not be going through the magical degradation, because you also don't see any signs of that on Ultima, who is clearly doing nothing but using magic there throughout their entire existence.
Yeah, I don't think they're designed to do it. I honestly think Clive I think Clive was designed to be able to cast Ultima's spell.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they really cared that he lived much long beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, because Ultima wanted at least one of them, or the collective, wanted to inhabit that vessel. So they might want it to persist on after that, but maybe they could have just made another one or something. Who knows what their plans were for their new world?
Well, they talk specifically about the vessel, like no humans were going to make it to the new world. I think Clive was supposed to die,
like after
in the
casting
of the spell. His body was supposed to die from that.
Yeah, maybe, definitely. But so I think with the final, like, all of Ultima peoples have been destroyed, because they're all in one form, and all of the mother crystals...
They all fused together, and Clive absorbed them. So,
right. And all of the mother crystals have been completely destroyed. So all of their machinations are completely destroyed. And that paradigm is done with. Mm-hmm. And so now Clive finally starts suffering from like the crystal curse, because whatever was keeping him as this Ifrit vessel going and not suffering from it is just gone. So I think what was going on that beach scene is he's like rapidly petrifying.
Well, also right before that, he used enough power to blow up that entire thing. So like,
yeah, but and he just had the huge Ultima fight. But even before that, like, he showed no signs of it, and they'd blown up several mother crystals with like no signs of anybody going through any degradation, except like Jill's tired sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I do think there was just something extra with what he did there, because it sounded like he was doing more than just that. Like he's just like, no more bears, no more dominance. Like we're doing this now. So I think he used Ultima's power, specifically Ultima's like insanely extra power, to do something then that also like didn't just
because he does absorb Ultima like to a greater degree than he absorbs the Aether of anyone else, any of the other dominants.
Yeah, because he only absorbs their power, whereas with Ultima, because it's a spiritual essence, he fully absorbs the body.
Yeah,
and his flames at that point is specifically red and blue, which Ultimas are completely blue at that point.
Yeah.
But no, I'm frustrated by the concept that in order for it to be a good story, there has to be like this martyr sacrifice in the end. I don't like that. I don't like that in my storytelling.
Well, they were okay. So
I get the lead up. I get all the flags they had leading up to that showing it was going to happen, and I don't disagree with them. Just I would have liked a happier ending. I like the idea of my heroes
they were going for something tragic to begin with the more mature rating.
Yeah, I agree.
Like that's kind of their stated goal, and like they were world saviors, and I don't really think the book comes off as like an Of Mice and Men or Great Gatsby so much as it comes off as like Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. Like it reads.
You're talking about Joshua Rossfield.
Yeah, Joshua Rossfield's book of Final Fantasy at the end. It's like
Josh's
a myth.
Book, Joshua's book. I'm referencing that just because they calling it like Of Mice and Men, like The Great Gatsby. I'm talking the entire game is like that, where it's beautiful, it's well constructed, it's poignant, it's very evocative, but it is a tragedy.
Has pockets of really bad writing for no reason.
Yeah, and it ultimately leads to a tragedy, and in the end, many of the people are worse off than they started. The book Final Fantasy by Joshua Rossfield,
except everyone else, who's much better off now, because the world is no longer dying to blight, and there's no magical slavery.
I respectfully disagree with that a little bit, because you're saying everybody else. In the process of saving the world, which Clive did, he stopped Ultima from genociding the place, which would have happened if he had not stepped in. But in the process of Clive trying to accomplish his goals, a fuck ton of people died, a fuck ton of people got turned Akashic, and a fuck ton of people got caught in the middle of all this stuff. Like all the soldiers that died from Ultima's Akashic hordes, all the people that starved because food wasn't available and stuff like that, all that is fought. So God only knows what the body count was for Clive trying to save the world.
Well, so
the following generations are going to be better, but that's honestly a thing that bothers me with the ending is,
well,
like, and then at the very end, like with the kids, like, here's like, oh, sure, our heroes had this tragic end, but don't worry, the future is a better place, and the world is healthy again, and people survive, and they're happy. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about those people. I don't know those kids. Their names are never mentioned. I don't give a shit about those kids.
Okay.
I care about Clive. I care about Joshua. I care about Jill.
I get that.
If they'd kept the scene at the end with the kids and let us know like the ultimate plan of Clive and Jill and Sid to save the world and make it a better place and make everybody equal with no magic succeeded, I'd have been fine with that as long as they had kept something in where like Clive made it back to Jill, even if he's like petrifying, even if he's just like, I can't fight anymore.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and they just have a honeymoon period of like 6 months as Clive slowly wastes away.
He could have made it back to her and they could have fucked off forever for decades. And maybe they had kids, maybe they didn't, but like their adventures are done. Now they've just retired someplace that has a little field of flowers that they like. Yeah. And that's the rest of it.
Or spent the next 6 months in a hammock before Clive passes away from just overexerting himself to the nth degree. And I would have been fine just to give them a little bit of time together. But to just fucking throw Jill under the bus like they did at the end of the game. They threw Dion under the bus. They threw Jill under the bus. Clive and Joshua, there were signs, and there were for Dion as well, but I'm not happy about it. And I do not like that. And I don't have to accept that, oh, it's a good game. It's like, no, I don't like that. I agree, it's well made, but don't kill off my favorite characters and go, well, it's a good game. Like, fuck off. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
We're just gonna have to disagree then, because like
I think we are. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I think they were set out to tell a tragic story where dark, bad shit was happening, and they succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
And like all of our characters did accomplish their goal of radically changing the world. And that's another thing. Like that's another 14 thing actually. These writers are quite well aware of like they're very conscious of like historical, political, national dynamic realities. And so when you talk about like we made a whole bunch of people's lives worse before saving the world, oh yeah. But like the reality of the situation is in order to completely change like a social structure, a way things are organized and maintained and carried out, you have to break some old ways, and that's going to make things worse before they get better.
Yeah,
which we see very clearly in 16.
Yeah.
We're creating
and there is
refugees.
There is a very sinister message of there's no way to change the world without a body count.
It's not. I don't even think it's sinister so much as just like historically accurate.
It is an honest way to look at the situation, but that also is it. It comes across like it's not. How do I want to say this?
Like I don't think negotiations would have worked. You know?
No. Like
I don't think all nations coming together against Ultima would have worked.
No, that never would have worked.
Right.
The only person who could have stopped Ultima was Clive.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing that anybody else could have done to stop him.
Right.
But generally speaking, just I lost my train of thought. Damn it.
You were mad at the ending.
Yeah. Yeah, just like
I think that's fair.
Like changing the world and there being a body count associated with that, and there's being suffering associated with that. Like, there's a degree where, because they do address in some quests where like there's the village of blacksmiths that your blacksmith is from, and he goes there and he sets up a bellows for them, and he teaches them how to blacksmith without using crystals anymore and without using bearers, and they have a bunch of technology to allow them to do that. They talk at the Invincible of Mid making filters that made the blighted water potable. They're working on growing plants in the blighted soil. So very clearly, like they're doing
soil from elsewhere, but yeah, definitely.
But they are working on essentially re-terraforming the planet so that humans can inhabit it again and life can inhabit it again. But again, there is still a small group of people who are essentially being eco-social terrorists, burn down the current world order, fucked as it is, and can kill off a lot of people in the process to stop a god from genociding all of humanity. But there's still a body count of 10 to 20% of the population in the process.
Right.
I'd say 10 to 20% is
generous.
There might even be conservative. Like there might be more.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like that's putting it lightly. That's putting it favorably for Clive and crew.
Yeah.
Almost every scene we see of like normal people after that first mother crystal goes down is just like war orphans everywhere. Refugees constantly trying to flood into every other city. Oh, the refugees just made it to, I almost said Dalmascia, Zemeckis, to like Titan's main capital. Well, we just blew the shit out of that one too. Go somewhere else now.
Oh, you went to Bahamut's capital? Oh, he blew it up now.
Gone. The place is on fire. Sorry.
Yeah, and they're not necessarily wrong, but it is a game that's very hard to feel morally upright about the character. Like you're fighting something evil, but you're doing you're leaving a tremendous amount of evil in your wake.
I
Starving people in the streets and starving children, I'm going to call that evil in my wake.
I'm gonna call that naive. So the big thing, like, yes, they were making filters, and that was working. Yes, they were kind of growing plants in blighted soil, and that's arguable because they were borrowing. There's like multiple side quests of going to get other soil and fertilizer and shit from elsewhere to make it actually work. I'm like, yeah, you go mix some plants with marble tendrils and roots, and that helps. Yeah, they were building the smelters. But also, like, the driving factor behind all of that was the previous paradigm of how things were done, which can basically be boiled down to magic exists and is in use, and that's causing the blight. And that is never going to go away unless you eradicate the previous paradigm of how things are run. Yeah. Yeah, you have to do away with magic. You have to. It's draining the land of its soul. Final Fantasy is, like, kind of boldly all in favor of eco-terrorism. And a thing that we didn't really touch on with Ultima is before you have the big fight with Ultima, right after you do Odin, you have like a kind of mini first fight with him, but also that's when Josh and Clive are like inside the last Mother Crystal, and Ultima's kind of telling you what was going on beforehand. He like explains.
He says something like we can't have you judged for the sins of humanity while still being ignorant of the sins of humanity. So let me tell you what you've done.
Right.
And goes through the whole thing of like, this is what happened that ruined the world.
But in doing that, even before he created humanity and shit started going south with the Blight, he describes having to run from the Blight himself because he couldn't fucking solve it. And so he did the Mother Crystal thing in Valisthea to gather enough Aether for the new crystals to cast a spell to build a new world. But this means the Blight was already spreading, probably because his people were using magic.
Well, he said something like about giving people the gift of magic, and that was the problem. So there was some previous civilization that Ultima and his kin gave magic to that triggered the Blight, and he tried to stop it and he couldn't, and instead he gave up and he ran away to Valisthea, where he's just like, oh wait, fine, this place is untouched by the Blight, we'll gather ether from this place, make a spell, remake the world, and in the process we're going to use humans as our components by sowing them as a crop of life forms that will then develop dominance, that will then develop an Ifrit that then we will use to do our thing.
But even way back when, there was still the Blight spreading, and Ultima and his people could do nothing about it. So the problem was the use of magic.
Yeah.
That had to be toppled for life on the planet to continue to exist at all.
Yeah.
And so you have these magical eco themes. You have themes of empire and you have themes of slavery. And those things must be smashed in order for life to continue at all. There was no politicking their way around it. There was no engineering their way around it. The reality of the situation dictated that reality was going to fucking end and the planet would just be a husk. So they had to change it.
Yeah, I guess just the difference for this compared
I can't call creating refugees and smashing capitals evil, because it needed to happen no matter what. And
I still do it. Probably the reason why this hits me different than say like something like Final Fantasy VII, because they have very similar themes of like people draining life energy from the world to do stuff, and it's a problem they need to stop. 7 is like we started within a generation or two ago, and people are dealing with it now. Like it's a relatively recent event. In 16, life that has been the way of doing things for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Like in this game, people have wells. The wells are not holes in the ground, they are a hole with a crystal hanging above it that's just constantly pouring water into it. So when Clive and his team, fuck with the crystals, and Ultima casts his spell. His spell also specifically does fuck with the crystals. So a lot of the damage that's happening is Ultima using that Primogenesis spell that tints the sky and fucks with things. Like Tomes' book specifically says this is doing things, and one of the things it's doing is making current crystals that are out in the world less active or just inactive. And so now it's not just like that guy at the beginning. It's just like, oh, I needed my crystal to chill my fish, or they won't be sellable at market. Like, people don't have a source of water anymore. People don't know how to cook food or start a fire without a crystal. They're going to die and starve. And yes, that would have happened eventually. It's a question of how long. I do find some moral culpability in Clive and his team, and even Sid, to go through and decide, no, it has to happen now. It has to happen in this generation.
They recognize that, though, right? Because like
they do a little bit, and they
Sid
even
and
like
Clive specifically state, like, Sid's whole deal was giving people a choice, even if it was them making the wrong choice. Before, they specifically had no choice. Things were ending. Even before Ultima cast the Primogenesis, the Archie spell,
yeah,
they were in the end days. They just didn't really know it. Like the way of things was causing everything to end. There's no getting around that. Damage was going to happen no matter what. The lesser damage is wiping out magic in the crystals. And the ending, we have no idea how far into the future it happens. Like that very last scene with the kids in the book.
Yeah. There's no measuring that. Yeah,
there's no measuring that. But it's long enough that everybody's just like, oh, that Final Fantasy book, that's a cute myth for children. Yeah.
So probably at least several generations, if not 200 years or something like that.
If not thousands
maybe
of years. The religion of the time is no longer. The religions that are present in the game are no longer around. Yeah. All of these icon things are fairy tales. Fairies also don't exist, by the way.
Yeah.
It's I think at least dozens of generations in the future.
Probably. It's past the point where anybody would question for a moment whether or not it was real. Everybody thinks it's fake, except for the kids who just like a good story.
Right. And so, like, the actions of our party are the reason those people get to continue existing at all.
Yeah, in the end, they were right, but it's like to put it in a modern connotation, like, it's all well and good to say that they went out there and they saved the world and caused a bunch of destruction in the process. If people were doing the same thing in our country these days, like right now, in current time, we would call them terrorists and we would say what they did was evil. It doesn't matter. Like
I think I would probably call them terrorists and say what they were doing was right. That's just me, but that's how something that is truly revolutionary to the state of being of societies, especially global societies.
You say that as a person who is currently living in a safe home with food and with readily available food and water and clean sanitation.
Yeah.
That equation changes a lot once you take that away from people.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And
I'd still say it.
You're a better person than me? I don't know.
I don't know. You might be better, honestly. Disagree. Yeah, I think you might be better in this case, but like that's just how that goes.
Sometimes the world has to be burned in order to fix it.
Sometimes you need to break things in order to fix them. There's the line when they're like coming back on the boat right after the time skip of like sometimes you need to lance the boil before it can heal. Right? That's that theme of like we're going to have to break things and it's going to hurt before anything gets better is like prominent and present throughout the game and real life history. like, I don't want to get political, right? But if we were to try to do something about like environmental damage and plastic in the oceans and capitalism ruining people's lives, we would have to have a big upheaval to change the way things are done. Because the stuff in power dictating how everything is done will not make those changes.
Yeah, not only will those in power not make the changes, also like there are people being supported by that system that don't want to change and don't want to give up their place in the order, or even just people that are just like, why would I give up my comfortable thing to go through an uncomfortable time? And but I guess my moral stance on that is like, your job as somebody who wants to save the world is to convince them to do that. If you can't do that, you just say, well, fuck it, I'm doing anyways, and I'll kill you if I have to, if you get in my way.
Well, it's like, so it's like, I think it's extremely
arrogant. I think it's extremely arrogant to
no, I think that's fair.
Opinion on others.
I think that's super fair. Like, I am living in a comfortable place with a nice computer and air conditioning when it's like 100 degrees outside. But our I'm struggling to not say mode of production. Our orientation of society dictates that people living the way the two of us do and other like much more wealthy, much more comfortable people do dictates the necessity of like people breaking their backs in minimum wage jobs and living in hovels with no comfort forever.
Yeah.
And so like
you're not wrong.
There's some morality to be examined there too, right? Maybe breaking the way things are done is the right choice, even if it causes the more comfortable of us some pain. I agree. And to like try to convince everybody else to do that willingly, normal people, middle class comfy people, people in power, you have to basically like convince everyone to behave like Jesus while all agreeing on a good version of what that means. And I don't think people, because we're all very, very different, are ever going to come to that.
Yeah, I don't think people are selfless enough to do that.
Right?
But
and so
to come along and basically decide that for everyone is a kind of tyrant job.
It is.
I guess that's what tyrants do, and that's what dictators do.
Yeah, it is. It is either like a tyrant dictator thing or like a revolutionary terrorist thing. Either way, you're saying we're going to go outside of what everybody wants and do this thing anyway and force the changes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's very much what like Clive and Party are doing. That's very much, you see that in like all of the different rulers in different nations, like all the different circle of rulers in Sunbrek are talking about like, well, we don't want to hurt the populace though, but we need our resources. And then the king's like, well, fuck the populace, just do it.
How much of that in that scene do you think was actually Ultima? Because Dion,
none.
Well, Dion calls him out later, because that was before the time skip. But Dion calls him out later, like, you said this years ago, father. Like, you acted this way. This is not okay. You didn't used to be like this. You used to be a good king who cared about his people.
Right.
And you're not anymore.
I think none of that was Ultima. I think Ultima was the child behind Annabelle, and Annabelle readily admits that she's doing this for like nothing but lineage. And in doing so, she convinces the astrologers to convince the king of whatever she wants to convince him of. So before that, I don't think any of that was Ultima. I think humanity in FF16 just kind of emerges from however Ultima originally set them up. He definitely like implies that we were all originally Akashic and had no consciousness and no like bond. We were just kind of fucking magic zombies. And then consciousness and personality and free will appear out of this. And that's a very Final Fantasy thing to have like, well, all of these human creatures with free will don't like what the god is doing, so go kill the god.
Yeah.
So I really liked the ending. I think it kind of nails its tragic notes, and it wanted to do that. I would love to see Dion not die and have some scenes with Terrence, and I would love to see Clive and Jill like fuck off and have a happy life together, maybe even some kids, and they both have like one petrified hand, but they're doing it, they're making it. That would be great. But I think the story nails its tragicness.
Fair enough. I don't even want them to like have the long and happy life. Just give them some time. Give them that little bit of
anything.
peace.
Anything.
And I guess my biggest grief with Dion is I don't really believe in the way that martyr mindset of his, that the way to atone for your sins is to die. It's very Japanese though.
Yeah. I don't agree with it either.
Japanese.
I don't agree with it either, but I think it's very well written.
But that was definitely what he was gunning for the whole time.
Yeah.
He was definitely like, I need to die to atone for this. And then he's saved by that medicine girl whose name we never knew.
Guess what? She has a name. Her name is Cahill.
Oh, really?
Kihel. Guess what? You can only find that out throughout the lore stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
It's never said anywhere in the game. And I love that character. She's behind Dion, behind Gav, behind Byron. I might like Medicine Girl the most. And I mean, not counting party members, right?
Yeah.
Because I love Jill. My biggest gripe with the game is probably I wish Jill had more screen time. She gets an arc. It's cool. I still wish she had like a little bit more. She gets that side quest at the end. I wish she had a little bit more.
Yeah. I also, we both said this privately beforehand, but we both don't really like that time skip. Like, we think it should be shorter because the 5 years is a bit much.
Yeah. I've come to a conclusion about that.
Why is that?
I definitely still 100% stand by everything we said before. If it was a year or two or something way less than 5, I think it would have felt better.
Yeah.
Do you want to know why?
1 year.
You want to know why it's 5 years? Because the time in between Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 and everything getting destroyed and then 2.0 happening is a 5-year time skip. That's a 14 reference.
If that's the reason for do it, I'm just going to go out and say I think that's fucking stupid.
I don't even disagree.
Yeah, just don't.
I don't even disagree.
Stop trying to make cute references to your last game and tell this fucking game's story.
There's so much Final Fantasy XIV in this game. It's nutty. Down to like the move sets of the animations of a lot of different everything.
And that's fine. And have some of it there. Don't be like, oh, it needs to be a 5-year time skip instead of a 1-year time skip because of this Final Fantasy XIV reference. At that point, you're starting to jump the shark for me and just knock it the fuck off and tell this game story properly. No.
Yeah, I mean that's my guess. I would put a small amount of money on it. that knock a 0.5 off of your score.
We're getting there.
It definitely does not need to be a 5-year time skip. Whatever. Honestly, the writing in this game is kind of all over the place for me. There's a lot of stuff I love. There's a lot of stuff that I just see as amazingly convenient, right? Like from super early on too. We can keep talking about the ending, but like when you first go to the first hideout with Sid, he's like, we're in the Blight, and that means no food and water, no plants, no animals, and no magic. And that's pretty convenient for us, actually, because we're hiding from some crazy magical motherfuckers, and then Titan shows up and just primes. How did he do that?
Good point.
How did he do that?
How did he prime?
That's magic.
Mm-hmm. Would have actually liked to have seen them do more with those blighted lands and actually have us fight in areas where we couldn't use magic, where our iconic abilities just did not work.
Yeah, that
would have been interesting. I feel like they missed an opportunity there.
I feel like that would have been interesting and also less fun. Like people sometimes, very rarely, games will give you cool shit and give you more cool shit and give you more cool shit and then take it all away and it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, it's not very good.
I can definitely see
it's a risk.
if they overused it, it could be very bad.
Right. But doing it like once or twice, I agree. That'd be pretty cool.
But yeah, I think we've beaten the ending to death. My general, I don't like the sads, even though I can respect it. It's a good story. I don't care that some children, some point way in the future, got to be happy because the people we spent dozens of hours falling in love with had short lives with terrible deaths. Like,
I mean, I think we just kind of disagree on that type of presentation. I'm much more inclined to enjoy a story like that.
I'd rather have a happy ending. That's just me.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's different perspectives. I still think that's a pretty good end to everything, because we accomplished everything. They saved the world. They did exactly what they set out to do, and that no one else was willing to do or could do.
Yeah, but in the process, they destroyed the world first, and in most cases, many of themselves.
It sucked for them and a lot of people, but I think like going through that hardship kind of makes the payoff all the more sweet.
A little. One thing I did think about with regards to the end, we don't know how long it's going to take for magic as a system to just stop working. Like if it was immediate, or if it's going to take a little while. If it's still around a little bit, I don't think Jill's long for this world, because the hideout doesn't really have any other trained fighters left, like really good ones. Like, because Clive was essentially like, send me out there by myself, I'll fight them all. Jill's really their best fighter that's left. Like, they have the Curse Breakers, but Jill's really the best fighter they have left.
They have like the Curse Breakers and Gav and Byron and all of his allies' soldiers and Wade. They're like, those people aren't in the hideout, but they're still allies.
Yeah, but generally, like, their best asset is Jill, who, if she just keeps trying to use magic, she's just going to accelerate her own curse. So
yeah, but that's,
who knows how much longer she has left to live.
Right,
and
that's if she even can still use magic, right? Because like you mentioned earlier, they were talking about after the Primogenesis thing, after Mother Crystals started getting broken all over the place, magic crystals just kind of stopped fucking working, or would sometimes not work in the way that they used to. And so I feel like the usability of magic after we destroy that final crystal like dramatically drops. Probably.
It might have.
And again, we don't
know how quickly that.
We definitely don't know how quickly, but we do know at the end, like in the very end with the kids and the mom in the storybook, people are like, magic, fairy tales. No one's ever heard of it. There's no historical record of it. That's just child's play.
Yeah.
It's not a thing that ever existed.
Yeah.
Except little do they know this Final Fantasy book is actually a history book.
Presumably, yeah. But
I don't know when or how Joshua wrote that. It might be misattributed to him and actually Tomes wrote it.
No, I think Joshua wrote it because he probably did like some notes and stuff as he was like running around doing things. And I don't think he collected
to do that. Yeah.
I don't think he collected the final version for print. I think he had like a journal or something that he put together.
Especially if you have an ending, which is like the ending we saw.
Yeah.
Then he didn't write that part.
He wouldn't have seen that. Like that part wouldn't have been in the book. I don't think, but it would. How
did he write anything about Origin? He fucking died there.
I don't think the game we saw was the book those kids read.
I think that's like the direct implication.
I think the events we saw are written predominantly in the book, but I do think it is not the end of the game is not being like, this is the modern time, and all that you saw was a flashback. No, I don't think that was it. We watched things in the present, and then we skipped generations into the future.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's like exactly what I'm saying. I think that book is a chronicle of everything we saw as it unfolded in the present. And then there's a huge time skip, and this book is like a children's fairy tale, but it still exists.
Yeah.
And it's
But
somehow written by Joshua Rossfield.
Yeah, I just don't think that there's anything in that book that's like, and this is what happened at Origin. I died there. My brother saved the world. Like, I don't think
Right, there can't be.
That's in the book. Yeah.
There can't be.
So, yeah. But, do we have any other final thoughts that we want to pick at for this thing?
Do you want Leviathan DLC? I do.
I'll say no. I'm gonna disagree with you on that. I think it stands well enough on its own. I can see them adding it in. But it's kind of complete. I wish Leviathan had been in the game. I feel like that was a missed opportunity. And that's probably just
in
they
more
had to
than
cut
just
for
mural form.
Yeah, I feel like that was something that just got cut for time, and they're like, we don't have time to design. I would have actually liked to have seen, because they had to have done it at some point, like design a dominant for Leviathan and like what those sketches were. That would be an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. They would
have at least drafted as like sketches.
Yeah, any artwork or like in-game assets, no matter how completely incomplete they were, that'd be really cool to see. I'd be interested in. I do kind of want it, because I feel like they can expand on it and have a fun little time that lasts for like a few hours, but you'd have to like insert it in the middle of the story somewhere, and I feel you could just replace Bocklid with it.
Yeah.
But I don't think it needs it. And you said like you feel that the work stands well enough on its own.
Mm-hmm.
That's precisely what they set out to do. What'd you just send me? Okay, cool.
The Art of Final Fantasy 16 coming out next year.
Nice. That's precisely what they set out to do. Yoshi P, the director, was very clear that when they were making the game, they were not thinking about DLC at all. They didn't want a Final Fantasy 15 situation. They didn't want the more generic situation of people feeling like they designed DLC, like they designed core parts of the game to come out and you have to pay more for them in like a week or a month after the game comes out, because nobody likes that. They wanted to avoid that entirely. They're not completely writing out the possibility of DLC, but it's not something that they worked on at all during the development process. They wanted the game to stand well enough on its own. They hope people enjoy the full product, get their money's worth, feel like they get their money's worth. And then if everybody really likes it, maybe we'll think about DLC later. But they haven't even begun to think about it.
So here's an interesting thought while you were talking about this and talking about DLC. What if instead of DLC, we get Final Fantasy 16-2, and it's the story of Zemeckis and the fall of the fallen civilization?
Oh, like a prequel?
Yeah, basically like a prequel around the fall of Zemeckis, and Leviathan is in that.
They could do that.
Because there aren't a lot of time points where they would have enough things going on for us to give a damn. But the fall of Zemeckis is 100% one of those that would be a spectacle and a half to show rather than just allude to. And then at that point, Leviathan presumably would have been around. But maybe that's why Leviathan is lost. Maybe they were in Zemeckis.
Well, I think I was about to say explicitly, but definitely not explicitly.
Interestingly enough, the one thing I'm fairly certain they weren't in Zemeckis, because I think when they were talking about like a lot of the dominance, and when you were reading in the lore book, it talks about them being like passed down like family lines or tribes. The tribe that was around Zemeckis was actually
there's
Odin. It was Odin's tribe. It's basically he's from like the ancient Zemeckis nobility family.
Was it?
Yeah. It's Barnabas, isn't it? Because I keep thinking
Yeah.
Barbados, and I'm like, I know that's not right.
Yeah, it's
but
Barnabas.
It does talk about like his family was from that place, and when Zemeckis was destroyed, they fucked off to whatever that other weird land was they was living at, and then he came back from there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure because they're all related. Oh, this brings up another thing we didn't touch on that is minor, but I like to think about it. They're all related to a mother crystal somewhere, sort of. Except Ifrit is weird because they're related to Ultima.
Yeah. So that would be one mother crystal per dominant, right?
Correct.
So that's an interesting one to see, like which one goes where. Because Titan is obviously where it's at. We know where Phoenix
we
is.
have the mother crystals for every single dominant except Shiva, Ifrit's a special case, and Leviathan. Shiva was the one up in the north that fell. And we don't really know what that means, but it might be the same thing that happened to the one in the huge crater hole thing that never fully fills up with water.
Zemeckis, yeah.
Right. There was a mother crystal there.
Yeah, and then there was a second one over in Barnabas's area. What was that continent called? It's not
Ash.
Storm, it's Ash.
Yeah.
There was a second one in Ash. So presumably the ones in Ash were Garuda and Ramu. Because the final one that was there is purple, so it would have been Ramu's crystal.
It's probably Ramu.
And actually, if the crystals are all elementally aligned to the individual, that's an interesting thought.
Mm-hmm.
Align them each to each dominant. So Ramu's was the last one we destroyed,
and
the person we destroyed would have been
from that area.
He does. And then the first one we destroyed, Dragon's Head, was white, so that would have been Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
Then the second crystal was red, so that would have definitively been Phoenix's.
Mm-hmm.
Shiva's is from the north, so that would have been that. Shiva and Fenrir. Titan's was definitely colored like Titan.
Yep.
So what was the one? What was the one in Twin Side? That was blue, right?
Yeah, I guess. I think so. Yeah, it was a lot more blue than it was white. Absolutely.
Let me see. Because you had a video. Yeah, this place gets it next. Twin Side Splash.
Yeah.
It's blue, so that's where Leviathan would have been. So that would have been Leviathan's crystal. So the other one that fell was Garuda's. Would have been a green one.
Well, that leaves the one that fell and the second one over in Ash.
Well, the one that fell in the north would have been Shiva's.
Yeah.
And then the
one
one
west
that
in the
fell,
Iron Islands is Phoenix. Southwest is Titan. Middle north is Bahamut. Upper right is Rama because purple. But then there's the blue one, the one that fell in the hole, got smashed by Ultima, and the second one out in Ash. I don't really remember a second one out in Ash.
Yeah, there are three. Yeah. Because there's three that are missing. Yeah. So the ones that are missing were Shiva's. Because I already said Odin was connected to Zemeckis. That would have been Odin's crystal. In Zemeckis.
Weird that he's still around. Honestly, I took.
Weird the Garuda's still around. Weird the Shiva's still around.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Honestly, I took the crystal over in Ash to be probably Odin's, because it's dark purple, which is like lightning, but also Odin is the darkness element.
No, for Barnabas, it specifically says his family traces its line back to Zemeckis. I think the answer is under his mother rather than him specifically.
Okay.
But yeah, it traces it back to Zemeckis. So I think that was the crystal for Odin.
Okay.
Odin was in the central area.
Okay.
But definitely the other one in Ash would have probably been Garuda, because there's no green crystal.
Yeah, there's no green crystal.
Which, interestingly enough, that would have meant 8 crystals, which is exactly how many they had in something like Final Fantasy IV. There's 8 crystals there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you've got the light and dark crystals.
Yep, 4 light, 4 dark. Which I think is the same number they also have in 3, which has 4 light and 4 dark. And I don't know about 5.
Yeah,
I played it once.
I can't remember how many there are in 5. There are only 4 in 1.
Yeah, 1 only has like 4 light crystals.
Yeah.
And then 2 I never played.
You don't have to. Two is wild. Two is broken. It's got kind of a good story, but honestly, the storytelling starts getting better. Well, I mean, the storytelling mostly just keeps getting better, with weird exceptions. But one like barely has a story. Two is where a lot of the like anti-imperial stuff comes from, and then just continues. But 2 has like the wildest stat system of any Final Fantasy and maybe any RPG, which is crazy because the same series has like the draw system in 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2's not worth playing. 4 and onward are worth it. The rest, like if you're really curious or like super retro classic games, you can get older than that, but FF1's like a good place to start.
Yeah,
without going to like
there's a bunch of them
Defender.
that were on Steam as part of this. That I was looking at as part of the summer sale. The only one I was really interested in picking up was Final Fantasy 1.
Yeah,
because I've played it before and I ended up getting really far, but I ended up getting taken out at like the Temple of Time at the end of the game to like that one unique boss there that like is super strong. Like I got the
war mech.
I think it might have been the war mech. Yeah,
I think that's a secret boss. No, you don't have to fight war mech.
No, it's not the war mech then. It's the other one.
Yeah.
And it's not Chaos. I didn't get that far.
It's been so long since I've played that game. You know what game you should play instead of playing Final Fantasy 1?
What's that?
Stranger of Paradise. That game fucking rules. That game's so goddamn good. It has no right to be as good as it is. And no, never mind. I could talk about Stranger of Paradise for too long. It does a really good job of being an FF1 prequel.
So I heard. I do know this story. I have looked it up. But
it's so good.
It really didn't catch my interest with how they introduced it and how they like portrayed it.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. But like, you know how you would like to skip through a bunch of side quests in FF16 because you don't care?
Mm-hmm.
The main character of Stranger in Paradise presses the skip cutscene button for you multiple times. Jack, fucking everybody gave that game shit when they were like previewing it, and then it came out and they were like, actually, this is the best. This is the best FF protagonist, no question. Because people would like start doing Final Fantasy monologues, and Jack would literally be like, shut the fuck up. Stop talking about whatever you're talking. Tell me about the crystals. That's all I want to know. Talk about chaos or go away. He's so good.
Nice. But
oh man.
Yeah, so we've gone for a couple of hours. I would like to talk a bit more Steam Summer Sale with you, but why don't we take a quick bio break and step away for a minute, because I do need to.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
The restroom. But
be right back. I'm gonna use this opportunity to talk about fucking Stranger of Paradise.
All right, I will take my headphones off and not go to BRB then.
Sure. God, I don't know. FF16 I think is a very good game. If you have a PS5, you should probably play it. But like we've discussed over the past 4 hours, it has some problems. Writing go brrr in some instances, and sometimes it skips a few of those burrs, or doesn't make much sense, or doesn't pay attention to exactly what it set up. But it's still very pretty and well told, and feels great to play. And that's like a big part of a character action game. It feels good to play. I wish Jill got more time. Wish a couple of scenes were different. or better explained, or more of the backstory lore was better explained. My main gripe is like, I don't think the game actually has difficulty modes, and I would like the enemies to give me a reason to use my crazy busted strong moveset. Because you just don't need it. In contrast to that, Stranger of Paradise is just Neo 3. And that means all of the upsides and downsides of like a Neo game. It doesn't have maps that are anywhere near as big as FF16, and I feel like this plays better and looks and feels better kind of because of that. But it does, like, it takes itself just seriously enough to eventually have good writing and character development and story, and you're like, wow, this is actually working. Wait, why am I feeling things for these really dumb dude bro new metal characters? Like, there's a scene where Jack walks away from someone by putting fucking Limp Bizkit on from his cell phone, which they have, and don't pay attention to having that in the context of Final Fantasy 1, but it makes sense later. And so you get like a bunch of node maps, just like Neo, instead of having this game. This game, I feel, this is the thing we didn't really talk about, I feel like has a really good in-between of having an overworld map and individual maps inside of it. Because the thing that this map reminds me of the most is like tactics. But it doesn't actually operate that way, right? Each little fast travel point in FF16 is a different obelisk you can travel to. But instead, you really only have like 4 regions that you can... Is it 4? 4 regions you can go to. You have like Rosalith. I keep wanting to say Norvrant, but the initial Sembrek place, Zemeckia, and Ash. And those are all kind of not open world, but big open areas where you have a lot of different stuff go on. And they unlock progressively, right? Neo-style games, including Stranger of Paradise, just don't have that. They have, like... This one map is this one node. It's a level. It's not even like a Castlevania thing because they're not connected at all. You can almost kind of see how the maps in 16 are connected. There's just like little bits of thing in between that you don't get to see. Which honestly makes it feel kind of small. Makes Valisthea feel kind of small. But you know you're not getting all of it. But the combat in Stranger of Paradise is fantastic. You don't get anywhere near the crazy powerful shit you get in 16. And it's very much a Neo game, as opposed to like mostly Devil May Cry, but kind of, sort of Kingdom Hearts. Except both of those games had way better enemies. But when you learn that Stranger Paradise system, you get to like dance around everything and counter everything and steal enemy spells, because no matter what class you're playing as, you're also playing as a blue mage, because that's how your parry defense works. It's also got a stagger system in it. It also kind of goes... I don't know if that game got a mature rating or not, but it almost deserves it just as much as this game. Like, the way in which you kill a Toneberry is, like, comical in how kind of violent it is. It avoids being, like, hyper-violent and bloody, but wow, does that thing crystallize, vibrate violently, and then shatter. Or you have, like, unicorn enemies. Like, what was the name of that horse summon? Ixion. Was that a summon? Well, Ixion enemies in like 10 and 12. You just fucking grab them by the head and snap their neck. It's...
Who's next are we snapping?
Do you remember the Ixion lightning horse enemies from like 10 and 12?
Weren't they a summons in 8?
Was it a summon in 8?
I think
Oh no,
was.
they were a summon in 10. Quetzalcoatl was the lightning summon in 8, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's how that went. Yeah. Those are like normal but extra pissed enemies in Stranger of Paradise, and the way you finish them off is nutty.
Yeah, Final Fantasy X summons. Yep.
Yeah. That sounds right. I was thinking Quetzalcoatl was 10 in my head until you said 8. Yeah, Stranger of Paradise does this really cool thing where like every single one of its levels is overtly a reference to a different Final Fantasy game. To the point where like the first level is what's it called? The Palace of Chaos or whatever, the thing that's right outside of the first town in 1. And then there's like a fire cave.
Temple Time, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's like a fire cave that's very clearly Ifrit's fire cave from 8. And then there's a place that's just straight up a Mako reactor from 7. Or like the flying continent from 6.
Interesting.
And you're like, these things have no place at all in the world of FF1. But the story makes it make sense, actually. It's really weird that game ends up having a well-told story and well-developed characters. Even if they like spend most of that game going like, yeah, it's weird I don't remember anything, huh? Like how I got here or who I was before. It's just really weird. And then it all makes sense.
Yeah.
Stranger Paradise is a lot of fun. You
Steam
just have
sale.
to mute the Sinatra songs if you're going to stream it.
Actually, before we do stream sale, are you still keeping up with Star Rail?
I am actually, yeah.
So you've seen the event for this week for double drops. Good.
Yeah. I was
going to tell you about that if you didn't see it.
That's a really fantastic boon. No, yeah, I got Lucia.
Oh, nice.
Who's pretty good. I think Bailu might be better, but I don't have a Bailu, so it's hard to compare.
He's
pretty good. I feel like if you have,
I think he's worse at direct healing, but better at a support role because he can remove debuffs from allies and remove buffs from enemies. So it balances out that he's very, very versatile, where Bailu specializes heavily in healing.
Right, yeah.
So he really only has one direct heal, which is his skill. And then his talent is what sets up the field. Like his passive sets up the field that if people deal damage, then they'll heal. So
well, and he also has the like procced heal whenever anybody falls below 50%.
Yeah, if somebody gets low, but I think that's part of his skill. But yeah, it just casts his skill.
Yeah, maybe. I was playing with him earlier. I need to go like reread his stuff to make sure I know how it works.
I think I double checked it to see that.
He's got that
it
in
is
there
his
somewhere.
skill. His skill has two stages. It's you trigger it, it does a thing, or if somebody falls below half, you heal them, and then it goes on. That aspect of it goes on cooldown for a turn or two.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, so he's pretty good. I got Lucia, I got Yukong.
You got the new archer. Yep.
Yeah.
We finally have imaginary damage.
I finally have imaginary damage. Holy shit. I still don't have Welt, but finally got imaginary damage.
Yep.
She seems okay. She seems like she's probably really good if you have the relics to like really adjust your team's speed so that her attack boost always falls on people you want doing damage instead of your healer.
Yeah, my problem is she kept doing it like right before Lucha.
Yeah, exactly.
That just doesn't help me. I kind of want her to get a bit of a buff where instead of her,
like she's probably going to get a buff.
Instead of her attack boost happening for the next 2 allies, make it last the full turn. Like give it a turn or 2.
That's pretty strong though, because then you could just have a team that doesn't have a healer, and you're getting 50% more damage boost out of it than you are now.
I don't mind if they nerf her damage for it, and I guess that's a trade-off. Like it lasts super short, but it's super powerful.
Is it even super powerful? I feel like right now I feel like Tingwan is probably a better choice.
I think she's considered a better one. Actually, let me.
But yeah, so I got Lucia, Yukong, and randomly picked up Himiko. So I've got people to level.
Oh, nice, Himiko, nice.
Yeah, I finally got follow-up attacks that aren't Clara, even though I just beat
or Herta, yes,
or Herta. Yeah, I haven't put anything into Herta. And I think my Clara is still only 60, but I hit the cap for 70 recently. So I've got like 3 characters at 70 and another one that's almost at 70.
It's so expensive to level them up past that point. And you haven't even hit the ugly stages.
Right, yeah.
When you hit it and they can go to 80, prepare to grind.
I believe it. I can see it. Because, like, it's really easy to keep everybody... It's, like, super easy to keep just every character you have topped up to, like, level 30 or 40. That costs nothing. You're making money while you're doing it. And then after that, you're kind of, like, breaking even. But after 50 and definitely after 60, you're super losing money. So, like, I believe going from 70 to 80 takes some fucking time.
Yeah. I have one person at 80, which is Sele.
I realize I've used her a bunch.
Yeah, she's amazing. And she's not even built that well. Her crit rate is good, her crit damage is bad. Her crit damage is it's only like 80%. Like I've seen people with Yinwan where their crit rate is 75% and their crit damage is 120. And I'm like,
yeah.
Oh. Gib.
Yeah.
Gib.
Absolutely.
But no, looking at the listing here, Luocha is considered S tier,
Nice.
Wealth is A, and Yukong is considered B.
That makes sense to me.
Urta remains the sole character in D tier.
Damn.
Being beaten by Sampo, which I disagree with.
You know, when the new banner rolled around, they had like character trials, and one of them is like, at least I think it was this. Maybe it was something else. Maybe it was one of the smaller events where they like
they usually have character trials.
Give you a trial character.
Banners. Yeah,
there was something that let me use like a level 50, level 55 Sampo, or like a max level or like a level 55 Sampo, and I tried them out, and I'm like, that's pretty all right. I can see where this would be like Asta but worse, but like he's pretty okay.
Yeah, Asta but worse is a good way to describe him. Asta's at least classified as a rank A.
I feel like I need to get my Asta up so I have any fire character that's not main character
MC,
tank.
Yeah. I mostly use Hook just because she's the only like you don't have a lot of fire characters in the game period. You don't have much of any characters in the game period because it's still really small.
Mm-hmm.
But it's basically MC, Asta, Hook, and Himiko are the only ones you have.
Yeah, and I don't have Hook. She's your main single target damage. Fire character.
she's a warrior basically.
I feel like Asta does pretty okay for single target. You just have to narrow it down to that single target.
Yeah, Asta needs an enemy alone, and then she does fantastic single target damage, especially if she's shredding a boss. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like she does well if she's fighting something alone.
Yeah.
The moment you get a group of enemies and she has to like try and focus fire something, she's terrible.
Right. She does like if you have a group of enemies and they're all weak against fire, she's pretty good. She's not going to do like a lot of damage, but she might break 2 or 3 all at the same time, which is pretty cool. But if you have one boss that's weak against fire and she like has some damage and some crit and crit damage, she does like big damage and a ton of weakness break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Asta's pretty good, and I think mine is at like 50 right now. So I need to get her back up because there's been a couple of situations where I've been like, man, I wish I had a max level Asta right now, actually.
Mine's 30 or 40. Lately I've been raising up Silver Wolf and Pila, who I've been focusing on the last couple of days. Oh, yeah? Because Silver Wolf is a very good character that I just kind of tapered off and stopped trying to invest in at a certain point because I was working on other people. And Pila is so good on the current area because she can strip off buffs from people. And she can do it a lot easier than Luocha can.
Yeah, I feel like I don't do much in Zhangzhou right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like I log in and do like daily mission, some Cal 6s or whatever else is up, and spend like 40 minutes playing the game a day, and then I'm done. And so I'm not going in and dealing with like a lot of Mara struck. Pila's really cute, and to have like she seems pretty good as far as like a dedicated debuffer goes.
She's actually not, because she really only has her ult to debuff. Her skill just strips buffs.
Oh yeah, I guess that's what I meant.
Yeah, she's useful for times when enemies will buff themselves or buff their allies. But otherwise,
that's a good thing to have. But like a really good healer and a really good tank, and then some really good damage, I feel is better. And like the only buffs in that game that I really care about removing are also unremovable. So she couldn't deal with them anyway.
It's more relevant for like the Forgotten Halls. Like once you clear that and get all 15 stars, you get access to a section of it that's repeatable.
Oh.
And you need to run 2 teams to go through there, which is why Luocha is so critical for me.
Yeah.
Because you need 2 healers and they need to be high level.
Yeah.
I don't think you're at a point where you can do that yet, because
that starts at around like level 12 or 13. Like I've done the first 15.
You have the basic stuff. The ones I'm at now, the second phase, either it's leveling up with my world rank, which I hope to God it's not, or it just starts off at like 68.
See, I'm glad to hear that, because I want more Forgotten Realm. I want more mirror fights.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're there.
I've done the first 15 and I didn't know there was more beyond that. So cool.
Yeah, it opens up there. It adds more. But you definitely need 2 good healers, and I won't always be able to put people on the same team together. One of them, I just did it today, and because it was part of my daily, and one of the bosses, like each team had to fight 2 bosses, and you basically just have them standing there, and they go fight one and they go for the other. I was basically holding off Luocha's ultimate. Like I fought the other boss first, and then brought a fully powered up Luocha over to the second boss, which was one of those Mara struck generals with that summons those other things and that buffs his allies and heals off of like the other Mara.
Yeah.
And he pulled that shit. I'm like, nope. Turned it off for all of them. Shut all of it down. Yeah. General didn't have it. The other 2 guys just dropped and died when I got him to 0 instead of getting back up again. It's so useful. I just might not always be able to take him against that thing.
Right.
So it'll be useful to have another character that can fill that role.
Yeah, can strip buffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, she seems pretty good. I haven't put any effort. Like right now I'm using MC Fire Tank, Natasha, Young King, Don Hung, Clara, Lucia, I think Silverwolf, and
who
else? Like one other damage dealer. But I want to use.
Is it the Ice Hunter Yanqing?
Oh yeah, if I didn't say it, I'm definitely using Yanqing. Okay, he's pretty good. He's not like amazing, but he does pretty good damage.
Yeah, like he has his burst moments, and he's very good at freezing enemies and freezing them regularly.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's very much a hunt character like Don Hung. Like there's not a lot going on there, but what is going on there is pretty good damage. I wish I had what's his name? Lightning General dude from Zhangzhou.
Yingyuan, yeah.
Yeah, Yingyuan.
He's weird. I see people use him and I bring him in all the time, but I don't really want him other than like to complete my character decks, which
I think he seems pretty good in the couple of times I've like borrowed a level 70 or 81.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you build him right, he's amazing. But the problem is essentially he's very boring for me to play because most of his damage is coming out of that spirit that he has with him. And to power up the spirit, you need to use a skill. So I actually did like a quest today, where I was bringing him in. It was him and Serval.
Yeah.
And
I
I
use Serval a
also
lot.
had, yeah, no, she's a very good lightning character. But I also had Yanxing in there, and I'm like, all three of these characters are skill point hungry.
Yeah.
This is a bad idea. This was a really bad idea.
Yeah.
And they just shoot through it because Jin Yuan, if you're not using his skill to buff that spirit and buff the damage it puts out,
he just does like an okay attack.
He's underwhelming as an attack. Most of his damage is that spirit, but if you can get his charge on it up high enough, especially if you can get his speed high or use somebody like Bronya to give him extra turns.
Yeah.
After a certain point, him using his skill just moves the spirit's turn up faster.
Yeah.
And it can be very good to do that.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Otherwise, it's just like, no.
That's honestly one of the things I like about Clara a lot, right? Because if you have a healer in your team, you're not always using healing, so they just do a default attack and generate a skill point instead of using one. Clara's special is she like shoots missiles at everyone, and it's cool, but it doesn't really do any more damage than her regular attack.
I think it does extra damage if they're already marked with her counter. Like if she counters them and they survive, it'll do more.
It does do that. But so like there's plenty of times where you're just using her regular attack.
Yeah. So you need somebody to generate skill points in a party.
Right. So unlike main character Fire Spec as tank, who loves using his special to give everybody shields, even though most of the shit he does gives people shields. Clara can just like tell Svarog to punch somebody. And then you've got two characters generating skill points and two characters using skill points. And it balances out very well.
Yeah.
Plus, Clara's hilarious still.
Yeah.
I've beaten so many simulated world trials where I was like underleveled, but I had so many blessings of elation that all of her counters, her follow-up attacks were just dummy numbers.
Yeah, that'll happen. I tend to prefer the hunt and preservation for mine because with the hunt, I think I got one just recently, an achievement for your characters take 20 turns in a row without an enemy taking an action.
Yeah,
that's how nuts you can get by fully speccing into that. I think it was like 18 hunt kills. Like it was nuts. But that's where you can like I actually one of the missions in Simulated Universe, you fight Cocolia again, and she has several phases. She has the first one where she pulls out 2 ice crystals. She has the third one where she'll charge up and use her big attack. But in the second one, it's basically the first phase plus Bronya.
Yeah, I think
showing up, and Bronya will speed her up. And there is an achievement for killing Cocolia without killing Bronya first.
Oh, okay, sure. I think I like accidentally killed
that
Bronya
one time, and it was impressive because I brought Celia in, and I had full hunt, and I just kicked the shit out of them.
Yeah,
it was such a good feeling.
A lot of the stuff that I'm doing, like around my current level, either slightly above or slightly below recommended level, I feel like I'm just barely eking out a lot of victories there. Like I need more relics that are really good. I just kind of have...
That does help, yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of have stuff for set bonuses. Everything is around like level 8 or 10. And so numbers could be a lot bigger on like all of my characters. But I'm also primarily focusing on like promoting and leveling people.
Yeah,
or leveling up talents. Traces, rather.
Yeah, and that's where the game can kind of get a little bit messy in terms of keeping characters up. Like, not only do you need to level them, not only do you need to level their light cones, not only do you need to level their talents and traces, you also need to focus on gear too. And that's a whole problem in and of itself.
It's a lot.
Because
so
not only are you working on making sure that the primary stat on the gear is decent, but there's also like, does it have good substats?
Right.
If not, throw it out, make a new one.
Right.
And that's where like having things for like from the battle pass where you can pick the substat skill are so useful.
Yeah, I was about to say I even like am struggling sometimes to find good primary stats, like the first stat for some characters. Because some of them always have the same one, like an HP or attack, but some of them you can vary that up, and you can get...
Yeah.
Sometimes characters want more defense, sometimes they want more attack there. The, like, bonus to whatever specific type of damage they're doing, I feel probably stacks pretty well with extra attack. And so depending on the character, you want that shit. And so when I have, like, Natasha and Lucia, I want, like, a set of healer gear that has a lot of HP, but I also want a set that has a lot of attack because they scale differently.
Yeah, Lucia scales with attack, which is funny because actually I was running into some problems with him in Simulated Universe. One of the modifications for the hunt in there makes it so that when you use your summons for the hunt, it makes your character with the highest attack take a turn immediately afterwards. And because Lucia,
which is Lucia,
is an attack focused healer, it started being him, and I'm like, oh no, he can't do shit. This is bad.
Right.
It used to be Stele. It used to be my hunt characters. Now it's my fucking healer.
Right.
Oh,
you
no.
really want like a hunt, nihilism, or destruction character taking that turn.
Yeah, basically.
Like, speaking of, the destruction stuff, I don't have many good destruction characters because I have like main character, and then is Sushang destruction, or is she also hunt?
Sushang is hunt.
Okay.
The girl that summons a giant chicken?
Yeah.
She's hunt.
Yeah.
There's only 4 destruction characters in the game. I'm looking at them now. It's Trailblazer Physical, Arlen, both of which are C rank.
Oh, yeah.
Hook is B rank, and Clara is A. That's it. That's all there is.
Oh, Clara is also destruction. I always think of her as, I mean, she's kind of tanky.
She's not preservation, because preservation is specifically like shielding. All the preservation characters can do shielding.
Right.
There's only 3 healers. Erudition is the AoE stat. It's Herta, Chinqui. I'm saying that wrong, I'm sure. She's classified as
I
a
always
C,
just call her Kinky.
Yeah, Kinky, sure. She's classified as a C. They're both considered bad. Serval and Himiko are both Bs, and then Jinyuan is S, according to this. And then for buffing, it's Branya and Tingyun for S, Asta for A, and then Yukong for B. She's considered the worst, except she's the only fucking character in the game that can DPS properly at all for imaginary damage. So, you know.
Oh, does Welt not do very good damage?
He can, but he's Nihility, so it's...
okay.
You know. Also, like, with Yukong, her ult specifically says if you use this while your skill is active, it does a thing, so you're constantly trying to pair it up.
Yeah.
So her ult can do decent damage. Mine's not leveled really high, but it can still do decent. There's only 4 hunt characters, and one of them is Sele, so the best normal one you can get is just Yunqing.
Sele's so good.
Yeah.
I feel
None
like
of the Nihility characters
damage-wise,
are considered A.
I feel like damage-wise, I'm only missing Sele and Yuan Li. So
yeah,
I can't get either of those anytime soon.
Hopefully they rerun the banner soon. I think they're more focused on adding new characters at the moment, though.
Yeah.
Because definitely the next 2 banners are announced. It's going to be Kafka and Blade.
Yeah.
And then they're going to add a physical Nihility character.
There's also the punch dude
Bellabog Boxer.
Yeah,
that's it.
They're all coming in the same banner, right?
No, Sele and Blade are both 5 stars. So Blade's going to be the first. I think Blade's supposed to be the first one, and then it's going to be Kafka on the next one, and the Boxer is going to be one of the 4 stars.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Kafka and Blade and Boxer guy coming next.
Ooh, no, because there's always 1 5-star and 3 4-stars. I don't know who's going to be on the next. Who's going to be the 4 stars on Blade's banner? The current banner has actually been really good for me because, Kinky, she was basically already maxed out for her Eidolons. So whenever I get a copy of her, I get a lot of currency for. She's been on more banners.
Okay,
but whenever I get a copy of her, it's just more currency for the store to buy 5-star light cones for me. Yeah. And then I also maxed out Pila on this banner because I sunk a lot into it.
I think I've got like 3 or 4 Pilas for sure.
I'm up to 7 for both of those. So they're both done, and the only one left is Yukong, who's like 3 or 4. She's up there. 'Cause
Nice.
I pulled a lot on this banner, and I got real lucky with a bunch of stuff. And even I actually kept pulling, and I got a second Luocha, and got his E1, which is while his barrier is up, while his field is active, it's 20% more attack for everyone.
He seems. I was taking a look at his Eidolon stuff earlier, and he looks like if you have all of his Eidolons upgraded, he looks like he's super good.
Yeah, they're all really stupid broken. Even like Sele is broke as fuck as soon as you start getting her Eidolons.
Sele is
like she's
pretty
strong
good.
already.
Yeah,
she's strong already. Her Eidolons are gross.
Yeah, I think I've got her at like E2 or E3. She's quite good. And I used Arlen in some trial, and he also actually seems like pretty all right. Like, it seems like Arlen can put out some pretty nice numbers.
He'll be even better once the next patch comes out, because they're adding an armor set for characters that deal damage to themselves.
Oh, that's beautiful. Who else does that?
Blade will.
Blade will. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes, it's gonna be basically a set for Arlen and Blade.
Okay,
and there's also going to be a new set. There's going to be a new simulated universe, and the relics from that are going to be like crit chance. It's like the better crit chance one.
Nice.
They're adding 2 new armor sets, which are going to be one that is crit and a bonus for characters that deal damage to themselves, and the second one I think is flat attack speed and then some other support thing. It's basically a support build. And then the planar ornaments are one crit focused one, and then one that was supporty. I don't remember the details of it. Yeah, Sele is Eidolon 1. When you deal damage with an enemy whose HP is 80% or lower, crit rate goes up by 15%.
That's pretty good.
Her second Eidolon is the speed boost from her skill can stack 2 times, which is gross as fuck.
Yeah.
3 is always skill +2, talent +2, which are pretty gross on her.
Those 2 are always the same.
Yeah. 4 is she recovers 15 energy when she defeats an enemy. 5 is the same as it is for everyone. And then 6 is when she uses her ultimate, inflict a target enemy with this thing for 1 turn. Enemies suffering from this thing will take additional quantum damage equal to 15% of her ultimate damage every time they're attacked. If the target is defeated by this, you don't trigger her talent to give her another turn. If she's knocked out, this disappears.
That's also fine. That's a lot of extra damage.
There's a lot of extra damage. It's basically a boss killer. Like it's if you didn't kill the boss, you're going to debuff them for a turn.
That's like
just keep dealing more damage to them.
Yeah, that's like Tingwan's buff, where people will do extra damage equal to like whoever else has the buff, except everybody gets it.
Yeah, because she puts it on the enemy, and it's not a chance. It's you just fucking do it.
That's like, I'm going to go back to Final Fantasy XIV for just a second. There's a lot of different buffs and debuffs in that game, and so some of the like what character class is most desirable boils down to like what tools they have, because some people are better at doing damage than others for sure, but everybody fills in like little utility roles. And one of forever, still, it's been nerfed a couple of times, and it's still like the best damage buff you can get is Ninja has a skill called Trick Attack that you, instead of applying it to an ally or a group of allies, you put it on the target, and they just take 5% more damage from every single source of damage.
Nice.
So like that's the way to do it. You don't give, like Dancer can give one other character, they can make their dance partner, and this person has a higher crit chance, and every time they crit or use skills, this feeds into like buffing out the Dancer, so there's like this cool cycle that goes back and forth. And so even though Dancer is not like the biggest damage class, they get a nice cool bonus from pairing up with somebody else who's a big damage class. It also makes them kind of hard to balance. Dragoon has like 4 different damage buffs, and 2 of them they can apply to other characters. One of them applies to every ally around them, but you could be out of that range even though it's a big range. because some of those fights take place over like pretty big arenas. But Ninja, you just hit the boss with Trick Attack, and literally any damage they take is boosted by 5%. Doesn't matter by who or what or how or when. I mean, it has a time limit, of course, but
Of course, yeah.
that's like fucking key.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a fantastic debuff. That's Sele's Eidolons?
That's Sele's C6 or her E6. Yeah. So it's incredibly broken, but it's at the end of her tree. So it's like, yeah, that works.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a ton of the things that are at the end of people's trees are really amazing.
Bailu's is actually terrible.
Is it?
Bailu is an interesting character where her skill is good, her ult is decent, but her passive is basically garbage because it's somebody dies, she'll get them back up, one person per fight. Which sounds great, except the fact that it only triggers when somebody dies, and the rest of the time it does nothing.
Yeah, it's only valuable in like a boss fight that you're actually having difficulty with, whereas most of the grinding in your game, you're not going to run into that.
Yeah. So it's more often than not just not active at all. As opposed to like Sele's, which is like you kill somebody, take an extra turn.
Oh yeah,
with bonus damage.
Sele is just made out of extra turns.
Yeah, well, Sele's is just like this will happen all the time. It'll happen whenever she kills somebody. They can happen multiple times during a fight. Bailu, it's once per fight. Maybe. And only if you fuck up so badly that somebody dies.
Yeah.
So her E6 is that resurrection can happen twice a fight. Which again,
which
still
is still
good.
Still pretty good. You're just like very rarely going to use it.
Yeah, they buffed her weakest skill. Her least useful skill.
Yeah.
If
you can just like shield or heal people so that they never go down, then that's better.
Yeah, I think her 4 is better because her 4 is essentially I just closed it. I shouldn't have. Here's Violet, yeah. Her 4 is every healing provided by the skill makes the recipient deal 10% more damage for 2 turns. This can stack 3 times.
That's excellent.
That one's great.
That's fantastic.
Just like, if the ally's current HP is equal to their max HP when invigoration ends, regenerate energy on this target. Number 2 is after using her ultimate, her outgoing healing increases by a percentage for several turns. 3 and 5 are the same, but 4 is the really good one for Bailu, which is healing with this skill improves damage for 2 turns, but it can stack. So she just can crank up people's...
I mean, yeah. I didn't realize she even had a damage buff mechanic going on.
This is the only place it comes from.
Still,
she
not bad.
She doesn't have it any other place.
Right, as opposed to like Yukong or Tingwon, who like you should kind of focus on that actually because it's really good.
Yeah,
Tingwon's is so strong. Tingyun's is so strong. She's great. I don't use her enough. Because I'm rolling around with like a tank, a healer, and 2 hunt characters that do great damage on their own. So like I don't know if I need a buffer in there.
Buffers can really make things pretty good. If you can get the speeds right and have her act right before the hunt character, again, it's 50% more damage. It's like 50% more damage, 60% more damage.
Yeah, it's huge.
You just have to time it right.
It's huge. And then like the next turn that comes around, she does a basic attack, which does extra damage based off of the person she's buffed attack. Yeah, Tingyun seems pretty good. But yeah, so I'm still playing that a little bit every day because it's like it requires less time than if I wanted to do all of the daily shit in FF14.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not an MMO. It's definitely lighter than that.
Yeah.
But we were going to talk about Steam Summer Sale. I mentioned that, and then we talked about other things for like 30 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. I barely looked at that. Let me fire up Steam. I looked at it a little bit, but I didn't dive through anything, so I haven't picked up anything off the Summer Sale.
I have. I picked up a couple of games potentially for collab. I did buy Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes.
Oh, I should get that.
I thought that'd be a fun one. I also bought Untitled Goose Game. I think both were on sale.
Hey, yeah, that's a great game.
I
don't know if I've
never played it. I've seen other people play it, but I've never played it myself. And then I bought a couple of solo things to play. I did get Cassette Beasts.
Oh, okay.
Pick that up finally.
I think I already have that, but let me check.
And then I picked up a bunch of games. Then I had like 2 that I'm like that are adult games that I'm like I can't play these on stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, one I probably could, but it has some fucked up stuff going on in it.
You should maybe not.
Let me just read the description here. The game is called My Darling Wife.
That's
Or
enough.
my lovely wife. And it says
That's all I need to know.
It delves into the depths of a man's grief after the sudden death of his beloved wife. Explore the notions of one's willingness to do anything for love and the importance of letting go in the mix of dating, management, and alchemy simulator. He makes a contract with the demons to gain power to try and resurrect his dead wife.
I don't know about that.
In terms of plot and content, there's a content warning when I turn the game on.
I bet.
About some of the fucked up places this guy goes.
In terms of content, I bet it's fucked up porn.
No, actually, there's no adult content in it.
Okay.
Having played it,
I believe you. I just also know what I've seen on Steam.
Yeah. You have surprisingly little adult content in it, but it is a lot of mature subjects because you're doing some fucked up things to gain power, and it's worse than just summoning demons. I don't want to go into details because it is, again, they specifically and explicitly put a warning on boot up of the game. This game contains events with these themes. Viewer discretion is advised. I'm like, that is a correct thing. This game would trigger people.
Yeah, that I appreciate games doing that for sure.
Yeah, but they also did. They added a recent update because the whole base game is Succubus. They added a DLC. Irresistible Incubus update is live as well.
Gee, I wonder where that is.
Don't like the girl demons? Fine, we put boy demons in. It's basically the same character designs, just gender swapped. Have fun.
Man, that's good.
If that's your thing, they have it.
That's good. Yeah.
But yeah, that one I played.
Get that representation.
Yep. I played. I got like the 2 main story endings, and then like there's different endings for each of the succubi you can summon, and I got a couple of them. I might dick around with it some more, but generally I kind of just burned out on it like 2 or 3 days. I'm like, okay, I'll put this down and come back to it maybe later.
Right.
But not something I'm gonna play for stream because, again, content warning.
Yeah.
And then there's another one that 100% is an adult game that no. But that one's good too. The art's really, really nice.
I see Deep Rock Galactic is on sale for $10.
Oh, nice.
I don't have that, but that's pretty tempting. I hear nothing but good things about Deep Rock Galactic.
Yeah, the top things on my list that are on sale by rank order: Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade and Persona 5 Royal. But Final Fantasy VII,
have you?
It's 40% off, 43 technically. But I'm not sure if it'll carry save data over from PC to PlayStation if I do that later. So I might need to buy it on PlayStation to do something like that.
Oh, that's a good question. Probably not.
Probably not. And then Persona 5, I don't want to sit down and commit to an RPG like that at this time.
That's fair. Persona 5 Royal, that game is excellent.
I need to play it. It's on my list.
It's super good. It's one of the longest RPGs I've ever played.
Okay, yeah.
It's really big. I know I have casual friends who will play for like 2 or 3 hours every couple of days, and then like maybe they've got 5 or 6 they can spend on like a weekend or something like that. And it took them like half a year to beat that game. Maybe more. It's great. Persona 5, Persona 3, 4, and 5 are all really good. They're also very big.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got cassette beasts. I should make sure I have Keep Talking and No One Explodes. For fucking $6? That's super worth it.
Yeah, those were both that, and then the DeusCain were both very good ones. Octopath and Octopath Traveler 2 are both on sale.
That's worth it.
I would say Octopath 1 is the better deal. It's 30 as opposed to 2, which is 41. It's a little bit more expensive, but it also just came out this year. So, but the Octopath Traveler 1 is a good deal. So is Triangle Strategy. That one's also 30.
Yeah, everybody, if people like tactics games, Triangle Strategy is pretty good. It's not too long, it's not too hard, but it's definitely got some challenge, good story, good characters. We both liked it.
I still haven't finished the Golden Path. I got up to the point where I confirmed that I triggered it, but then it immediately threw me into endgame content and I couldn't level grind. So I'm like basically stopped right before triggering that to be like, okay, I'm just gonna grind up troop levels now, and you know what? Actually, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna put the game down and never come back to it.
I'm trying to remember if I grinded levels in that game at all. Oh no, wait, you kind of have to because new characters don't come at like whatever.
Yep.
Whatever your current main character or party level is. Yeah. But you have like trainings. Yeah, okay, I remember. I definitely grinded in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But yeah, with me finishing Final Fantasy, I've got 2 new games planned for this weekend. I'm going to be starting Earthbound. I signed up for Nintendo's online thing, which their like basic plan for that for like $20 a year includes their SNES platform on the Switch, and that has Earthbound.
Earthbound's great. Have you ever played that game before?
Oh, I have.
Okay.
Yeah, fantastic game.
It's super good. Yeah. It's the inspiration for so much for a reason.
Yeah, it's a very, very good game.
Did you ever play Mother 3, the sequel?
I've not played Mother 3. They do have so the Nintendo package for all of that stuff contains the NES, SNES, and Game Boy bundles. Like those packages. The NES actually has Mother 1. Or Mother Beginnings, I think is what they call it.
I thought that was a NES game.
They have that.
Oh,
so
I thought you said SNES
they have emulators on the Switch.
Right, I thought you said SNES had Mother 1.
No.
Okay.
NES has Mother 1, has Mother Beginnings. SNES has Earthbound, and then Game Boy has the Game Boy stuff. What is Mother 3 even on? Like what platforms?
I think it was on like DS. Maybe it was a Game Boy Advance. Cause like I wouldn't go back and play any regular like OG Game Boy games. Most of them were just not very good. But the system was also super limited. Game Boy Advance games, Game Boy DS games.
I mean, they have Link's Awakening. I'll take it.
Right. You've got Link's Awakening. You've got
Mother 3 is Game Boy Advance.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds right. Yeah, you've got Link's
Game
Awakening,
Boy Advance, and the Wii U. Yep.
Golden Sun.
Golden Sun has been listed as it's going to be coming soon for a while now.
I bet those are good games. Advance Wars are in there.
I don't think that's on the. So the Game Boy catalog for Nintendo Online is Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare, Blade Master, The Enemy Below, Burger Time Deluxe, Game & Watch Gallery 3, Gargoyle's Quest, Kirby's Dream Land 2, Kirby's Tilt and Tumble, Metroid 2 Return of Samus,
Yeah.
Super Mario Land 2 6 Golden Coins, Tetris, Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX, Wario Land 3, Pokemon Trading Card Game, and then there's 3 more coming soon. Pokemon Trading Card Game, Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages, and Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons.
Those are both really, really good.
But those are listed as coming soon. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not ready yet. And then I guess Golden Sun's on the Game Boy Advance.
I think so.
Yeah, Golden Sun is listed as coming soon on the Game Boy Advance store,
I
as well as F-Zero, Maximum Velocity, and Kirby and the Amazing Mirror.
Man, every Kirby game is good.
Yeah.
Dude, every single Kirby game is harder than Final Fantasy 16. I really like 16. I just fucking wish it had any difficulty at all.
I love the fact that we both gave it the same score for entirely the opposite reasons. I liked the combat and hated the story. You liked the story and hated the combat.
Well, like,
or not hate it, but we're critical of.
And I would still give the game like an 8 or an 8.5 out of 10. But I thought you were... it has like glaring flaws for sure.
Yeah.
And there are points where there's like so many side quests and they're not the good side quests. Where I'm like, damn, this is pretty mid. This is like a 5 or 6. But overall, I would still give it. I mean, I'm a huge sucker. I'm a huge mark for this series. Gotta admit that. But the game looks fantastic. Has a story that I really liked the entire way through. Sounds amazing. And combat is like a mixed bag of holy shit, this is fucking cool. It's the best it's ever been. And also I have no reason to use any of that cool shit because everything is the easiest it's ever been. I think Final Fantasy 16 might be easier than Mystic Quest.
Them some fighting words.
It's... And I understand if people say that's not actually a Final Fantasy because it was from a different series and then they just called it Final Fantasy over here. I don't care.
I'll call it that.
I can still make that comparison.
And I actually liked Mystic Quest. I thought that was fun.
I did too. It had fantastic music. And it's like, yeah, people gave Mystic Quest a lot of shit when it first came out. I feel like opinions about the game have only improved over time. It's such a simple, straightforward, really linear RPG. There's no side quests in that game, right?
I think there's a few. There's like a couple really small ones.
I think all I remember are like the battle arenas that you don't have to do.
I think there's a few people that like, go get me this thing, and then like it's how you get like some of your weapon upgrades and stuff.
Maybe, yeah. Either way, it's super simple. Its music is amazing. Its combat system is very simple, but, you know, good. For when it came out, I feel like Mystic Quest is pretty good, actually. There's very little to it. If you've like played an SMT game and prefer that, I understand. I understand. Mystic Quest is not that. Bunch of building and simulation games that I have no interest in.
And of course, they have the complete edition of Final Fantasy 14 online, $29.99.
That's a really good price if that includes every single expansion.
It does.
That's a super good price.
I know. I think they what is it? Because they have like the Final Fantasy 14 online, which I think is everything except Endwalker.
That's what I would expect.
And then Endwalker itself is an additional like $19.99 if you want to buy it on its own.
You could also just try it for free. I think they were talking about expanding the free trial to include Stormblood.
Now, because how many expansions are there? There's Heaven's Ward, Stormblood. What's after Stormblood?
Shadowbringers,
and then there's Endwalker.
And then Endwalker. Yeah. And everybody really, really loves Heaven's Word and Shadowbringers. And Endwalker is pretty good, and Stormblood has people have varying opinions about Stormblood.
I heard people loving Endwalker. At least the people I watched playing Endwalker lost their fucking minds over it.
I really like it, and a lot of the people that I know that played the game really like it. I feel like Shadowbringers got more praise and more overall love. It's also like a more tightly delivered story. But Endwalker is really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then Heavensward is also really good, and people just can't, like, continually still to this day can't get over how much they loved Heavensward, which I totally understand. I have a hard time. I have a really hard time deciding which one of those expansions is my favorite, but it's not Stormblood. I enjoyed it. All the rest of them were better, though.
Fair enough. But, you know, I got like 6 or 8 games from Steam, and like I said, there's still a bunch more on my wish list that I could get. It's just a matter of like some stuff has come up multiple times, and it's just like, yeah, I don't care. I don't know when I'll play this, and I don't want to buy more stuff that I won't play.
Card Shark is on sale. That game looked neat.
Card Shark?
Card Shark is like, how do I put this?
I'm looking it up now.
Yeah. So Card Shark is a game, you're not actually like playing cards while doing it. Your turns, well, maybe you are. The way I saw it and had it described to me is like the actions you take in game are less about playing cards and more about how you cheat at playing cards.
Mm-hmm.
But so that always looked kind of interesting. Not that it sounded kind of interesting. I haven't looked into it too deeply.
Yeah. Final Fantasy series is listed prominently as being on sale. Oh, hey, Final Fantasy 15, the Windows edition, is on sale for $17.49. Keep it.
Don't play that game.
Yeah.
The best part about Final Fantasy 15 happens after you beat it, and it does not include combat. Because the combat in that game is even worse than, it's a lot worse than 16. It doesn't even feel good. You hold down one button to auto attack, and you can teleport, and you can cast magic sometimes, except they're consumables that you have to build up outside of combat.
I'm seeing for 13, I'm seeing 13 and 2 sequels. 13
Is it
2
only 2
and
sequels?
Lightning Returns. Yeah, 13-2 and Lightning Returns.
I thought it had 3 sequels for some... Like, I thought there were 2 Lightning Returns games for some reason. I guess not. Yeah, that first... They're all very different games, which is what's so weird about it. I don't know why they wanted to make a series of 13 games, of FF13 games, when the first one like didn't do so well. I'm sure it sold like crazy, because I remember them hyping it up and showing off a lot of really fancy graphics that looked great. And then the game came out and everybody was like, what the fuck is this? Its combat system is pretty cool. I like it a lot. But, God, I can't even remember the names of most characters in those games. And all the, like, I don't know, it's written very poorly and delivered very poorly.
Mm-hmm. So 13's original release date in North America was 2010.
God.
Where's the sequels? Trying to look on Wikipedia.
That's so long ago. It took them 13 years to get from 13 to 16. Granted, their games are much bigger budget and usually larger in scope than like, well, the first 5 are tiny by comparison. FF8, the PC version, is on sale for $6. I would recommend getting that game's soundtrack and just listening to that instead.
I actually liked 8.
Yeah.
I'm one of the weird ones that liked it. I liked 8 more than I liked 9. People
That
really
is
like
weird.
9. Well, the big thing for a lot of the games is I liked customization on characters, and up through like playing like 6, 7, and 8, you can basically put magic on anyone. And then you get to 9 and it's a throwback with like, nope, you have dedicated classes, you can't change anything. Also, flying enemies require specific methods to hit them. I'm like, I don't like this. Also, your only customization is just to be immune to certain status effects. Have fun.
Yeah,
Hope
you have
pick
the
the right
skill
ones for this fight.
customizations. It's not really the same thing for sure.
Yeah, I didn't like that. But yeah, 13 was
But it's got great characters and story too.
March 2010. Yeah, but it's a game I'm going to be playing. If it's not fun for me to play, I don't care. I just don't. The characters are fun, and it has a very good story. I like the way the summons were used in it, but I don't ever want to play it again.
That's fair. It's a little slow to replay through. They definitely learned their lesson with summons, though.
Mm-hmm. 13.2 came out in North America January 2012, so about 2 years later. And then Lightning Returns was 2 years after that, in February.
So they were already working on those games before the previous one came out.
Yeah, so they were just committed. They had to release them.
Mm-hmm.
So this is organized really weird and dumb. Like,
yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing. I want more categories to search through.
I'm looking on Wikipedia, honestly.
Or a list of like.
Yeah,
I was looking at summer sales still.
Well, I was looking in Steam and it lists Final Fantasy 13 as being released in 2014. I'm like, no, that's not right. But that's probably the PC Steam edition, because it was essentially like 13.1 was October 2014. 13.2 is December 2014. I'm like, that ain't right.
Yeah.
And then Lightning Returns is December 2015. I'm like, that ain't right. So they were on consoles. They were on consoles years before they got ported over to PC.
Mm.
But no, looking on Wikipedia, it has the main games all on a block, but the sequels show up elsewhere. Which, entertainingly enough, they have main series related games, which is 10-2, 10-2 Last Mission, 4 After Years, Final Fantasy Grandmaster, Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin, and then it doesn't mention 13 or 13.2, or it doesn't mention 13.2 or Lightning Returns at all. Then it's Tactics, Tactics Advance, Tactics War of the Lions, Tactics A2, Grimoire of the Rift.
Tactics Advanced and Tactics
Revenant-
A2 are not sequels to Tactics.
That just says Inverness Alliance, or Evilis Alliance. So I think it's set in the same world.
I think they call it Evilise, but it's not set in like the Tactics and 12 Evilise. I was not a fan of Tactics Advanced.
Then there's compilation of Final Fantasy VII, which is Before Crisis, Snowboarding, Dirge of Cerberus, Lost Episode, Crisis Core, G-Bike, Remake, First Soldier, Reunion, Ever Crisis, and Rebirth.
Wow, don't play any of those games. Actually, Crisis Core is like, but Dirge of Cerberus is so bad.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I should play both of those.
Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for FF7 Rebirth. Did you play the original or the FF7 Remake yet?
No.
That game's fantastic. And
yeah, I was saying earlier, I was debating on whether or not to get it on Steam or get it on PS5.
Yeah, okay. That game is amazing. I think you'll like it a lot more than 16. And like I'm super big into the action combat, and 7 Remake does a really good, like, this game they made 16, they made it so people who have never played an action game before could definitely beat this game and get all the way through and see the story and all that, right?
Yeah.
7 Remake, I think 7 Remake actually has difficulty modes instead of lying about it. And and I think it still has like an active and wait style thing going on, but it's a little bit different than before. But it has a really cool mesh blend of like an action game and a turn-based RPG. Like, have you seen how that game works and functions in combat?
A little bit, but not much though.
It's great. You have, so every character has like a basic attack and then a special thing they can do. And that all happens in real time. But at any point in combat, you can hit a button, and I think it's like a shoulder button, or maybe start, to like bring up a little menu, and suddenly everything is moving at like 0.5% speed. So it looks amazing, and you can almost pause the game, but it means you have like fucking minutes before the next hit comes in to just menu navigate. And they make the menus really easy to navigate. And so you can assign different skills, some of which were previously limit breaks, but you get more new of that stuff. There's like all of the old FF7 stuff is there and more. And so you can get skills that you can assign to a hotbar or to a hotkey. And I think that's when you like hit R2, and then just like in 16, you can hit like cross a square or triangle and immediately do a skill or cast a spell or use an item. Or you can go into a menu and select which thing to do. So you can play it in like a very fluid, action-y way, or like constantly pause the combat in every fight with no repercussions. And it does a really, really, really good blend of like, do you want to play this like an action game? You almost can, though you won't have like all of your skills and spells and items available on hotkeys, but you can, like the ones you like most, you can do that. Or you can go into a menu and do a thing from there. And so you're kind of like taking turns, and all you have to really do is kind of like move and dodge around. I really, really like how they made 7 Remake. And the next one coming out looks so good. It has like more, they're not doing an overworld. It's not going to be open world, but I think it's going to be kind of like 16, how there wasn't, you had like a world map, but mostly you had like 4 different zones that were pretty big. And so I think you're going to get probably more than 4 different zones, because that game is going to be like 4 or 5 discs, and those are PS5 discs.
Yeah. Also, one thing I forgot to mention earlier. World map was real boring in this one. I
thought it was fun
because it's serviceable, but like you essentially show where the blight is and shows where not blight is, but all the not blight area just looks like desert, and it's kind of bland. Like,
I mean, it just looks like a map.
A little bit, yeah. But you could tilt the map, you could pivot, you could turn at angles. I'm like, why did you spend dev time on this? Why add this? Why
not?
This?
It's a very simple move camera around function. Like it has lighting and shading, and it looks pretty good graphically. But also, yeah, it looks just like a leather map. Like I feel like Vivian's stuff made use of it a lot more than just looking at it. I thought it was fine. It kind of reminded me of like Tactics' map, except it doesn't function like that. You just see a bunch of different fast travel points, and you have 4 big open areas, and then like some maps you kind of can't get back to or stuff in between. But it was fun to run around in. It looked great. Just the actual overworld map was like a literal map with pins on it. I didn't have any problems with it. I thought it was cool.
I thought it was bland.
There's nothing super special about it.
I thought the basic map of like Final Fantasy 4 and 6 look a lot more interesting than the one in 16.
Sure, but those are literal overworld maps that you're walking around in, which they have stopped doing since like 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes sense too. Because I mean, what's your alternative? You have like pixel characters walking around to fast travel points?
Just have an icon. Like, don't even put me on the map. Like, because I don't even mind like the fact that the map like lets you teleport places. That didn't bother me. But like, make it interesting. Put some forest. Put some topography. Give us some mountains. Like, it's just a flat desert, the whole place. I like it. I like a little bit of flavor there.
I definitely don't think it looked like a desert. It just looked like a map. You had like markings for where mountains and shit were. The water looked good. The water looked better than it had any reason to look on the world
Yeah, the
map.
water looked better than the map. The rest of the map.
Yeah. Here's a little side thing that we didn't talk about and never really gets addressed. You know, when you're walking around, God, what is the name of the northern region? Why do I keep forgetting this? Where Sembrek is originally.
Sembrek is the Empire.
Is it just called Sembrek?
Yeah, the Empire of Sembrek.
Okay. When you're walking around the northern regions of Sembrek, and there's like the fields and like some lighthouses or whatever, and you look way out northwest, you can see what kind of looks like a giant mother crystal fallen on its side, but it's not the same thing because it's not all mother crystal. It's got like spiny bits of crystal coming out of it. What the fuck is that?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Is that the fallen crystal up north? Is that Leviathan's crystal? Is that like, what is that? It's never addressed. It's just a cool looking thing off in the distance. But it's huge. And it's like off the coast of the north. It's just kind of there. Like, did the mother crystal up north literally fall over and then start succumbing to the blight? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm looking at a screenshot somebody shared here. Yeah, it's just kind of there. That's weird.
It's just kind of there.
Yeah, south of Oriflame in the Royal Meadows, you can see a large crystal in the water. Is this the mother crystal associated with Leviathan the Lost? There are no mentions of this. It could be the remains of the Northern Territories crystal, but it's probably not Leviathan. We know in lore there were 8 crystals, and the northern one would be Shiva.
Right, and so if it's the mother crystal of the north, it's like someone didn't go in and break the heart of it. It's like something physically knocked it over. But it doesn't have like the base texture of a mother crystal. It's got like a bunch of crystally vine looking shit coming out of it and off of it. And then underneath it's like a rock, an egg. What is that? I want to know. Why'd they put that there? Did they forget to take it out? Like, what is that?
Yeah, it's weird. And it if it was a broken mother crystal, it would look different because they destroy themselves when they break.
Yeah, they evaporate. I don't know. I'm just over here looking through Steam style stuff. I think we're probably past good to call the stream.
Yeah, I think we've kind of tapered off, but good conversations. We agree to disagree on a number of things about 16. We both agree that it's not a perfect game, that it's not a 10.
Yeah, I think I liked it more. But yeah,
liked it
it's not
more.
perfect, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's worth playing. I liked it.
Yeah, like I said, it is like one of those really good famous books that you're gonna read in high school, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's so good, it's so amazing, it's such a fantastic story." And you're like, "This is just depressing," and that's where I'm at. But
Yeah,
that's me.
I don't find it depressing at all. And it's much better written than The Great Gatsby. That book sucks.
that book did so badly that it didn't sell during that author's lifetime.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he wrote it and he couldn't sell it, and he left it in a box, and then people sold it as part of his inheritance. Well, like the people that inherited it did. But
That's hilarious. Good. That story's shit. All the characters in it are shit. It doesn't say anything interesting. Bored, jealous rich guy throws a party.
yeah. But yeah, I don't think there's anybody I want to raid tonight, so let me just call it here. So thank you for joining us, Twitch and YouTube. And we kind of tapered off there at the end with the Steam sale, but
I think same for me. I don't have anybody well, I don't have anybody with which to raid. But also the only people I see online are like a bunch of Niji Sanji, who I don't think I can raid. I guess Wendy, Yuki, and Yuna are up. Sarah Nagare is up. She's great. Shiki, a few. But I would be sending 0 viewers, so that's fine.
Yep. Yeah, I think I noticed I did not get a lot of viewers while playing 16. I think people were avoiding streams because they didn't want spoilers. Same thing happened when Elden Ring came out.
Yeah, we powered through it pretty quickly, I feel.
Yeah.
I'm still going to do the exact same thing when Armored Core comes out. I don't care.
I don't blame you. Go do it. It's play the games you love.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll feel fantastic doing it.
Yeah.
But
that's
anyway.
my whole thing. I should be making shorts and more content, but I don't. I'm tired. And so I play the games I like to play. That's the stream.
Anyway. So thank you for joining us, Twitch and YouTube. We hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever it is in your part of the world.
All that jazz.
Take care of yourselves. My schedule's just weekends for the rest of the week. What about you, Rad? Do you have any weeknight streams?
That reminds me. I can pull my schedule up on stream right now. My schedule for the rest of the week is I'm going to be playing some more of The Messenger tomorrow. That game's pretty cool. Let me not block out your face with my schedule, actually.
There you are. I see your schedule now. I will retweet it.
New
stuff in Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, Hi-Fi Rush. I put out like the same day I did the FF stream. I was like, "Ooh, there's an update." They gave us the option to like turn off motion blur. Cool, I love it. I'm gonna play it and like I'll go do the trials. I guess performance mode isn't any better. Whatever. And that was cool. And then I found out Hi-Fi Rush has some new stuff, and they put in like a new mode or two. And they put in new songs.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's like the big attraction. So tomorrow I'm doing The Messenger. That's a cool Metroidvania. That's pretty cool, although I'm currently in the part of the game where like because it's more Castlevania Ninja Gaiden, it doesn't have the best backtracking and it kind of sucks. But I just got to a new area, so I think I might be getting into like the better. It's like it starts really strong and then it keeps going really strong and then it's like kind of padded with how much exploration you have to do, but it's not really built for that.
It's a sandwich that's got better bread than meat.
Yeah. And like the toppings are really good too, but the meat could use some improvement.
Yeah.
Depending on how you want to look at it. Going to be doing some Street Fighter 6 on Thursday. And probably sometime next week. I've got a custom what's called a snack box coming in. Do you know what a hitbox is?
I think you told me that, but I don't recall the details.
Yeah. Do you know what a fight stick is? Like an arcade stick.
I've played in arcades that have sticks on their games.
Okay, so it's basically that, but at home. And then a hitbox is that, except you don't have a stick. It's just more buttons. And a snack box it's like a newer version of that. It's kind of like a smaller one that people say feels better with their hands. So I don't have an arcade stick. I've been thinking about getting a hitbox for a while, and then this came out, and Woolly Versus struck up a deal with some people with this manufacturer called Junk Food who makes snack boxes. So I bought myself a Woolly Versus snack box, and I'm going to be using that to play some Street Fighter and maybe even some Guilty Gear. And then Hi-Fi Rush on Friday, and I'm going to try to not burn myself out on work, so I actually do a Friday stream. And then I'm thinking, it's not on the schedule, but I'm thinking about doing like the Katamari game came out recently. It's We Heart Katamari, which is like probably the best one, and they added King of the Cosmos specific content that I haven't touched yet. So I've played that a little bit off stream, but I was thinking about doing a stream probably Saturday or Sunday of just King shit from Katamari.
Nice. Yeah, for me, I'm going to be starting Earthbound on Saturday, and then Sunday I'm going to be playing a game called Ambition: A Minute in Power. It's a Kickstarter game that I got years and years and years ago.
Huh.
That is basically a like resource management game set in the French Revolution.
Okay.
So it's one of those things I've had sitting around for ages. I'm like, you know what? I've never really gotten into playing this. Like, let me sit down and give it some time. I'll do it on stream. I'll show it off a little bit. And even if it's just like 1 or 2 streams I do it, that's fine.
Right.
I'm content with that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think there might be a decent amount of little like filler over here too. I'm just going to be like trying stuff until Armored Core comes out.
When is that again? Is that late August?
I think it's like very late August. So I don't really know. I might play like some Unsighted or get some Noita streams going again. I've never beat Noita, but I love that game.
Yeah, end of August.
We'll probably collab several times in between now and then.
Probably.
So maybe some like keep talking, no one explodes, or
DeusCain, or
Yeah.
maybe we'll break out our tier lists if we both have those done.
Oh yeah, I should like maybe start.
I know, I'm lighting a fire under your ass about that.
Yeah, keep reminding me because I haven't touched that idea at all. Cassette Beasts.
That could be fun to do.
That could be pretty fun. I'm looking. You know what? I'll probably be playing some Cassette Beasts in between now and Armored Core, and there's multiplayer in that, so maybe we'll do like a check it out together type of thing.
Yeah, maybe. Sounds good, because neither of us have played that one. It's rare to have a game we're both going into blind.
Yeah. I think you have to get like a little ways into the game, but barely in order to do multiplayer. But it does have multiplayer. It's like 2v2 Pokemon stuff, except everything is puns.
I can dig it.
And music related. So that sounds fun.
Anyway, like we said earlier, thank you for joining us, folks.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing for the rest of the week. Stop by, check us out sometime. Hope you have a good time, and take care of yourselves, everyone. We'll see you later.
Lots of maho. Bye-bye.